Not going to be the case though with just the one M4 of Nixon. We will see the eco around it. We saw an incredible hero rifle round yesterday, I believe it was. 4 kills found.
Yeah, it was on 2 maps as well. It was on both Nuke and Ancient, where we saw a hero rifle getting a quad kill. Oh, the Deagles are connecting, finally activating his Christo. It's a 2 versus 2 here.
Yeah, unarmored, softened up. It will get recovered, but decent damage dealt though, considering there's one M4 saved across, very little invested. Christo does well to play off his teammates' contact, just with a USP. The fact he finds one, lots of damage dealt. Certainly going to be keeping that economy relatively slim on the side of Sparta, but we will see Jeremy after first AWP of the server for him. Same can't be said for Christo, just going to make do with the M4 for now. Certainly plenty of utility dumped all across the map early. CT trying to deny any space, and the T's in particular trying to deny anything towards the B lanes and round halls from the CTs. But control has been taken. And we actually might just see Sparta look for a quick hit towards B here. We are having a slight search for something out towards A. We do have A main space taken, but Sparta don't seem to care as everyone is rotating towards the B side of things. Christo will be able to rotate in before the execute comes through. The util starts to come down now. Alani waiting for any aggression. Spots out one, will find Sol B next, but passes the challenge. Uramiata uses that up. Because Hughes finding Tabeware and Christo, who did rotate in, but the util forced him into this more passive angle. And to find anything searching. Might have a chance to get Uramiata here. Will spot and will find. Also, Solby as well will drop down, takes down Solby before John 8 can actually get this trade. John 8 under pressure, but Invisibles easing some of it. 1 kill found. Matias with the double, and Copenhagen Wolves steal around away. There's too many multi-kills. Christo gets a freebie onto Uramiata, completely overlooking the angle. And it looked like John 8 was holding for it, but he was holding in a really timid way that just allowed Uramiata to be found without any trade. And Christo drops down to find Solby before finally taking down a big 1 versus 2 for Matias.
Yeah, obviously this is what could give Copenhagen Wolves an opportunity here. I know the money is still in play for Sparta, but from the round prior where they get 3 kills on that half buy, and now they've just stolen that round away, if they can win this, you can look at the money for Sparta. It's breakable. So certainly opportunity here for Copenhagen Wolves, but the fact it's coming down to a clutch and a lot of good fortune doesn't spell the most of confidence for this Copenhagen Wolves roster, but at least they've got themselves a round. Tabeware, though, starting things off nicely, able to find one.
Find one. The flashbang's so good, it gives them about 10 seconds before they finally look towards Balani, and he's still blinded.
Christo under pressure. Christo taken down by John 8. This was a 5-on-3 that's now gone down to a 3v3. And it's moments like this where I think Copenhagen Wolves clearly need to work on. This shouldn't be the outcome of this round.
Looked like for a brief moment there, we were going to see the save from the CTs.
Yeah.
Saw them, the 2 players who were in CT now sort of double back before actually realizing, yeah, still got time. They will be found, maybe have the time, but not any position. Look how deep Nixon is before he can even look to take some space.
John 8.
We'll recover this AWP.
John 8's next kill, of which Nixon is wary of.
Solby will wrap around towards Ivy, but just to save his own gun, or can be brought into the next from Nixon and purchase them for himself. But you saw how close the last round got for Copenhagen Wolves, and due to that, there was not really any money in the reserve. So after losing this one, they still don't have much money. It probably needs to be the eco realistically. But I'm not sure if that AWP's going to spur them on to anything more.
Yeah, look, Sparta, this is an excellent half, right? They've got 4 rounds already on the T side of Train. Still 6 more to play for. If they get, what, a third of those, it's a tied half. It's brilliant from Sparta. The one issue I've said is pervasive from this Sparta roster is just getting these games over the line. Hopefully that isn't something that features today. Nixon playing close towards A main. Timing's great for Nixon. He's able to find one, but traded out by Canfuzz. And now it's about the progression onto the bomb site. Invisible will find Matios, and they are looking to just continue this charge. Util's being sent. I think the only thing that needs to be done now is just keep the weaponry in play. Christu on the AWP, boosted above the smoke. Solby can find one on the back of the bomb site. We've got Uramiata just trying to be a bit of a nuisance, try and take down the AWP of Christu. Worried about the USP, and quite rightly, look at the damage that's been dealt, but it's just the AWP of Christu now. Christu, great find. Taking down this AWP for Sparta could be key, as the money's not great for Copenhagen Wolves. And that is why Solby's backlines excellent for Sparta as they find their 5th.
Yeah, you can see Uramiata wanted to get his hands on that AWP again. And finally we'll get the chance to do so. Been a big issue for Copenhagen Wolves. They really struggle just to build any sort of economy. And even after winning rounds, it's been difficult for them to have any real weapons in play. It's made it obviously very difficult for Christu to even purchase his own AWP. The only one he's had was from it being saved from Nixon. I think he actually had one in the last round as well, but couldn't make much use of it. Tactical pause here from the CTs as they discuss how do we stop this Sparta T side right now.
And again, look, when we've spoken about both these teams and the win rates and whatnot on these maps, kind of mentioning that it's fairly even. In fact, the win rate for Copenhagen Wolves is better on Train than it is for Sparta. Arguably, you could say that the opponents in recent victories for Copenhagen Wolves have been to the same quality and the same level. I think that's
I also think probably Sparta's stats on Train are a little bit
negative,
a little bit misleading. Yeah, just because they've got so many games in there that are against a very solid team. They're so close. Brilliant flashback.
But they've taken space towards B.
Yeah, bomb can be planted and Invisible, even on low HP, wants to get aggressive, maybe a little too aggressive. As he hands Christu a freebie, but it will just mislead Christu and peeking slightly wider. Nixon gets the double on the ramp. Full Campus can finally get the trade. Needs to win this gunfight on the table there, but big game leader for Copenhagen Wolves can find.
Yeah, the flashbang into A main was so key. Excellent util. Copenhagen Wolves will get their 3rd round. Again, though, I don't think that's a round of kind of, yes, okay, the flash into A main's really nice, but I wouldn't say that's kind of pure strategy. Nixon just getting a bit of fortunate timing to find himself a double.
Dropped into Ivy. Takeway will find one. Invisible does get the trade, and Solby at the same time finds Matthew. Fought into the 2 versus 2. Before Nixon wants to take the gunfight onto the Tech 9, he drops the bomb. Invisible has got aggressive, and it allows Christu just to be caught out and stunned by this. Probably shocked. How on earth has Invisible just gone from Ivy? A main so quickly. What a gunfight this is going to be. Bomb has been retrieved. Nixon on the other side of this smoke. All about who's quicker. Uramiata finds, but Nixon loses, or Invisible loses out to Nixon.
Oh, Nixon, it's all about timing here. Uramiata, and Uramiata's made steps. He's got 50 seconds to formulate this round, and he's just decided to kind of stomp his way through the bomb site to give perfect intel to NEXUS. Sparta, they're going to have to go for the eco here. We're looking at a 5-5 scoreline. Again, it's little moments like that where I feel like if Uramiata just holds shift, NEXUS, he has no advantage in that clutch. It felt like Uramiata was going to win that clutch on the basis that NEXUS had no clue where he was, but just that unnecessary information. And Copenhagen Wolves, they're given another. NEXUS had some huge moments, 11-5.
I mean, that one in particular. It ended up being technically a 1 versus 2 for NEXUS and Azura Miata found the kill. Just before that smoke faded and NEXUS had to win that gunfight. Even then, after that kill comes through, you're probably hoping, if you are someone like Invisible, maybe just back away because you know NEXUS was around that. Thomas damage dealt early from the CTs. Plus 2 HP, John 25, and Invisible falls. Sparta's force by will not find any success, so could be 6 for Copenhagen Wolves. As long as this round goes to plan, which, looking at the health, looking at the weaponry, the utility, it really should do.
Yeah, the lack of health for Sparta. You question the necessity for this investment. Wolves can take the lead. Sparta are going to be pivoting towards this B bomb site now. They do have a lot of utility here. The issue is the setup's quite good, but Tapeware and Balani looking to play a bit on the back foot. And now the util comes through. John 8's flashbangs are going to have to be so key. Blinding Balani, but Tapeware playing anti-flash. And Balani can finally swing, and the missed shots damaging. Sol B might attempt to take him down, but Balani can peek at any moment, and John 8 surely to fall. This was a full investment, by the way, Charlie. Didn't feel like it, does it?
No, not particularly. But it does surprise me, because I don't actually think they needed a buy. And I'm assuming, just looking at things and saying, oh, the money is low, maybe we can do something. Obviously, in doing so, has just allowed things to pan out pretty easily for Copenhagen Wolves in that one. As it was 1.9k loss bonus after they lost the clutch, and then 2.4 in the last. We could have easily seen the eco, but they did go for a little more.
Yeah, the thing is, you then question always the idea to get Uramiata out in the AWP. Well, invested in a Tech 9 in this round. Great flashbang here. Matios under so much pressure. Matios though, ooh, ammunition the biggest issue for Matios, and you can pick up that MP9, but you're gonna have to get a reload in beforehand. It's a 2 versus 3 now though. Copenhagen Wolves massively disadvantaged. Flashbang only blinding his teammate. It's Tapeware and Balani. These were the B defenders that did so much work. Balani turning from the flash, able to take down Invisible, and now it is a 2 versus 2 hit. Tapeware has taken contact. Balani still hit in Z. Timing, Uramiata needs to get this kill. Same with Camfuz. We've got 2 1v1s of which Uramiata is victorious, and now it's on Balani. He's low HP. The money's enough for Copenhagen Wolves and Balani to give this a go, but either way, how has this round gone so sour?
I mean, had no right to do so. There is a smoke on Bailani, no defuse kit currently. I'm sure there's one not too far away that can be retrieved, but he is searching. The kills that right now are just not going to be given up. There's 2 M4s on both Camfus and Uramiata. The Molotov's dropped. Kit has been retrieved now. It's going to need to be the stick. Tap for now. Uramiata swings wide and still finds. I mean, that is outrageous that we have seen that go the way it's passed out. I'm waiting to find out exactly what the weaponry is like for Sparta, but that was without a doubt an eco. But I'm curious what actual weapons did they have, because it did not feel like a lot. A couple of upgraded pistols here or there, and somehow Sparta win it. That should have been the chance for Copenhagen Wolves to look to see if they can win the half at the very least. Denied that being a possibility now. Suppose a bit of payback from Sparta after losing that 1 versus 2 to NEXUS.
Yeah, look, either way, it's
2D
around.
going to take 9.
Yeah, it shouldn't be happening. It really shouldn't. And Sparta should look to secure a 7th there. That's gone very wrong, hasn't it?
I mean, as wrong as it gets. I mean, 2 Desert Eagles and a Tech 9. Unarmed with no utility, it still somehow has won. Fire from Uramiata, looks for more. Nixon 1 versus 3. Previously that 1 versus 4. So much deep space being taken. It's even going to be ready for behind. Has a slight look, but John 8 will find, and Sparta get 7. Win the half on this T side. A very decent display from them here. Been impressed by a lot of their T side. Nothing too fancy, a lot of B finishes. But what they've done well, they've done very well, particularly those first 5 rounds of the game when they've found themselves 5-2 up. Definitely had chances in some of the latter portions, but look, there's always going to be rounds that come down to fine margins, and you'd be foolish to assume they're all going to go your way. And even with that, I still think 7 is a super fair scoreline. Definitely think Sparta deserve to win this half. And now we'll see if they can continue this when they move on to the more favoured side of this map. This is the chance for Sparta to secure their own map selection and put themselves 1-0 up in this series.
Look, I think for Sparta, I said it when they were, you know, quite heavily up in this map already. The issue that Sparta have faced has been struggling to close out these games. They have such a good opportunity. I just cannot see. I cannot see Copenhagen Wolves being consistent here. It was what, a 3-1 start, a 5-2 start. Yes, there was that stint of success, but again, it was all off the back of clutches and whatnot. So Copenhagen Wolves, I think they've got to feel somewhat fortunate that they actually only got 5 rounds. It could have been way worse. And then there's been far too many mistakes being made from Copenhagen Wolves, and this is where Sparta has to pounce. They have to capitalize. Otherwise, what was the point of the good T side? I think that's something we do have to mention.
Fuzz. We'll find Bailani, so B gets one as well, but Christu strikes 3-on-3 as the bomb is planted towards B, but Nixon's continuing a good game here as he finds his 2nd, almost his 3rd, as he deals some serious damage to John 8, but it's all on Nixon now. So much is being asked of this man in this map.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing he's going to be asking is a question of his teammates. Can someone step up around him? But he's got the 1st. That's the 17th for Nixon. Spots out Uramiata. Just needs to confirm the kill. Uramiata diving into the bomb site. Nixon 5 HP, but he needs to hit the headshot. Missed shots coming through, and Nixon will get the kill. Uramiata, he had, like, what, 10 bullets to fire there. He just needs to connect 1 to the body, and obviously going for the headshot, not realizing how low Nixon is. And that's like another clutch for Nixon. How many times can this man dig this team out when they need him?
He got 10 kills more than anyone else on his team. 18 kills in 13 rounds of play. I mean, he's having a fantastic delivery here on Train. The issue is, this is where you're asking, look, if someone steps up around me, this is where we can turn the tide of this map. This is where we can probably steal this map away from Sparta. Is this forced by Invisible finds 1 under a lot of pressure, and Matios will get the trade. Now for Uramiata desperately spamming through this smoke. We'll get found with this force by not looking all too likely. He looked a bit shocked given that kill. Nixon will get dinked down to 6 points of health, but another double from Nixon. 20 kills achieved, 14 rounds here. And this is where Copenhagen Wolves can retake the lead. We'll take the lead for the first time since the pistol, I think.
Yeah, first time since the pistol. Quite the scary stat. And when I say scary stat, I mean scary for Sparta, because they've been in control of this game throughout. They've had a much better game plan, much better strategy, utility, composition. It seems like everything should be going the way of Sparta, but clutches, well, that's something that the Wolves have got. And I say the Wolves, it's just one man, it's Nixon. 20 kills, 20-7. This is the type of game that Sparta if they lose, they'll look back and go, you know what? We actually played quite well. The only reason we lost is because for some reason, Nixon decided to wake up today and absolutely destroy.
This one's got a little bit closer than it should have. We've already seen an eco victory today. A few rounds ago. Hopefully not the same thing going to be said here. Nixon will find, and of course it's Nixon to stabilise the round. 3k from him at the end. He's 13 kills more than anyone else on his team. It's outrageous.
Yeah, it's kind of just a bit nuts, isn't it?
I mean, massively.
The thing is, as well, is if Copenhagen Wolves win this game, it's still not one that they're going to be like, oh, well, we played really well on train. No, it's all because of Nix. And I think for Sparta, if they lose, it's a game where they just have to go, well, look, he's just life gamed against us. What are we actually meant to do? And I think it's just little moments like that where I don't think either team are going to take any positives away. I think both are just going to be like, wow, that happened. Sparta, I mentioned the fact that they just don't seem to be able to close out games. And this could be another moment, another instance of that.
Weapons in play for Sparta. Nixon towards A main. Invisible is playing this aggressive angle. I wasn't giving him a peek just yet, as the smoke will fade. Nixon drops one of his own and just backs way down his ladder.
Miata posted up here with the orb. Miata says he's had instances with the big screen, and this is going to be a moment as Miata gets the one. No second, Nova's still alive. Is Miata will be found by Nixon. It's a Nixon double to start off proceedings. Crispy finding with the orb. It's a 2 versus 4 now. Solby on the back of the bomb site, and with Solby dropping off, Canfas pushes in the smoke. And they know that Solby's still here. Obviously, he's just got the kill. That is unfortunate timing for Canfas, but seemingly Copenhagen Wolves are going to find themselves 9. Wow, Nixon again. He gets the double in that round. Starts things off so nicely for Copenhagen Wolves in number 16. This is absolutely brilliant here.
This could be one of those games that Copenhagen Wolves or even Sparta look back on and say, yeah, that wasn't going this way if Nixon isn't having this performance. Because I do think Sparta have been the better team on this map. But I think Copenhagen Wolves have had the better player on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes that's how it goes.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes that is all you need. Aggression here from Sparta. Matthias watching for any push towards A main for now. Be a great outcome for Copenhagen Wolves, though. Look, losing the first half 7-5 on the favoured side of the map and only finding 5 rounds there. But still being able to deal the damage on the T side. That would be great for them.
Well, again, they just, you know, when you've got a player like Nixon, it's just send him out, Nixon, go kill. He gets the opening kills, and then you win the round. It's kind of how it feels. But Invisible, nice find. We'll be able to recover the AK here. Christu pushing through. This is a big risk for Christu. Oh, okay. Balani peeking. Christy will find Invisible, so that's the AK falling. Nixon taking down John A. And it can just be a play towards A. A lot of utility on Tapeware. Nice flashbang. Shoulder spotted. Nixon searching. Smoke towards Z. Molly onto the back of the bomb site. Nixon slowly creeping closer. We'll be clearing this. Spots nothing. Miata in the back lines. Tapeware needs to be cautious. Nixon going to be planting the bomb now, and it's all about timing for Miata. Tapeware finally holding. Tapeware peeking, and that's a freebie for Miata. And he spotted out Christu. He's got that intel. NEXUS finds one on the bomb side though. NEXUS needs to deal to Camfuzz, and he will be able to do so. And Christy finding Euromiata as well. Copenhagen Wolves with another. This is their opponent's map pick, but it's no longer feeling that way.
Yeah, honestly, there's not a lot Euromiata can do. But what he'll be saying to his team is, I've got the AWP holding me right now. You push out, and I'm just going to sit here for a while and look to peek on timing while you can maybe make some noise. But after NEXUS finds the first and spots the other, Euromiata knows that Chrisu has to just remain, or Euromiata knows Chrisu's just going to remain glued to him. That he has to peek into the AWP. There's not a huge amount that can be done there. It's double digits found. It's 5 in a row from Copenhagen Wolves. And NEXUS 2 away from 30. The Mac 10 in this round. Due towards pot, will spot out invisible. But no damage traded either way.
Invisible. He has got to go huge here. He's in a real operative position. Euromiata pushing through the smoke. I think it's the right play from Euromiata. The issue is the players in pop. Invisible, playing close towards main. The idea is Euromiata takes contact. I like the reposition out of Euromiata. And as said, it's all about taking contact away. This is a perfect looking round. The bomb has been dropped, and we've still got Invisible patiently waiting. Christu towards Ivy finding, but Christu traded. Ivy towards main, and John 8 will find from the back of the bomb site. Sparta, finally, the round goes their way. NEXUS is 28 and 9. What are you honestly meant to do? It doesn't feel fair.
I mean, it feels like the best bet is, and look, that round hit a Mac 10. And you can even look at it and say, yeah, maybe an AK might have been able to find a bit more, but yeah, you're sort of hoping that Euromiata can find a way for the AWP to be able to take him down early. Other than that, NEXUS just doesn't seem to slow down whatsoever, but like you said, streak has been broken from Sparta. It's finally denied Copenhagen Wolves landed another round. And they're still in an okay position on this map. Certainly not all said and done from them just because Copenhagen Wolves have had a good start to this T side. Three players towards a B early from Sparta here.
Yeah, it's a quick gamble, which I don't mind. I think sometimes these gamble calls can work out really nicely.
For now, it does look like Copenhagen Wolves are going to be heading towards A. Euromiata in this AWP aren't quite spot out as playthrough A still hasn't quite come through yet. Damage through the smoke, lots of damage dealt to Tapeware. No kill confirmed just yet. Euromiata against Christian as the smoke fades. Copenhagen's Wolves. Orpa favors that gunfight. It does come out on top. It's 4v4 again. Retake to be started. Health's relatively even on both sides. Gambler's tagged down low. Saber in the corner, but the molly won't land towards him, so someone's going to have to see peek out and find. But Christu is holding the lines as Solby flanks A main.
Talking about timing here. Camfuzz will find Tapeware. The lack of health on Camfuzz and Solby, though, makes this so difficult. And NEXUS, he finds another. Flashbang coming over from Solby. Elevated angle. He's able to get another. NEXUS with 30. Alani chiming in, and NEXUS again. 31 and 9 is NEXUS. Look, I said for Sparta, it just seems like they have a very competitive game, but cannot get it over the line. A vast majority of the time, it's missed decisions. It's unfortunate clutches. Today, it is NEXUS on a tear. 31 kills, 9 deaths. What is going on?
This is actually really heartbreaking for Sparta. I mean, don't get me wrong, I feel like you probably needed to do a little bit better on the NEXUS there. After he finds the first play, sort of just overlooking. And final 2 kills for him actually relatively easy. Players not even looking at him, but it's regardless of that.
Charlie, I was there for the point record breaking 39 frags in regulation, besting Donk's 38. Am I going to be on the mic again for a new record breaker for Nixon? He's 8 kills away from doing it. It's not going to be easy, but he gets like a triple kill in a round that Sparta win. There's a possibility for it. There definitely is.
I mean, I think his biggest issue might be Copenhagen Wolves can close this game out a little bit too soon.
Yeah, that's certainly an idea. Look, I don't think Nixon will care. I think that's the last thing on the back of his mind. Last thing on his mind. The most important thing is taking this map, taking their opponent's map. 31 frags though for Nixon. A very impressive game out of Nixon.
Just letting this one down here though, are Copenhagen Wolves. Not looking to rush anything as we're slowly approaching the 1 minute mark. No real contact made anywhere.
Very patient here. Copenhagen Wolves, I think they can identify, well, this is going to be a full buy. If they win this one, they have 4 chances to close out this map. And not only 4 chances to close out the map, but the finances will be in a very difficult spot.
"30 seconds and Copenhagen Wolves yet to make their move. And their slower approach, Yurimiata will have a bit of a look towards B, but at the same time we're seeing some contact from Ivy from Tate where Canfuzz just caught rotating off. The nade won't quite land.
Christy finding invisible. It's all on John A. Christy aggressing. Nixon taking some deep space. Nixon finds John A though. Nixon continuing. Nixon searching for more, but dealt with by Sol B. 3 versus 2 here. Belani, he has to peek at some point. He can't just be patient here. And Matios taking contact. Belani needs to find something, and it's a labored spray. Will get the kill onto Sol B, but now they know where Belani is. Belani gets the triple, and that's a 1 versus 2. That is excellent from Belani. And that's a 12th foul. I said for Nixon, the last thing on his mind is the record-breaking moment. I doubt we're going to see it because they found 12, and with the money so difficult for Sparta, this should be Copenhagen Wolves finding it in round number 21, but a great clutch from Belani. Excellent that.
Yeah, and look, you see games where players don't have a great performance, aren't playing out of their mind, but if someone can step up and deliver, it buys time for the rest of your team to sort of get back into the game. And it feels like Nixon has done that there for Bailani. Brilliant triple there from Bailani, and even without Nixon finding a multi-kill, still finds 1, of course he does. He's still around, the Copenhagen Wolves can find, but 4 on the bounce needed from Sparta. Great piece of Bristol, I love that, into the flames, and Invisible trying to keep himself alive. Only able to deal some damage in this 2 kills that separate Copenhagen Wolves from a lead in this series. And from this one being 9 for Sparta.
Yeah, obviously we mentioned the 2-0 potential for both teams. So it's not as though Sparta, if they lose here on train, it's done. But I feel like the one map where there was slight irregularities regarding favouring, oh, Nixon gets another, is Overpass. So a lot of work going to need to be done for Sparta on map number 2 because, Charlie, it is a 1v4 for Canfuzz. He's got a smoke and an HE, got a FAMAS, no defuse kit, time ticking. Canfuzz. He's been spotted, yeah. This one's done, they're just jiggling. And Belani will find. So, Copenhagen Wolves, they take their opponent's map pick. Unfortunate for Sparta, but Nixon, wow. 33 and 11. What a performance out of Nixon.
Yeah, I think there's going to be, and I think rightfully so, there's going to be a lot of credit given to Nixon for that game. And I think he's going to be the main talking point for map number 1 at the very least. I do really think, though, Sparta were actually the better team which is a bit of a shock, so a bit disappointed to say, really, for their sake. I think they look very good on their T side. I think we didn't really get to see them have the most mind-blown of CT sides. Is Nixon didn't slow down. If anything, he sort of sped up as he moved on to Copenhagen Wolves T side, and maybe being the ones to set the tempo, that just favoured him massively. We did see a lot of clutches go the way of Copenhagen Wolves. That does need to be said. Even when Nixon wasn't there, that Bailani 1 versus 2, saw a couple of rounds like that, which probably just kept the economy very humble for Sparta, stopped them from getting the best reinvestments. But I think that is going to be a game where you have to look back and say, okay, look, I do think we probably were better, but Nixon was just individually a couple of steps above us today. We've got to go back on map number 2 now. We've got to see if we can reset there and bring over probably the tactical form onto map number 2. And I think we do really have a chance there. But it's a great map for Copenhagen Wolves to steal away, as obviously first half wasn't all too convincing from them. But now, Fred, they've got a real chance for a 2-0.
Yeah, certainly do. Obviously, Copenhagen Wolves are moving to Overpass. It's their selection. We've mentioned how that's probably the one map with a slight favouring or the real disparity. So Copenhagen Wolves with a real chance, as you mentioned, to go 2-0 in this series and go 1-0 in the Swiss stage. Obviously, Overpass, we're going to be seeing in about 10-15 minutes' time. But beforehand, Charlie, we're going to be jumping to a break. Second map of the series here, it is the selection of Copenhagen Wolves, and as we've already alluded to, Charlie, this is an excellent opportunity for them to go 1-0 in the Swiss stage. Not only their map selection, we've seen a vast win rate disparity between these two teams, so there is a real chance that success could be seen here.
Oh, great chance. Really excited to see Copenhagen Wolves can provide us on overpass, but Canfars has chances. Will only be able to find one before being traded out. Still, plenty of CTs on this bomb site. The damage is relatively even, but the dink onto Uramiata has softened him up, as well as Johnny already being a little bit tagged away at swings coming through towards Pillar. No kills being found yet as the bomb site's being taken, but still no closer to seeing the digits being punched in. Finally, bomb will attempt to be planted by Matteo. Swings look like they want to come through now. 1-for-1. Again, invisible. Diffuse get in hand, still alive. Lights B Uramiata dropping down. Whilst the pillar is Tabeware just biding his time. Will swing, finds Uramiata. Unarmored, invisible is all that remains, but does have the HP favouring with the swing from Bailani, knowing that we're about to see the tap, potentially even the stick of the bomb, and swings before the tap can even come through. Copenhagen Wolves with a pistol. Something gets a little bit dicey in that 3-on-3 there, where no one really wants to overstep the mark, but still manages to work out. And a big round victory for the team, who already lead this series with one map.
Yeah, look, Copenhagen Wolves, nice pistol, no force buy here from Sparta. I think it's the right call. Get the weapons out as soon as possible. You don't need all the bells and whistles, because it was their strategy that gained them success. It wasn't all of those extras, was it? It was a great kind of sense of direction for Sparta, but nice from Christie's Mac 10 as he gets the double.
3 kills found from Christu. Certainly wanted to make a decent bit of cash with that Mac 10, trying to see if he can bring on the AWP soon. 1 or 2 players are over here towards B. Christu could eventually find. Won't be thrown out, but it is a flank that's actually coming from Canfas and Solby. Nixon sadly gets the information at the cost of his life. Christy finds 1. Christy gets the ace. 5 kills found with the Mac 10. Can't ask for much more money than that. That's 3k in just kill reward that he's been given there, and able to upgrade that weapon to a Galil. Do we see the AWB pin purchase? Of course we do.
Yeah, I think it's the right decision from Christu. Get the AWP out as soon as possible, because you want to feel warmed up, you want to feel ready to go when switching to that CT side. So I really like this decision, and I think it was one that can work out nicely.
Out towards middle, we've seen some long aggression from John 8. We'll find 1. Native Uramiata takes down Tabor as well before Christy finally can get that trade. But a quick couple of kills found from Sparta. Uramiata is able to back away as well. So, man advantage for the CTs now as Copenhagen Wolves look pretty hastily towards B. Nixon dropping down in short. His timing could go against him. Nixon found by Invisible. They knew that there was at least a 1 towards Monster due to the flashbang being sent. So quite aggressive here is Canfas towards short. We'll be able to back away before Bailani swings, but Bailani's not slowing down. Finds the first, bolts out a second. Still Sol B here towards barrels, and Christu now with this info, but equally the CTs have their own. No peek being offered up anywhere. No, just right-clicked out. He'd sent that as well. The timing of Invisible was pushed towards short. It's not quite able to find Christu, but Uramiata can an easy find there and can look to save this AWP as well. 14th round for Sparta. First gun round certainly helped out by that long aggression we saw initially.
Yeah, look, I think for Sparta, we mentioned there's clearly going to have to be a lot of work done if they want to find success here in this series, because they've got to take a map they've really struggled on in the past. The thing is, though, we've already mentioned this countless times, the main reason that Train was victorious for Copenhagen Wolves, as we know, Charlie, is the fact that we had Nixon on an absolute tear, a 2.32 rating across... It's not even in his top 2, this is his third best ever rating. He's had 2 games better, but this round's looking good for Sparta. It was more of a team performance out of Sparta, and arguably, we've mentioned they were the better team, and things are looking nice here ever since the weaponry's in play.
That's a nice find on the Christu. Should be all square here for Sparta now. Bailani can have some heroics. The bomb is dropped towards long. And get a little bit of a timing to push up towards the bomb site. Spotted out, deals some damage, but now the pressure's all going to come his way.
Bailani just going to be saving this one, obviously. I think the save's actually just the fact it's one player. The loss bonus isn't really high enough, though, to allow for Bailani to... He's getting it. Could get taken down after time. Oh, that is tough. $50 to his name. Well, at least he can get out a decoy. Well, my conversation about saving doesn't really matter now. And I guess this is the risk of going for the save.
Exactly, but Sparta, they have found too quickly, able to level this game up in a blink of an eye, and can look to now take the lead here. On the CT side, they are on the favoured side to start things off with. John 8. Backing away from long here is under a bit of pressure. There's a full eco rush towards long. Logs in hand. I'm just going to see if maybe we can see a bit of an overwhelming on the A-bomb site. There are 3 players here. Honestly, I'd be surprised if we even see a kill. Although this is going to be a very difficult site to even try to break into if you are Copenhagen Wolves. They've backed away from long, leaving just 1 player here. Matthias, the rest of the team towards toilets and divider. Swing comes through. You firstly see the 1 kill for Christu.
Nice from Invisible, that. Nice double. Bailani's just going to be on a Mac 10 here. No ult for Christu either. Sparta now take the lead.
You can see, even with the guns out now, due to the fact that Bailani ended up getting taken down after time, Tate Ware is the one who has to take the hit, and he's just on a Tech 9. Boost up. Ooh, just dismantled there at the worst possible time. Uramiata could have found a great pick, but Copenhagen Wolves might not realise how lucky they are to survive. Still, short water has been taken. Bit of a look towards mid and connector from both Matthias and Nixon. Just confirming this portion of the map's clear. Getting some real estate and keeping the CTs at bay. So if John 8 here towards long, he would have heard these steps towards long toilets. Yurimiata posted up as well towards this angle just to try to bait his teammate in. But Copenhagen Wolves are looking towards the bomb site from toilets and divider. Actually, we've seen the bomb make its way down towards the lower site. Tate where's found in long.
Yeah, nice from John 8 there. Takes down Tate. Where we got the orb just systematically posting through Sol B just behind this smoke, and Camfuzz close by. Yurimiata gets one. Christu. Oh, they're going to get caught here by the aggression into the CTs and pushing through the smoke. 20 seconds on the clock. Sol B going to get traded by Nixon. Invisible though. Great fight, and Camfuzz as well. Charlie Nixon. Nixon had 33 kills and 11 deaths throughout map 1. He's 5 deaths away from that 11. He's 32 kills away from that 33. 1 and 6. Nixon, it's been a tough start to this one.
Yeah, not a great round from Copenhagen Wolves. In all honesty, just see Tate Ware swinging wide towards long. Even if there wasn't John 8 there, you imagine Yurimiata would be able to find him with the orb. And then we just sort of see off of that another player search for something towards A, and it just leaves this B hit and B take really limited. 3-on-3 was the attempt on that bomb site, and they didn't even have really any control. I mean, didn't even make it onto the bomb site, that should say it all. Half buy out here, nice find from Yurimiata with the orb. Obviously, we know how good Orpers can be at this map and how much success they can find. Already 7-2 really is in the perfect example of that now. It's going to peek towards toilets. Nixon just crouch, shift, peeking into the angle. It's an easy find for Yurimiata. Second player to go. It's all quite disjointed right now for Copenhagen Wolves. A few too many 1v1s. Matios has got a bit of space here. It hasn't quite been spotted. Creeping ever closer. We'll find Yurimiata for free. And this is an orb to recover. Things can get a bit chaotic here unless Matios can be found by Invisible soon. Info gained. No kills secured. Spylani will fall to Camfuzz. And Chris, the play with the bomb, is now all that remains. Matios found by Invisible. To be all said and done. 5-2, 5-round streak from Sparta here. As we really do need to see Copenhagen Wolves go back to the drawing board. Look, they got weapons in play again, but the money's really grown for Sparta. Here's your map selection.
I think what we have to say though is what we recognise throughout train is arguably Sparta were the better team on train. They had a better understanding of what they wanted to achieve. Their CT side had great kind of activation points, taking space and whatnot. But the main issue was the fact that they just had Nixon on the other team. There was just nothing they could do about it. Yet now, when there isn't someone like Nixon stepping up for Copenhagen Wolves, we are seeing a dominant showing from Sparta.
And without someone like Nixon, who is going to be the person to deliver for Copenhagen Wolves, because there's a good argument that could be made. And map number 1 probably should have gone the way of Sparta. If it wasn't for the heroic and individual brilliance of Nixon. But without him, with him being 1-7, Tate Ware, similar stats, someone else does need to deliver. No one really is. Christie's having an okay game right now. And he can't be the only one. A bit of a default round. Short water has been taken again by Barlani. Ooh, a lot of aggression behind the smokes from the CTs. Christie's making a lot of noise about this. This would have all been Matios finds John 8 behind this smoke. He's going to push through. It's an easy find for Christu. Back to it being a 4 versus 4 hit.
For Copenhagen Wolves, this would be such an important round to find. They've got a lot of control towards connector, towards short. Timing on this rotation from Uramiata looks great. And Sparta with a great read of what they need to achieve. 20 seconds on the clock, minimal utility. Belani is going to have to hit some nice shots here, but Uramiata to find one. He takes attention away, and it's Solby activating now. There's still another here towards B if called upon, but Solby's done so much work. And Solby again with 3. Sparta with their 6th. An excellent round there from Sparta.
I mean, look, we said Copenhagen Wolves probably on this map. It's the one map where we probably got a little bit more favouring towards them. But right now, I'm shocked as to why. I mean, this is a miserable performance. The T-side just looks so lifeless. It feels like there's no call being made. So they've got no mid-round decision. And they are just sort of playing it as if it's 5 random people on a server. Need to actually show us why they picked this map right now. As look, T-side hasn't got out of control yet, but it certainly could do if you can't start delivering something. Coordinated hit towards B. We do have the AWP of Uramiata here. We'll find one. Campfuzz is able to double down, and Campfuzz just finds a triple. No trade scene. Sparta with 7-2 right now. With 3 rounds remaining, in Copenhagen Wolves have been very slow to get off the mark, considering they won the pistol in conversion. Round number 10 though. Obviously it was just a half buy on the last, but just a 1 kill being found. You would like a bit more from a full execute. Gonna see this boost towards connector again. Near the door, but nothing being seen. John 8 will take down Nixon. Man advantage again for Sparta.
Sparta, they've looked excellent here. 7-2 the scoreline. Charlie, I think we kind of alluded to the fact that Nuke could be on the cards, but I don't think we thought it going in this way, where Copenhagen Wolves win their opponent's map pick and then lose theirs, especially with the notion and the nature of the previous games. And Canfuzz pushing through. Timing's excellent there. Milani caught off guard. We've got Tapeware holding. Matios still here towards top con. But that being the bomb dropped, and with Canfuzz being able to back away, this is brilliant. This should be a Sparta 8th. Tapeware now peeking. Needs to hit the instant shot onto Canfuzz, but not quick enough. Nice shot from Canfuzz there. And it is now a 1 versus 3 for Matios.
I mean, the way that we're seeing Copenhagen Wolves play, and I'll be surprised if they even find a single round when they've got the weapons in play. It's been a really damning performance. And it's back to what it's been. It's just buys, half buy, half buy. The reason for it, look, they've been on full loss minus for a long time now. The rounds are never getting close. They're not able to get a bomb plant. It's not coming down to a clutch or anything. It's just them finding the odd kill or two here or there. But apart from that, it's been very one-sided from Sparta. Not just Uramiata finding with the AWP, absolutely everyone's stepping up. And I think it's easy to do so when it feels like Copenhagen Wolves can't shoot back.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves just really not performing well at all here on Overpass. And again, we can recognize the reasoning for the victory on map number 1. It's the fact that Nixon just played so well.
Yeah, exactly. But you'd imagine moving on to Overpass, a map that Copenhagen Wolves picks, a map that they're comfortable playing, they'd be able to actually show us something on, but it's been far from it. This should look very easy for Sparta. I haven't seen any real creativity from Copenhagen Wolves. I haven't seen them actually go for any plays towards A. There's been no executes being thrown. We'll find a double, it's eventually traded down, but some nice deeper positions here for the CTs. And look, they put a couple of kills. 3 on 4. And just gets instantly shut down. Christian will find one. Full order for him to find both and won't be able to do so. And it's just a couple of odd kills. And that's all any of these rounds have been.
Yeah.
The way, if I knew how Copenhagen Bulls were going to play on their full buys, if Sparta won the pistol, I genuinely think they could 30-0 this. There is nothing from Copenhagen Wolves. It's probably I've seen some pretty bad performance from Copenhagen Wolves when they have been a little bit up and down, where they have been a bit shaky. I genuinely think this is probably the worst one I've seen. It is really disappointing.
Yeah, I think as well. It's consistency that's clearly an issue, but for Copenhagen Wolves, I think it definitely doesn't help that, you know, you got Nixon with 1 kill, Tapeware with 2, Milani with 4. Yeah, okay, Christou's doing some work here or there, but I feel like even if we saw these players fragging, I still feel like we'd be seeing kind of maybe an 8-4 scoreline, or maybe a 7-5, but Copenhagen Wolves win the pistol, so it's actually more like a 7-3 on the full buys. It's looked very lifeless, and it's going to be Sparta with double digits here heading into the second half.
I know this was a full buy. You've seen 9 points of damage dealt. This is when Copenhagen Wolves are weapons, when they got utility. It's no wonder why the half buys look so flat, because the full buys are looking exactly the same.
Yeah, exactly.
And pissed around, suddenly saved face a little bit. I mean, in theory, we have both cast a 12-0 CT side that ended up being that 12-12 scoreline and a come. The map is not that CT sided. It is a CT sided map, but it's not anywhere near the scoreline that we're seeing right now. Sparta can't ask for a better comeback, and you can't ask for a better response from them after losing their own map pick. And this is exactly what they need to provide. But Copenhagen Wolves in a game that I think we're building up in the pre-game to be a very close affair, after having heroics from Nixon on map number 1 to secure trade, you'd feel like this would be a chance that Copenhagen Wolves would take on their map pick, but far from it. Yeah,
I think that was a very strong assumption after watching the performance on map number 1. And look, yes, okay, fair. Nixon had a huge game on map number 1, but it didn't feel as though other players couldn't step up. We saw some moments from Balani, saw some moments from Christou. The issue is potentially they head into this map with a little bit too much confidence. I'm not too sure, but Sparta, what a game that they've had. 10-2, the scoreline. It doesn't look as though they're going to be stopping anytime soon either.
Well, Copenhagen Wolves, they need to win this pistol. Any chance for them to keep things interesting on this map, they need to be able to win this pistol and see if they can bounce back quickly in the future rounds. Mixing with these dualies, won't find Invisible. Just a 1v1 there that is lost out.
Should never be happening. Invisible able to find 2. Christy rotating down, gets a double himself, makes it a third. It's a 2 versus 2 now. Triple from Christou's brilliant. Could find Uramiata. Christou, oh, he will get the kill now. Invisible, he's got a triple. Christou needs the ace. Christou spotting out Invisible. These have been the 2 top performers for both teams. Christou and Invisible in the clutch now. Christou dropping into the bomb site, but great shot from Invisible. I don't really know why Christou does that. It's such an unnecessary risk. But it doesn't cost him. It does. I just don't know why he's flashed himself out of heaven there. It doesn't make much sense to me.
I mean, difficult to blame the player who was the only one to find any success there in that round. 4 kills from Christou.
Oh, of course, no. It's the fact that Nixon doesn't get a kill towards short. Little things like that.
I mean, he's got the same amount of kills as the rest of his team combined. Don't get me wrong, 5 of them did come from an anti-eco ace. But it's still, Copenhagen Wolves just struggled to even find kills in this map so far.
Charlie, Nixon had 11 deaths throughout map 1 and 33 kills. He's got 13 deaths and 1 kill. I think this has got to be the best to worst performance I've ever seen. I guess you can pinpoint as why success was seen from Copenhagen Wolves. on map number 1 and now here on map number 2. There's no other way to explain it. Nixon certainly was the only and main reason, well, the main reason they won map number 1.
Well, the pixels not going the way of Copenhagen Wolves. I think we're probably near enough at the point where we can start to talk about nuke, because this one does feel like a near certainty now. It is obviously the force buy of Copenhagen Wolves, expecting to see this. But Sparta, if they can overcome this, map will be there. It's time is great for Campfires. We will see Nixon find one at the same time. Matthias will. 2 players flanking from short. Util being sent 2 smokes, just to ensure there's no vision that can be gained. With Matthias being low, they know exactly where the final 2 players are. There's not really any world where it feels like this one should be going any other way than Sparta's. No defuse kit as well. Bomb is ticking down slowly. Matthias will get a slight glimpse of one, but Campers and Solby take them out of the round. And Sparta with 12. This has been a 12-round streak from Sparta. They lost the pistol. They lost their eco. And since then, it has just been a brilliant, brilliant display from Sparta. Potentially final round here of the map. Got 2 FAMASs, 2 MP9s, and a scout on Christo to try to start a 10-round needed streak. Balani will find the opening kill. That is the bomb being dropped as well. Solby gets Balani through the smoke.
Missed shots here as well from Uramiata. John 8 and Solby in a 2 versus 4. Solby's able to get the first swing out of wood though from Tapeware. Tapeware continue, or we will just back away. That's the right decision. The bomb has been dropped here. It's all on John 8. And there's got to be some slight recognition that John 8 could have pushed through A by now.
Yeah, players will have to question this soon, but the Molotov dropped towards Nixon. Tag him down even lower, but not take him out. Tapeware finds the final player, so Copenhagen Wolves, they do break the streak, but unfortunately for them, it's not going to matter. It's just delaying the inevitable hit. And Sparta just need a single round to close out this map. Haven't been great at their T-sides. Which is a bit surprising because Copenhagen Wolves have actually been pretty solid on their T-sides. But you wouldn't believe it after watching this game.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves, look, it's not been their best performance here. One of which that I think they will very much want to forget about. Are we saying it's individuals that have kind of lost Copenhagen Wolves this game? Because there are far too many players who just aren't hitting today. Or I say today, just in this map.
Yeah, I mean, it is part of it. It's certainly part of it. I don't think it's the whole story. But there were far too many rounds, moments where you do just see 1v1s being taken, and it feels like 9 out of 10 times Copenhagen Wolves ended up losing them. But I do think the T-side, in general, lacked any real structure. It felt as if we were watching their first time play Overpass, which I know isn't the case. And I've seen Copenhagen Wolves have good maps of Overpass. I just don't know why today it looked so different. Force buy from Sparta looking relatively solid here. Tapeware, big find onto Uramiata. They know he's towards truck. Tapeware will find a second. Now it's just on the low HP canvas. Nade sent out. Tapeware finds all 3, 4K in total. And moments like this, we just didn't have from Copenhagen Wolves in the first half.
No, exactly. We didn't have kind of individual brilliance.
And I think a lot of the issues that Copenhagen Wolves had in the first half of things here was they looked to default a fair bit, which is fine, but they kind of played into Sparta's hands. It felt there was a lot of aggression from Sparta towards A with Uramiata, with John 8 as well. But what they did was sort of just allowed isolated players to get picked off by them. They were disadvantaged, and then looked for an execute into like a 3-on-3 bomb site when there's still 2 towards A that Sparta can just rotate in. And it never felt competitive. It never felt like they made life difficult for Sparta. Forced out utility, looked for any aggressive peaks themselves. Trading was non-existent. And it was a big disparity in terms of what we've seen from these guys beforehand and what we've seen from them in this game as well.
Yeah, the tough thing for Copenhagen Wolves here is I don't really know how you mentally reset going to nuke. I think it's going to be tough. I don't know what part of this game they're going to look at and go, oh, well, at least this happened, or at least, we got 4 rounds, 5 rounds. This is an eco, Charlie. This is an eco with a retrieved door. Surely we cannot see this happening. Well, it's down to 1 versus 2. Nixon does not need to fight here. Just wait for the rotation. Wait for the rotate, Nixon. It's invisible now in the 1 versus 1. He could go and retrieve a rifle if he chooses. HE grenade, the timing looks good. Doesn't do much damage, though. Matios very patient here. Invisible knows he's still in heaven. He's been holding this entire time. Could go and try and retrieve a weapon. Oh, he's going to try and pick up the AWP. It's the bomb, actually, that he's gone for. Timing on the nade. The nade will kill him. It's a perfect nade that will take him down. That's the lack of armor for you. That's unfortunate there for Invisible, but the fact that an eco has to come down to a 1v1 clutch just goes to show the issues that are seen here for Copenhagen Wolves.
That's the bigger thing. It's not necessarily even just showing the issues, it's also just making you believe that, yeah, Sparta, the fact that they can bring it that close, on how they probably will be able to find one like that on a full buy and actually be able to take it. And it's just something that we haven't really seen from Copenhagen Wolves all too much. Equally competitive half buys or full buys. Great find from Invisible. Christu falls early.
Yeah, and Christy's been difference maker here for Copenhagen Wolves.
Towards long toilet, you've got Tape Wet nearby as well, but John A will find one. John A finds them both, and this is going to be the round that does it. 3 rounds found from Copenhagen Wolves to delay, but Sparta will be able to close things out here, surely, as they can just look to pivot up towards A, where it's Nixon alone. We'll find the first. This is good information now for Sparta.
Posted up is Uramiata, and it's Blani in 1v4. Well, Sparta, they lose out on map 1 because of Nixon's brilliance. Now here on map 2, we're going to see a 13-5 scoreline. Quite the change. And there it is, Solby. Just a nice tap. Sparta victorious on overpass. Map trading has occurred, and now we go to nuke.
Yeah, and it makes you question sort of the pick even of Copenhagen Wolves. It's not a map that they pick a particularly large amount of times. They've only picked it 3%. They normally do lean towards Mirage or Ancients, maps like that. Obviously, Sparta did ban out Ancient, and I think probably we're looking at Copenhagen Wolves under the assumption that, okay, well, look, we can pick a nuke, but Sparta are also equally pretty good at nuke. We can pick Mirage, but again, Sparta are reasonably decent at Mirage. And I felt like we maybe tried to see Copenhagen Wolves maybe punish pick Sparta, but I mean, if that's how pretty miserable your overpass is looking, I think just pick a map that your opponent's decent at as well, or at least that you're decent at, because yeah, that was probably the worst performance I think we're ever going to see from Copenhagen Wolves on overpass. Really was underwhelming. lacked any creativity, any initiative. And I think that's going to be one that they have to look back and say, okay, we've got to be able to bounce back from this now. We've got to be able to show us what we can do. Nixon carried us through map number 1. If Nixon didn't have a performance like this, we could have maybe seen Sparta take things in a 2-0 fashion, but didn't quite go down like that. Obviously, we do have Nuke. It's a good map for both teams, and we'll have to wait and see, Fred, who delivers, won't we?
Yeah, obviously, for Sparta, it's the fact they took the risk of banning, they banned Ancient instead of banning Inferno. Ancient being a map that's tough for them, and it is the go-to pick of Copenhagen Wolves. They took that risk, and it's worked out well, because both teams dislike Inferno. But yeah, as we mentioned, Nuke is going to be that decider. Intriguing is to see who's going to win it. Look, I'd love to see a little comeback from Copenhagen Wolves, because realistically, they should have won the series after winning map 1. But who knows? I think Sparta played really well there on Overpass as well. So it is going to be coming down to the decider of Nuke. As mentioned, we'll be there very soon after the break. Here we have it, final map of the series. We've got Sparta, Copenhagen Wolves, both vying for that 1-0 start in the Swiss stage. And we've got Sparta to start on that CT side, but what a dominant performance throughout map number 2 from Sparta. And Copenhagen Wolves, they've had time to think things through. And now, this is their time to shine, hopefully. We'll see a competitive and intriguing game already. The T is looking really good. Solby finally activating from top half, but traded out by Nixon. Nixon gets a second, and Uramiata 1 versus 3. Bomb can go down in any moment.
Yeah, just being tapped, a little paranoid. Nixon now on towards main. Matios will plant that bomb. And Uramiata's just made his way up towards ramp now. And looking to head into trophy. But a very fast pistol from Copenhagen Wolves as they just speedily head their way into the A-bomb site and find those kills, find that success. Uramiata takes down Christu. Information gained in terms of where he is, but Nix's position close by towards vents will be cleared. Uramiata finds his second of the round. Time is ticking though. No defuse kit. I'm not sure if there's one dropped. There is. Has been retrieved now. Uramiata finds, and Uramiata wins the 1 versus 3 to stop Copenhagen Wolves find an early lead here on Nuke.
Yeah, honestly, I have no clue how that's just happened. Copenhagen Wolves, they've got the bomb down, they've got everything in their favor, and just isolated fights. Uramiata investing in the AWP. You can understand why. Wow. Okay, that's crazy. I don't really know how that's just happened.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. Really good signs. Pretty unbelievable, honestly, that we're seeing things pan out there for Sparta the way that they did. So it's forced by for Copenhagen Wolves. John 8's found the early kill. Uramiata posted with this AWP after losing the early lines. Copenhagen Wolves just slowing things down here, waiting to see if anyone's given them anything. Uramiata finds Nixon. Makes his way down towards the lower side. Pressure is behind him, but Uramiata just spots that no one's actually following him down. And it's a really simple round here for Sparta. This is the force buy for Copenhagen Wolves, but yet to find a kill.
Sparta. What a great performance, what a great round here. And no kill found. Look how much damage dealt to John 8. Solby invisible, but kills just not being seen. It's unfortunate. Uramiata. Obviously, he's the one who's given chance to this, who's found success for this.
Just the eco here. A couple of upgraded pistols from Copenhagen Wolves, but yeah, Sparta can find themselves on that 3-0 start. And if they can try to win this one relatively cleanly, this is where we can probably see a pretty good look at economy. But Nixon and Bailani find a kill apiece. Canfaz needs to back away slightly. Nixon will swing. Fight coming through from Canfaz. Just able to reload that for mass in time, and will find
Christu. 1 versus 3 here. Canfaz, he's done so much work in this round. Down the vent. Solby should be able to deny this plant. Solby's in a really good position. And Christu will get dealt with. So, no huge issues, no glaring issues there. Sparta with another round victory.
First weapon round for Copenhagen Wolves. AWP for Christu, but we do have the AKs in play. Still being lined up towards top silo. Base taken onto this bomb site, but no kills actually found yet. Stateware will find the first. Invisible, not able to find anything in Sparta. I just consider going for the safe hit. Already lost a couple of players. Your money's in a good spot. You can still buy in the next, but is there a need just to throw these guns away? And not particularly. It's safe to be seen.
Yeah, I think the save's right call. Their money's looking really good. There's no need to kind of throw them away, especially as you can just get a reinvestment quite comfortably in the next. So, for Copenhagen Wolves, they get their first round on the board here. Obviously, we know it's Nuke, Charlie. It's a map that's very CT-sided, but recent form for Copenhagen Wolves on this map hasn't been perfect. They are on a 4-game loss streak. What are the expectations for this game? Are we confident in either team here, Charlie?
Honestly, I'm pretty confident of Sparta. They lost the first full buy here. I think they've been looking pretty good right now. Dolby. Finds the second kill of the round. Quick find from Mathios as well.
Wow.
Dolby, what a round from top silo. Difficult angle to clear. Makes great use of it. Copenhagen Wolves, sure, they win the first full buy round. They have, but instantly ulted.
Nice final one from Invisible there.
Right, 4-1 money. Luckily, in a good spot for Copenhagen Wolves, as they did have quite a few players survive in the previous. Mouth is up, searching, but the molly will delay any aggression from outside. So the molly actually sort of throws the timing a little off for the CTs here, not maybe realizing how deep still the T's are. Second nade gets thrown, will expose certain players, but no pot shots coming through. Drop down from Tapeware, finds Invisible. Donate's nearby and close enough for the trade. Good info that that wasn't Tapeware, so Tapeware's under a lot of pressure. Being mollied out and forced into garage. But 4-on-4 is a lot of tension. A lot of attention is being drawn from Tapeware. Campus finds one. You're going to be able to rotate down.
Double ramp hit. All three players here towards ramp, and with John A finding Milani, this round becomes really difficult
And
for
they knew
Tapeware.
where Tapeware was.
Yeah, exactly. They've got that intel, they've got that information. This becomes difficult, especially with John 8's angle. I reckon he goes overlooked. And he certainly does. So, very, very worrying. Sparta continue this trend.
Back to being a little shaky for Copenhagen Wolves, as we do see Tapeware dropping down vent. He's got a second player dropping down with him. The bomb's just about being able to slip down. trade has been seen. Much faster approach from Copenhagen Wolves, and Sparta being forced off from utility, but not ready for invisible at the single door. He finds a double. So much damage to Matthias and John 8 nearby as well. A little bit chaotic down onto this lower side, but the CTs do still find the round. 3 survivors. Money is booming for them as they have a 6-1 scoreline.
Yeah, I think that's the really worrying thing for Copenhagen Wolves is the finances for Sparta is so good. It's going to have to be 3 full-buy victories in a row for Copenhagen Wolves for them to reset the finances, and I just don't see it happening. I really don't.
Tactical pause, Copenhagen Wolves. Mars are going to be debating exactly what they're doing here. Obviously, we saw how heavily Copenhagen Wolves did struggle with finding particularly anything on their T side of overpass. I do think they've looked at better here already, even though they've only found 1 round. We'll see if they are able to actually do anything off of it. Tactical pause called. And Invisible has got swing in his locker to see if he can pounce. Will spot out by Milani, just a little too late though.
Man advantage here for Copenhagen Wolves. They've got to capitalise on this. They really have to, otherwise you question what was the point of getting that opener. And you've got the man advantage. Just go into a simple strategy and they're going to go for an A play. Let's see how this one works. Johnny, smoke on the back of the bomb site. Close positioning here for Sol B. It is all a ruse though. They're going to be heading towards ramp. And already we're seeing some rotations. Sol B can head down the vent. Or is it going to be a double rotation? Where's got this information? They should, in fact, just head up towards Heaven, but they are going to be heading down towards B. We've already got a double B setup with John 8 just patiently waiting. Canfas having a slight look here or there. Smoke towards single door. Canfas just playing on the edge of this. Sol B towards double doors. Matthias, Christu slowly creeping out onto the bomb site. Oh, Sol B jumping there. But Canfas, excellent double, and Canfas taking all this attention away. They do know about Sol B, though. 3 versus 3 now. Belani. Damage dealt. Sol B's been chipped away at.
They haven't got this control yet. Milani is going to take the risk and push into this.
Belani just needs to turn around, but it's Sol B to have the Spidey senses tingling first. Christu here towards single door. We've got a lot of util on Uramiata, and Uramiata eventually flanking down ramp to find 1. Christu 1 versus 3. The man advantage scenario, and Johnny can find. It was a 5 versus 4. The round ends in a 3 versus 0 for Sparta. That is 7 now for Sparta. And they do not look as though they're going to be letting off at any moment. This is excellent.
Yeah, really helped out by Canfas' double on that lower side, making it a 3-on-3 again. Sol B, he's the one to react first. Bailani pushing through that smoke. A risky play. Sol B just having the initiative to have a quick glance at that position. He is the one to find the kill, gives man advantage from there, and then everything falls into place for Sparta. Two quick finds from both John 8 and Sol B. Uramiata chiming in as well, and this full buy is not going to be one at full force.
They get 1 kill back, but that might be all that's found. Nixon's been spotted.
Ooh, Bailani here. Or is he just inside squeaky door? As John is in the vents.
Yeah, this could always go very wrong for John 8.
Oh, just reposition as Copenhagen Wolves wait out these smokes. Nixon joining his teammate towards Squeaky. Smoke fades onto Bailani, but will spot nothing out.
Sol B see here towards main. John 8 towards top hut. John 8 can activate at any moment, and he will find one. And Nixon dealt with by Uramiata. 3 survivors again. The money is so strong for Sparta. Wow. Copenhagen Wolves. What has happened?
But, I mean, that's the tricky thing to really gauge, isn't it? Because we look towards map number 1 and say Copenhagen Wolves, scoreline-wise, yeah, they won it relatively comfortably, 13-8. But I'm still fully under the belief that Sparta were the better team there. It just, Nixon, when needed, found every kill that was required. But without having anyone like that for Copenhagen Wolves, it feels like they're just relying on their game plan, and they haven't been good enough today.
No, definitely not.
Still 3 rounds remaining in this half. If Copenhagen Wolves could somehow manage to win all 3 of them, I still think there's a decent chance for them. Play out towards A. Invisible stop spots nothing at Squeaky. Solby fully blinded. Invisible will strike onto Matthias. Players coming his way. He's able to find 2 before going down. John A out here on the rafters. Bigway gets a double with a tech, but Uramiata's nade denies any bomb flash. And it's all on Christu and Uramiata. Timing's excellent for him with a P250 in hand, just swinging through as soon as Christu assumes Heaven's going to be relatively safe as he knows it's the author there. But Uramiata, a different idea. 9 on the board now.
Yeah, Sparta, they've looked exceptional here. They've looked so key. I don't feel like Sparta are going to be slowing down at all. Uramiata with 10, John 8 with 11, Camfuzz with 8, Sol B with 9. An ascendancy of kills from 7 to 11. Excellent for Copenhagen Wolves. Had a real struggle out of Matthias here. Nixon got 33 kills on map 1. On map 2 and 3 combined, currently sat on 10. Not great. That's safe to say.
Well, round number 11. Second to last round of this half. Going to be underway now. Copenhagen Wolves. I said I think they'll still have a chance if they find 4. Realistically, they kind of will have a chance if they find 3. It'll be a tough task for them, and something we were asking for a lot of work to be done on their CT side. I think anything less
Be very hard
to wrap things up.
I think it'll be very hypothetical as well. It'll all be about winning a pistol, then their opponent's forcing, and what have you, It'll be many hypotheticals.
I mean, look at this one starting, though. I don't even think we need to entertain the ideas.
No, it's going to be this at least expected 10-1 scoreline. To be fair, with Nixon getting that kill back, they are only 1 kill away from leveling it up and can be that 3-3, but even still. Take away with another.
Level things up. Is he going to be ready for Sol B to be nearby?
Surely not.
Not actually progressing out, so it will be information of Sol B that ramp hasn't actually been taken despite util being used. Info for Uramiata spotting out Nixon. All the T's are very split for now. We still do have Bailani down into secret, and Sol B positioning is great. Just needs to pull the trigger and will do so. Waited to see if there's anyone else with him, but it was just Tapeware alone there as Nixon in a few seconds will rejoin where his fallen teammate just was.
Look at Bailani. Bailani's taking all of this space, but this is something Uramiata will understand. He was holding towards outside the entire time, and Nixon now looking to head towards A. Bailani going to be from heaven. All going to be about timing here, but the reposition. Nixon needs to show some form of contact here. 15 seconds on the clock. Bailani will get 1, but still the bomb can be taken down here. And the round's done. Bailani, he just physically doesn't have enough time to recover the bomb and get it planted in time, or at least I don't believe so. Oh, okay. He has it just in time. Wow. And he gets the kill, he gets the clutch. How has that gone so wrong? I can't believe that clutch has come through. There was, what, 10 seconds? All that needed to happen was a slight fight from the player on the A bomb site, and he would have delayed. I'm kind of lost for words at how this round has been made possible. It was a 3 versus 5. Crazy.
Bolani's position towards heaven looks pretty good in terms of he's going to get a free kill onto Uramiata. Seemingly, the CTs just haven't fully pieced together that there is going to be someone flanking there. But it's the position that we have of John 8. He's always going to get a free kill onto the Hut player. They're just never going to expect him there.
I just don't know why Uramiata's holding. If Uramiata holds towards heaven, John 8's going to get probably a free kill anyway. It's a really nice position. It covers both main and Hut. Matios, nice find onto John 8. We mentioned 3, somewhat required if they want a chance.
They do the advantage in this one, see if they can do so. Solby towards Secret, but not daring to peek any further up just yet.
Charlie, I don't know whether I'll be able to handle if Copenhagen Wolves can come back into this one.
Will be Util being sent out towards A. There's just one defender here for now, and that being Uramiata with the AWP. Dolby's able to find one outside. No scope for Uramiata. Finds an invisible. A little unaware in terms of where these players are.
Bomb has been planted.
They know the smoke. They know exactly where Solby is. It is going to be a third for Copenhagen Wolves. It's still a great half for Sparta. It might not be over as Solby will find one, but the crossfire between the 2 Ts is going to be difficult to break and won't be broken at all as Christou's AWP finds Copenhagen Wolves confirm that third. But this is where some of these questions, some of these requirements are still yet to be met. We need this pistol to go the way of Copenhagen Wolves. We need the first full buy to go the way of Copenhagen Wolves. And after all that comes through, that's when we can start to talk about this game being competitive again. But as of now, Sparta are so close to finding themselves 1-0 up in this Swiss stage.
Obviously, Sparta. They have had a very, very important and kind of impressive start here. They've got to find it, though. They have to find this map. Otherwise, all of the good work on map 2, all of the strong kind of strength in their CT side here, in the decider of Nuke, will be for nothing. Surely we cannot see a Copenhagen Wolves comeback. I'm not even going to put any stock in the idea of it. Not yet, anyway. Until Copenhagen Wolves find 10, that's when I'll give them a chance. Nice from Bolani towards top hut. We'll take down Uramiata. Matios with the Julies as well. And the Julies working really nicely. 2 versus 3 scenario now. Dinked is Nixon. Swinging towards Squeaky here. Great from Tapeware. And now on Campfuzz. And he's found 2. And now Nixon and Campfuzz both low HP. But Nixon needs to hit the headshot. And he does. What a round though from Matios. Doing so much damage. Copenhagen Wolves, they will win the pistol now.
Still need to continue this though. It's just 4 rounds away are Sparta. Nothing invested from them. We've seen a lot of second round force by Sparta, but they're under the impression, look, we're already in a very good spot this game. Do we need to throw everything we've got at the wall and hope something sticks? I don't think so. So it will just be the pistols. I've also seen a Sparta win a round like this as well, so certainly not done. But main goal is just going to be do some damage, get this economy nice and low. Roll B's Tech 9 will find Matios. They wear towards second fence. Starting to get overwhelmed now. We do see the kills, but Nixon rotates into a double. Only the couple of kills with the pistols did get a little bit dicey there for a second. You think if Tabor gets taken down slightly sooner, maybe there's a world something can go wrong, but good rotation outside from Nick to find 2. And 4 rounds separates these teams.
Copenhagen Wolves, this is going to be a true test for them. The full buy here from Sparta. John 8 seems very much aware of Nixon's positioning here. Elevated angle, Christu gets 1. No trade from Nixon as a Yang under pressure from Invisible, and Invisible will find Bilani here towards Secret. Bilani currently the top performer here for Copenhagen Wolves. Not too far away from being top of the whole server. Just 3 kills behind, but look at Invisible. He's going to catch them on the boost, but Tapeware, excellent find there. If Invisible gets that kill, probably gets the double. Brilliant from Tapeware there.
It has had some big rounds this game, Tapeware. No, not a ton of kills. All of them have been very impactful. And Fuzz. And then Matios got Tapeware towards Squeaky Door. Smoke will just land.
Bilani finding Uramiata though towards ramp. Unnecessary from Uramiata. And they're going to head down the vent. Intel's being gained from Tapeware. Bilani's going to be diving down ramp. Double doors open from Camfuzz. Reposition out of Camfuzz. The issue is Dobby's going to feel, I was going to say he's going to feel trapped, but he's somehow been able to escape.
Yeah, just ran.
Yeah.
Didn't care.
Tapeware's got to get this kill though. Solby will find, and now it puts Bilani in a really tough scenario. Solby doesn't need to fight. He's the one that can deny the bomb. But Bilani just going to save Sparta. That is 10.
3 away now. What is the cash gonna look like here for Copenhagen Wolves? Not gonna be great. They do have a little bit of money on players like Christu. But even then, Christu has the most money out of everyone. He's at 3.8k. It is gonna be the force buy though. Copenhagen Wolves. I'm throwing everything at this. It goes without saying the buy isn't great. If the CTs aren't successful here, 12 could be on the board for Sparta. Nixon just with the Desert Eagle. Will get peeked upon from Invisible. And found early. Man advantage. Matios spots out Invisible. He does get around the corner, but slightly swings out wide and Matios can find. John 8 though finds Bailani. Matios in the vent. 2 players pushing towards him. The team kill. Gonna say keeps this round competitive, but Uramiata at the same time will find one. Doubles up. And Sparta will find their 11th. On paper, Fred, this should be an eco. Will Copenhagen Wolves go for it, though?
Yeah, look, I think for Copenhagen Wolves, there's many risky decisions to be made. I think the eco probably is the smart one. You can win 7 rounds in a row on the CT side. You really can. And they have that same feeling.
Be a simple one here for Sparta. We've got a big stack towards outside for the Wolves. You tilt towards A, and Sparta will eventually just push out and confirm that this is clear.
Well, Sparta being very systematic in their approach, swinging out of heaven here. Well, invisible. Solby coming to the aid there of Uramiata with the missed shots. Balani will get a pick. Balani gets another. Just 2 survivors here for Sparta, but that's the least of their worries. They've got 7 opportunities to close out the series and move to that 1-0 spot in the Swiss stage. I've said for Sparta countless times, Charlie, their biggest issue is just not being able to close out games. Somehow, they make things look competitive, they look the better team, but they just somehow cannot figure out how to win today. Today is looking very different. They looked like the better team on train, but it was NEXUS just doing so much work, denying any chance of victory. But here, on both overpass, on both nuke, we can see 13 threes on both. Tapeware aggressing though towards lobby. Excellent decision from Tapeware. Gets that man advantage.
Yeah, without a doubt, on both this map and overpass, there's no question as who the better team have been. Certainly an argument on train for these final 2.
Oh, John A, great find.
Brings it back to the 4-on-4.
I always feel like when there's a CT nade of those smokes and then the kill goes the way of the Ts, it's always just a question of you could have spammed through that smoke and probably would have gained a better scenario. The nade of the smoke allowing the player in garage. Oh, Christu's lucky to find that pick. Solby goes for the jiggle first, indicating that he's there.
But heading down towards this lower side, Bailani and Christu. In the meantime, just clearing out B. There is no one down towards B here for Copenhagen Wolves. But they do still have the advantage, and there is still a low HP John 8. Still, you didn't see anyone lower down. Christu will finally make that journey towards the B bomb site. Actually going to push out wider. This could allow Campos to find their skill. The spam's come through. Oh, it's like he's pre-firing Christu, but he's actually just spamming for the wall. John A can find a freebie as well.
They could pivot up to... Well, they're obviously not going to pivot up to Morte because there's 8 seconds on the clock. But Uramiata finds, and Uramiata again. That's a triple for Uramiata, a double for John A, both of which having so much impact here throughout Nuke. And victory for Sparta, 13-10 on map number 1. Or 13-8, sorry, on map number 1 for Copenhagen Wolves, but back-to-back 13-5 results for Sparta. Absolutely excellent. And look, Charlie, Sparta by far the better team. They're going to feel very confident going into their future games, aren't they?
I mean, absolutely deserved it, yeah, without a doubt. They deserve to be the ones today to be leading. Look, we saw Sparta at Series 9. They went 1-3 in the Swiss stage. A little bit disappointing for them. There's a couple of closer maps, closer games here, but obviously it feels like they're coming into Series 10 with a new look, with a new vengeance, really, and I think this is a great way to kick things off. A very dominant victory over Copenhagen Wolves, even though map number 1, their map pick didn't quite go their way. Look, they did the damage on the other two 13-5. Even that final round to 4 versus 3 with a low HP John 8, and they can still manage to win it without losing any other player since. This Sparta team's always had something about it. It was always the consistency that let them down at times. Hopefully this can be an event where we can see a little bit more of that form being strung together.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, though, Charlie, we do have another matchup going to be kicking off in about 20 minutes' time. It's 500 to face against Gun 5. I'm excited for that game, but we are going to be going to a break beforehand. Welcome back. Second map of the series going to be underway in just a moment's time. Second map of the series, second series of the day. It is 500 against Guns. I'm intrigued for this this game, Charlie, because we were talking about it in the green room. It feels like 500 and Guns. There's a bit of a history between the two, of which Guns have been victorious in previous series, but as we know, they've made some recent roster changes. And Charlie, why don't we bring up the rosters now? We can have a bit of a chat about these teams. What are we thinking about this 500 team? Are we thinking these two new additions are the right choices? We think Hampus and Volt are the answer.
I mean, it's been a little while now, actually. It's been a few months. I remember being a big fan of these changes and moves when we have seen it. I still am a fan. But it was never going to be, oh, is Hampus going to step up and frag like crazy? That was never going to be why he was brought into this team. Volts looked really sharp, actually, when coming in. 1.07 rating. I think he's been able to really find his footing and find his groove on this team so far. So I've been a big fan of this. But it's always going to be what can Rain, Waker, Cirque, and Red Star do? What can these three deliver? Because we know the player that Red Star can be. He's 1.08 rating. Probably you want to see a little bit more from him. But the player I really want to talk about, probably Cirque. We have seen a slight upwards trend in his individual form. But he's obviously not quite reaching the heights I think people have wanted him to reach for a long, long time now. And it feels like maybe we're just going to be at the point where we accept he's going to be transitioning into a slightly different role. He will just be the AWP who sort of does his job, but probably not a crazy amount more, not going to be the most flashy of players, but he will offer up a lot of room for Volt, Rainwaker, and Red Star to all deal with the rivals. I like this change that we've seen from this team. It feels like we have seen form turn since the movements since sort of the movement in the roster has happened. They've been sitting around 50th in the rankings for a fair amount of time now, but it's just, can they take that sort of leap up?
Yeah, definitely. So I think this is going to be an intriguing one for 500. I think they're still trying to kind of figure everything out, but I guess you can say when you look at recent form, the last 3 months, they've got a positive win rate overall, 53.1%. But for the Guns roster, they've made a recent change as well, and they've obviously made 2 recent changes. Most recently, obviously, being Magicy being brought into this team, YXREZO as well on the roster. And honestly, Charlie, both of these individuals have been excellent. The addition of YXREZO and Magicy have added some real firepower. Texi as well, we know what Texi can do. So I think this is a very strong-looking team. You look at recent form, you look at their games in October, it's been brilliant for this Gun 5 roster. They've lost they've lost 4 series in October. It's been really, really nice to see. I'm liking what Guns have to offer, and I think the individuals are certainly a big reason as to why I think this is a team where we don't talk maybe as much about synergy. It's more about the fragging output that all 5 can have. I understand that Celta maybe not going to be the most consistent of fraggers, but certainly can have his moment, certainly can be a real fragging outlet. Something that's going to be very interesting, Charlie, with this game is going to be the vetoes, because I think Gun 5 are always going to be favored in these vetoes for 2 reasons. One, Guns' insta-ban is the generic pick for 500. The instant ban is Overpass, and the issue is as well, is 500's generic insta-ban is Guns' worst map in Train. So for Gun 5, they remove their opponent's general pick, they kind of get quite fortunately Train banned for them. So I think when we see the vetoes roll through, I just can't imagine there being a veto where you don't see Guns have the advantage. I'm assuming might be seeing the pick of Ancient for Gun 5. It could be the Decider. It's a map that's not only strong for them, they've got great sample size. It is that kind of generic pick. There is an Ancient in the veto, so that's a bit of a weird one. But we've got Inferno picked out by 500. We've got Dust 2 selected by Guns. Mirage is the Decider. We've got the CS Classics on display here. Obviously, they were the 3 maps or 3 of the 4 that were banned out. So we're going to be seeing potentially 6 different maps in these first 2 series. But what are your intentions and what are your ideas about these vetoes?
Yeah, strange that it's actually Guns to ban out Ancient. It is sort of the map that they do pick more often than not. I think that maybe you're going to be looking at things and saying 500 also like to pick the map. Stats are reasonably similar. Maybe we get rid of that because we feel like we might have a slight edge on Mirage over 500. Honestly, it feels like Mirage or Ancient probably didn't make much of a difference regardless of what map it was played on. Stats are pretty similar between both teams. With Dust 2 being picked, it's a map that's been really good for Guns. 500 selecting Inferno, obviously going to be that first map that we do see of the series. I do feel like both teams have the advantage on their map.
Yeah.
I do think there is going to be a slight tendency to sort of lean towards them. Results haven't been great for Guns on Inferno. Sure, they've had a few closer games to some solid teams, but it's not been mind-blowing. But obviously, Fred, you said that these teams do have a bit of a history. We obviously do have 2 head-to-head games played sort of both around within a month or so, both of which were won by Guns. We did see Inferno in the most recent one just about 2 weeks ago. That was successful there for Gun 5 on that occasion. And they also did win Dust as well. So we could potentially see a very similar series. But yeah, you said close, both of which 16-14 wins for Dust. So it didn't really get much closer in a series than that. Obviously, we've got a newer player being added to Guns roster with Magiki. He was the player to step in when Grix sadly got removed again from Guns when he sort of got recalled from his loan. Huge fan of that Guns roster. I think Magiki actually, it's been big shoes to fill. It's only been 8 maps we've actually seen him play on this roster, so it's not exactly been a crazy amount of sample size for us to really judge this guy. Had some good maps, had some okay maps. So excited to see what he can do here, because we haven't actually seen his full 5 play together a huge amount of times. I think YXREZO, though, he's looking like a real star player. It looks like he's been a very solid move, and I think Guns have found an absolute gem there, and if they can find a way to actually purchase him rather than just have him on loan, I think there's a real superstar in the making.
Yeah, definitely. I think for YXREZO, a really, really impressive player. Clearly been such an asset to this Gun 5 roster. Charlie, this is the first time, I have to bring it up, this is the first time that Gun 5 has ever banned Ancient. I say the first time, in the last 3 months. It's the first time that we've seen them ban Ancient. Vast majority of the time, it's their go-to pick. This just goes to show how much of an irregularity this decision is, and it was Guns' final choice. It's not as though 500 this is by far their best map, and it's one that they always look to pick themselves. I really don't like the fact that Guns don't look to have Ancient as the decider. Charlie, they pick it in the majority of their games. Why are we not seeing it when there was the opportunity? So yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of an interesting one. Look, I think maybe a bit too soon to give our favorings. I think both these teams are fairly evenly ranked. So I think we do have a very exciting game on our hands. Obviously, as what we saw in the previous series, it might have been an upset on map 1, but then it was an upset and a reverse sweep in the entire series. We could be seeing something similar. We could be seeing 2-0s. Charlie, I don't really know. And the one thing we also don't know is when this game is going to be kicking off. So what we will do is jump to a short break and then hopefully be heading into him. Just got word from production that we are going to be heading into the action in 15 seconds. So Inferno will be up pretty soon.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for 500. It is their map selection. It is a map favored towards them, but Guns won it last time, so we'll see if they are able to repeat that as we are on to map number 1. 500 starting on this T side. Red Star, you can see a nice long red star in the kill feed there as he does find the early kill onto Texi. And man advantage for 500 on this pistol. And they played a pretty passive approach. Texi just having a glance down towards the middle.
Red Star. He's found the opening kill. Damage dealt there from Volt towards Banana. Stein looking to take some space, but has been chipped away at. Red Star going to be looking to spearhead this attack. We have, in fact, Rainwaker in front, but the A-bomb site completely open in Gun 5. Well, we know Inferno features save calls in a vast majority of games. We're seeing one already. Guns just going to be looking to keep this Kevlar. Obviously, Magiki and Celt don't have any armor themselves, so I'd actually quite like to see both of them go searching. There's no downside to going searching. If anything, they gain so much positive benefit because you can get, let's say you get 2 kills. Not only is it the $300 that you gain from getting those frags, but it's actually the extra 100 that everyone gets from that kind of change to the CT economy. I don't know why both Magiki and Celta are saving. They have literally nothing to save. This seems really silly. Either way, though, look, it's their choice, it's their decision. They can do what they like.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Zelda will find Hampus at the end. Obviously, Force by going to be slightly better due to that save. And Force is not really coming through. Okay, we got Stein with 1,000 left, Xreza with 1,000 left. Rest of the team fully buy-in. Feels like we could have just seen, what, an MP9 or something for Stein? Well, it doesn't matter when he's buying, he's taking down instantly for the nades. As he's taking down towards A, I thought he was on the yellow wall there. As, yeah, I thought if this is the buy you're going for, you may as well have just probably full committed, to be honest, on the pistol. But 500 opening kill found again. I'm looking just to execute towards A. This would be a good call. You're just up against Magic and the dual Berettas of Xreza. Or Red Star buys it his time, waiting for Cell to push through the smoke, which he will do so. Good read. Magic finds nothing. The duelist of Xreza find one, able to upgrade to the Galil, but will be taken down after retrieving it. Volt finds a very comfortable round against the Force Bite.
It didn't feel like a Force Bite, did it?
No, not at all.
And it begs the question why we haven't just seen on that pistol, why Magic and Celta didn't look to progress and look to find more. It seemed so unnecessary. They could have gained their team an extra $100, could have gained themselves an extra 300, 600 based on how many kills they got. I really just don't know why the players of that armor looked to save it. Just denied much for that buy. Celta's invested loads in this round. Xreza with the deagle. We understand why Xreza kept a little bit more in the bank going into this one. All to be able to drop over that AWP as soon as possible. With this being the pick of 500, I think we can both understand why they're going to have the advantage, why they're going to look good here on their T side. They have been pretty decent on this map.
Yeah.
This 65% win rate. You look at some of the opponents they bested in the fashion they've bested. You know, 13-3 against Arcred. That's a very dominant performance.
I've seen some X's here from Guns. Maybe seeing if they can just keep this money low for when the next round does come around, knowing that the CTs will go for the investment there. And seeing if they can just break the bank of 500 quickly. Xreza, deagle shot not connected. Second time of asking though. Shot will be found. Tampa's low HP. He needs to evacuate quickly. Heard from Stein. And actually, considering how low Hampus was, he still managed to find. So 3-0 for 500. Obviously, only a couple of players surviving. The first weapon round for Gunfire. We got the AWP in play on Magic. He's looking for something quite aggressive here towards middle, but nothing out early. Master play towards B. Celta boosting up his teammate, but no kills being traded across anywhere in the map right now.
Nice find from Texi. Celta and Texi been chipped away at massively. Man advantage still the way of Gun 5. Triple B setup currently here for Guns. The two low HP players are featuring though, and they've got to be cautious. Missed shot from Magic. And we going for it again, will connect. Still no trade scene, no smoke, and finally they're dropping that util. Celta able to get one while on HP, able to reposition as well, and now Volt's going through the smoke. Texi in a good position to find, and Stein, it's a great kill there from Stein, not Texi. And it leaves Rainwaker in a 1 versus 4. What an excellent start here first weapon reinvested for gun 5 and 4 survivors. That is brilliant.
Yeah, dominant one for them. Considering Celta and Texi tagged down low pretty early into the round. Still find Red Star and just back away, and then from there, round falls into place. And some of the damage that was dealt on that eco, you can see it's all caught up to 500 slightly. A couple of Tech 9s in play, a Mac 10 as well. So this could be the chance for Guns. No, it's a pretty great start into this map for 500. Guns could very quickly to see if they can make things all even once again.
Yeah, certainly the goal.
I mean, I'm expecting every map in this series to be close, just like all the other series that these two have played against one another have been. But it feels like it could be either side that wins it. Magic-y just surprised by Bolt seemingly not being out towards long, so a bit cheap in terms of how that kill goes away. It's teased and it's all orange in the kill feed. Considering they have a Mac 10, considering they got 2 Tech 9s, it doesn't seem to hinder them whatsoever, as 500 will bounce back with a great response to their own. Magic-y going down for nothing, just completely overlooking the possibility that the players aren't actually out towards brackets.
Yeah, nice level of speed there from 500. They just deny any opportunity for Guns. Not only is it great entry pathing to allow for good trades, but very clinical there at 500. We see success in, obviously, the last round for Guns, and straight away 500 pounds.
Terrorists win.
500, this is what they want to do. Last time fell a bit short of the mark against Guns. Was a slightly different roster the last time these two played. Ever so slightly. The only difference really was obviously Grix being on the side then, with now Magic-y stepping in and filling Grix's shoes. Grix did have a great game in that series, but it was really Yix Rezo that went above and beyond. Magic-y searching for something with the AWP. Once again, seen him go for that peak a few times, but 500 never offering anything up. Still set, and Texi will swing. Great find. Needed the swing from Celta, the flashbang throw from Texi, and the B holds good between both Texi and Celta here. Red Star taken down. And a 3 versus 5 for 500 now.
Yeah, this is where I think 500 need to recognize, well, the B defense, the utility, the structure that Gun 5 have towards B is pretty decent. So I think maybe this is where 500 can recognize, actually, let's look to pivot a little bit more towards A. I think that's going to be the safer bet.
Time has one for free. We'll find Volt. Texi takes down Cirque as well. 5 survivors for Gun 5. As we had weaknesses a couple of rounds ago from 500, but they still managed to win the round. It's going to be a very similar buy, honestly near identical to what we saw on that occasion. Ampus going for the Deagle instead of the Tech. That's the only change from the buy we saw a couple of rounds ago. But 500 did manage to make that one work. Same peak with the AWP for Magic-y. And again, still, does 500 do not want to give them anything. No early peek down towards middle, putting a lot of weight into Banana early. And we're seeing a bit of a change up here from Texi. He gets flashed in here instead. Just the 1 kill as Red Star does get the trade.
Even still, the Guns, we mentioned they've got a real positive approach and a real eye for how they want to play on the B defense. Celta with a great find, can't double though. Hampus with the trade, so it is this 3v3. The lack of health on Rainwaker provides opportunity. Rainwaker is just patiently waiting for Stime's progression. Rainwaker just making a bit of an info play. Surely Stein doesn't check this. I don't believe for a second. Why is he gonna? Oh, okay. Well, Rainwaker will find. It seemed like Stein had an idea, and then question. Well, he's probably not gonna be tucked away there. Yix great intel. And Nade gonna be landing. Nade slightly softening at Hampus, but it's all on Yix. Gun 5. Gonna be giving 5 to 500.
It has been a wild last few rounds.
Yeah, really back and
So
forth.
back and forth. But the fact that it feels like Guns have been the team that have been favoured at them, just considering their economy in comparison to 500's. It really does feel like 500. I mean, you can see they've been playing with scraps at times. 3 pistols in the last. Or 2 pistols and a Mac 10 in the last. A couple of rounds ago, that was the same buy that they had, with 2 AKs of company in it. And still they're able to manage to win it. Finally, Guns' economy is sadly not enough for Magic to be able to bring out an orb, but he makes use of this rifle with Celta by his side as well. He will take down the initial kill and find Rainwaker. And Rainwaker's been key for 500 so far.
Just jiggling here towards long. Hampus. Oh, Hampus nearly finding Yix there. If he hits the headshot, that would be incredible.
Well, timing for this, for Texi, might not be great. Red Star will find him as Hampus is taking the space towards CT. Stime's rotating off now as the smoke towards Moto is going to make these A players feel uncomfortable. Progressing up towards short, Stime will find Hampus. So favouring Guns again as we could have another round just continue to go back and forth here.
Yeah, my favourite part of all of this is that it's not as though they're going back and forth without actual investments. It seems like we've got full buy versus full buy versus full buy, and it's just flip-flopping regarding who is the victor. It's a full buy war on our hands, and that's something that Inferno can always bring, but great find from Volt. This is where we need to see Magic find a kill soon, but Red Star ready, and surely we just see a save out of Stime and Celta. They cannot justify. Well, Stime gets one through the smoke. 2 versus 2 now. Stime, he wants a chance of winning this, gonna have to hurry things along.
Yeah, that kill's going to be some serious encouragement. Bomb half ticked. Is there a defuse kit down anywhere? I'm not quite sure as Guns' money isn't perfect. Red Star finds one. Volt gets the trade. And the back and forth nature will finally be stopped as 500 do win 2 in a row and break the money of Guns.
Okay, I have to say, you say they break the money. I think Guns can recognize that the finances for 500 could very comfortably be broken here. Guns... Stime can get out an M4. Celta and Yix can both invest in FAMASs. Yes, it would be a low utility investment, but we could see MP9s invested with full util. The money is very limited for 500, and I think Guns are questioning whether they go for the buy, and I actually think the buy's the better call, because you're going to give 7 to 500. I feel like you've got to take a bit of a risk when you're 6 to 2 down, because it's clear 500 have been the better team here. And when you look at 500's success on this map, a vast majority of the time it comes from their CT side. Whether that's something that's kind of being a driving force for this decision, I'm unsure. But I think Guns, they can recognize, well, they had a few survivors in the last. They had just the one survivor in this one. If we can win this round, not only will it have to be a reinvestment from 500, we could see a 5 to 6 scoreline very soon.
I mean, it's a big risk. The Guns
payout
is a risk that they are willing to take. Thinking the reward is good enough. We see the boost up towards short. Stein behind the smoke as well. Boost up is an easy kill for Magic. This information will need the smoke, but Stein just backs away as he hears the nade drop.
Look at this setup towards B. We've got Texi just tucked away in logs, and we've got Cell to jump spotting. Rainwaker and Boiler. Still a lot of utility on Yix as well. 2 of the rifles towards A. I just like the fact that Yxres is playing towards long with an MP9. All going to be about timing here. Celta playing a bit of an off-angle. Texi playing anti-flash. They're going to be taking space now. Nice from Celta. Or nice from Red Star to find Celta, and Texi finds 3. 500. They walk right into the trap of guns. It's now Rainwaker in a 1 versus 4, but Texi gets 3. That is insane.
I mean, it's just what the 5.7 can do. Although it's just a pistol in those tight choke holds, we know the danger of that weapon, and Texi puts it to perfect use. And as it starts to feel like 500 could start to apply some real fear factor and dominance to guns in this first half. If we see this round go the way of 500, it's going to be an 8-2. You can maybe start knocking on the door of 9, 10 rounds in the first half of Inferno, but a massive risk from guns, but it pays out. Just losing the 1 player, plenty of weapons upgraded for free.
Counter-terrorists win.
And look, guns, they do reap the reward. I think for Rainwaker, saving's going to be really key, actually. It's unfortunate he doesn't have an extra $50, because that would have been a Galil to be able to be dropped over. Maybe they'll drop a scout. Rainwaker, in fact, maybe the best decision for Rainwaker is to invest in a flashbang and drop over 3 Tech 9s. He's dropped over 1. I believe, at least. Or maybe a Deagle. But either way, I think this has to be the decision. But as I mentioned, look, it's an excellent opportunity for guns if they do win that force, and that they have. However, risky said decision. Texi's triple with the 5.7, absolutely brilliant. I think a lot of those types of rounds are reliant on a moment of brilliance, but yeah, we've seen it. We've seen it, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. 500 have been pretty good when they've had these sort of scrappier investments as well. So, although guns have won the more difficult of the 2 rounds, this is just as important for them in terms of keeping themselves in this game. And keeping this game looking very competitive as we will start to approach that second half. Just a 1 AK on Rainwaker. Looking out towards the middle, we see Magic go for that peak plenty of times with the yaw, but not going to do it with a rifle. Nade, brilliant damage on the Volt, unarmored. Fall down to 19 HP. Not much contact really made from either team just yet. Not the initial nade, but apart from that, due to 500 playing this one quite passive, we haven't seen a lot. Texi being flashed through this smoke. We'll find 1. Trade from Hampus is massive. Obviously, a lot of information that guns gain. Still 2 players towards ramp guaranteed.
Gun's just going to be backing away here. Not wanting to continue contact. This frag found there from Stein. It is going to be this acceleration now, and Celta will feel very isolated. Rainwaker's been chipped away at. Celta can get 1 there. Stein can now hold the line. There's no smoke in CT. Stein's somewhat certain there's a player towards second oranges. Stein has a molly. Gonna send said molly now. The swing comes through. Stein finds Volt, and now it's all on Red Star. Yxres needs the trade, and he does get it. So that's guns now finding a 4th, and it will be an expected 5th in the next.
Yeah, I think 500 played it how they needed to there. They're in a 2 versus 3 with a Volt unarmored 19 HP. We see the flash being sent, and then the double swing. We do see 1 kill found from 500, but it was always going to be difficult. And when the flash doesn't actually blind the players in the CT, always going to be a difficult one for it to actually pan out. But it should be that 5th, like you said. Do the hero AK on Hampus. We'll find 1, but Cirque trades with the Glock. As Hampus taken down and no one else with armor, means there's no one who can properly wield this AK.
Currently, Cirque having a really tough game. 1-7 for Cirque. Not quite the performance you're going to be hopeful for. So, Gun 5. They've got a good this kind of stack here towards the A-bomb site. Great setups, very difficult to break through.
Yeah, and even with these 2 rifles, just due to the fact they're unarmored, it's going to be so tough.
Was that smoke? That I can't believe that smoke's intentional.
Yeah, you would imagine so. Just blocks off any of the Expresso's vision while giving the T's room to maneuver. Doesn't matter though, lots of damage dealt to Texi and Expresso, but no kill found. Guns, that is their 5th on the board. Look to bring this one to a 6-6 scoreline, which would be perfect for them. Knew this game would be close. There was the possibility 500 could have actually had a pretty dominant first half here, but that big risky force buy from Gun 5 has kept things as close as it really can get so far. Good nade damage towards Banana. As 500 looks to take this one a little more aggressively. This time, aggressive peek in second mid. We'll find in Guns. They look set to level up this half 6 apiece. From 6-2 down within these final 4 rounds. You see on their opponent's map pick as well. Great for them. Texi flashed in to find one. Look at the HP. Volt sent onto the roof with how good that nade was. And Celta will find the final one. Great recovery from Guns.
Yeah, really nice. From 6-2 down. And that's the benefit of going for that risky force. It breaks the money. It goes kind of a 3 for the price of 1. And then just winning that final full buy versus full buy. So, for Guns, an excellent comeback. Exactly what is needed. And look. Okay, yeah, 500, they do prefer the CT side, but still an excellent and kind of necessary comeback from Guns. Obviously, in the game that we saw between these 2 teams fairly recently, it was a 6-6 that pushed to OT, of which Guns were just able to find in overtime.
All square again. And yeah, like you said, look, 2 OTs last time around. And it feels like we could be seeing a similar level of performance from both these rosters, as neither team wanted to give the other an edge, but it does end all evenly. It's interesting. I think Guns have to probably be favoured just off of past results. But I mean, coming into this one, seeing where both teams were at, sure, you highlighted how good the recent form is for Guns in this month of October. What was it, only losing four series? Something along the lines of that.
Yeah, I think it's 6 actually. There was a little event I didn't see, but even still, it's very good for Guns. The fact that they have looked really good, and when you see some of the opponents they're besting, obviously 500 being one of them. You've got teams like Sinners, like Johnny Spees, like Eyeballers, Eternal Fire, and you look at the teams they've lost to. It's ESC, it's Arcred, it's Paravision, Partisan, Alliance, Eyeballs. These are all teams that are kind of encroaching on top 50. You can definitely understand why why the loss happened.
That's the thing for both of these teams as well. When we do know how high the skill ceiling is for both rosters, and we really should be seeing a lot of work done from them. You look at the last CCT for Guns; they're in Series 8. Dropped off in playoffs as soon as they got into their run of 16, 9th to 16th for where they finished. You want to see a bit more from Guns. I feel like they are a team that should be making deep runs. Similar for 500 though. Series 7 was the last CCT we saw them on. 9th to 16th again. Another run of 16 drop out from one of these teams. And it's this is an event here where I am looking at both these teams and saying, I think at minimum they should be getting to the quarterfinals. It's super early in the Swiss stage, and the fact that both these teams are playing against one another is a bit unfortunate, but honestly, this is like a playoffs match for me. This is a game that really should be going either 16. Way.
Yeah, honestly, if you told me that this was a round of 16 game or a quarterfinal game, I'd go, wow, yeah, fair enough. You'd understand why both these teams I don't. Maybe this is too early to say, but honestly, Charlie, if both these teams don't make their way through the Swiss stage, I will be very surprised. I believe I want to say they're the 2 highest ranking teams in the Swiss stage. Oh, okay, no. FabBet just takes it, being one rank higher when it comes to the world ranking. But yeah, these are 2 very, very strong teams here in the Swiss stage, and you'd argue, and there's certainly be an argument for why they should both get their way through to the playoffs.
I would actually be mind-blown if both these teams don't. Oh, aggression here towards middle. Red Star dodged the flash, but it's Rainmaker who's under the pressure. And it looks great initially. The blades out for Red Star as that frantic around. A-bomb site is open for the taking here. Guns aren't quite aware of this just yet, so it's going to take them a little while to fully understand and comprehend this. By the time they do, Cirque's already rotated in. Volt's pushing down towards Banana. The noise made from Cirque, it will confirm bomb site is clear. Can be planted at a man advantage post plant now for Guns.
Yeah, obviously, Guns, this is going to be an important start. Find this round. Look to build upon your T side. And then all you need is just a bit of good fortune. Win the first couple 4x versus 4x's, and Texi and Celta combining. Cirque is still only on 1 kill, Charlie. This feels really, really disappointing. I don't really know what else to say. Cirque, this has been tough.
I mean, streak's continuing here for Guns now. They were 6-2 down, but have kept being able to deliver 5 on the bounce. This pistol victory, we are seeing the 4 spot for 500. And to remember, to put this into context for anyone just joining, 500 was 6-2 up with Guns taking a really risky full buy because they knew the money was low of 500. If they lost that round, we could be looking at 8 at least found. 8-2 at least being the scoreline for 500. And that's when we started looking at, could we see 9? Could we see 10? And things could have sort of spiraled out of control in the first half of 500. But the risk taken from Guns is really just kicked off, and they've been able to push forward and build a really good platform for them to see if they can take things now on Inferno.
Yeah, Guns, they've got a real opportunity. As we've mentioned, it's the force for 500 that could pose some real risk. I always look at these force buys and I go, Cirque's got an extra 250, Rainmaker's got an extra 300. That's at least 2 flashbangs, maybe a flashbang and an HE. You're going for a full investment. Why are we keeping this extra bit of money? A flashbang in this round could massively dictate the tempo, but it is a quad A setup for 500. This could be perfectly timed, but the flashbangs are looking good. Stein progressing onto the bomb site. We see Yixrezo get 1. Hammer's finding. Nice trade from Volt, but the trades are seen, and Texi's double, a third, in fact, allows for a round victory with Celta finding 1 more. Guns, they best the force buy. They get themselves 8 and a 9th soon to follow.
Gets close, but it is a round victory for Guns. And just not the money for 500 to justify it. And that's honestly the biggest upset if you are a team on the CT side. Whereas if it comes out close in 500 on the T side and they get a bomb plant, you probably can justify, yeah, let's buy back. Same can't really be said for the CT side, though. You know your buy's not going to be great. And up against sort of tons of rifles, it's not easy to make that decision. Guns a great chance to find themselves 9. It's a whole ton of utility is being sent towards top banana here, making sure no one can survive the utility that rains down.
Honestly, as a B defender on Inferno, it feels like that util sent every time. Maybe I'm just playing two defaulty positions, I guess. Nice find from Magicy though. Mag 10 in hand. Obviously going to want to make the money as soon as possible to bring out the AWP. Texi's been chipped away at, but speaking of Texi, Charlie, what a play he's been in this game. 18 and 9, a 2 KD in a game that's only a difference of 2 rounds just goes to show how much work Texi is consistently doing for this roster. We mentioned Texi. Kind of when this Gun 5 team and organization announced that Texi was going to be joining this roster, there was a couple events where they couldn't play with him because obviously there would have been roster locks, and we were always talking about Gun 5, look, be patient, I know the results aren't coming, but Texi will be. And the second Texi's joined this roster, the level of impact has been incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I was a huge fan of Texi. I remember when we sort of first saw him join this roster, and obviously we had a few issues with roster locks and stuff, but I thought this was a slam dunk move. I thought he was brilliant on Rush B. Yeah, and I thought it was a great move, and then we obviously saw Trezzo come in, and then we saw Grix come in on loan as well. I mean, both those players on loan, and I was like, okay, they're building a super team here.
Yeah.
Obviously, sadly had to say goodbye to Grix, but he's not really put a foot wrong this game. And Trezzo and Texi, feels like each series that I watched them, it feels like we're watching their improvement and growth as players in real time. It's great to see. And obviously, the fact that Stime's sort of been looked at as maybe like the third fragger on this team, I mean, that's unreal.
Yeah, people
when
forget.
someone like Stime is being considered as that, you know your team's stacked individually. It's just, can Guns sort of iron out some of the minor issues that they have? The weapons are in play, fast to pop out towards apartments. It is favoring the CT's great readjustment from Cirque, and it will give the CT's a man advantage, but with the smoke still down towards Moto, a second on its way, we can see a 2v3 post plant.
Yeah, this is where Celta and Magic need to really come online. I like this from Magic. The positioning through apartments is excellent. Vault, is he going to look to push through apps? It's all going to be about timing. Magic can push into the back line. Celta, he's just going to sit in the smoke and try and be a nuisance. Magic can find two here. There's the first and not the second, though. Celta's got such great information on both these players. Now he's heard the jump through. It's all going to be about timing. Celta gets the first and now just looks to back away. Hampus is going to be a full 10-second defuse here, of which Celta spots him off it, trying to back away. Celta, just get your gun out. A kit has been recovered, so there will be the chance for the defuse, but that's a moment where Celta, you spot him off the bomb. I get it, you want to back away, but you've got to recognize he's going to take the fight to you. You're very much out in the open. If Celta just looks to take that heads-up fight, he probably wins it, and I think that's where you can clearly see for Celta, you've tried to be a little too fancy and a little too clever here. Look how open he is. I know the smoke's just faded, but he's going to get found anyway.
I mean, that will be what catches him out. Thinking the smoke's still going to be there, thinking I can maybe slip away into this, just make his life difficult, but as soon as the smoke fades, as soon as he looks back away, it looks a bit foolish. It's just, yeah, you needed to take the fight, but missing his time in there. Magic, he probably should have had a slight bit more trigger discipline to find a double. It's an important first round for 500. Obviously comes down to the 1v1, so money is on a tightrope for them. He's bounced through the smoke, but Guns 5 have taken control of top banana. Not a huge amount of fighting going on from 500. Time, great kill onto Rainwaker. Oh, spamming to the smoke deals so much damage to Volt. Won't be able to quite go back in time to finish him off. Yggdrasil finds Cirque, got a low HP Volt. This has to be a save. But Fred, the issue is they think it's going to be a fight all day. They're looking to save towards B, but this is where the actual execute comes through. You've got Hampus on full HP and a 4 HP Volt. One kill is found, but these CTs are trapped now.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It really is. It's one of those moments where it's just a bit tough. Hampus is completely trapped, and Guns are not only going to find themselves a 10th, but maybe an 11th.
Tactical pause as Guns instantly bounce back. I mean, what are you even discussing if you're 500 here? I mean, what is the decision you make?
The thing is, they don't have the luxury of taking that risky force that Gun 5 did, because they know that the Gun 5 economy is actually pretty stable. Even if they lose this round, they're going to get an all-right investment. I think right now, I think for I think for 500, they're just going to be questioning, well, okay, well, what's the actual problem? Because Volt's playing well, Red Star's doing all right, but it's the individuals. It's kind of what we said kind of throughout map 1 in the first series. Is, yes, Nixon was playing really, really well, but it was the fact that we didn't see that much success from the rest of the Sparta players. Yet, it's kind of the reverse of that. Is 500 are struggling because Cirque, 3 and 13. It's always tough seeing a player like Cirque struggle because obviously we know the ability, but...
Oh, exactly. And I'm hoping at least when we get onto Dust 2, we can see a bit more from him there. Same with Magic-E. Look, I don't think he's done anything particularly wrong, but he's certainly not had some of the same moments that some of his other teams have had. But I think that's just the nature of the Open on Inferno in general, really. 3 players here towards B. 4 players actually here towards B. Didn't spot Circus. We did see Hampers get boosted up. Gonna have a push through the smoke from 500. I think this is a good call. There's been no contact made, and they're like, okay, they're not coming. We'll try to take the fight to them.
Yeah, currently gun 5 for a very kind of silent and disciplined approach. There's going to be a super flank coming through from 4 players on 500, but Texi, nice find, and Texi's going to spot them all out. This is where there needs to be more discipline. For Magic, he's surely just got to back away. They finally clear towards short spot. No one's there. Magic, he's able to get 1. Going to be searching for more is Texi as he secures his 2nd of the round, his 21st of the map. And Magic E searching for nice shots, but it's the Exrezo to get the final guns. That is another going their way. Charlie, I said, there's the opportunity for Gun 5 to find Inferno. And slowly we're moving more towards opportunity and to guarantee. Because Guns, the second they hit 12, and it's 12-7. I just don't see 500 getting to overtime. It just doesn't feel like it's going to happen. But big moment for 500. This is where players like Cirque need to step up. He's got the AWP in hands now. Goes for the early peak. So much damage taken from Cirque.
It's just 2 rounds off for Guns. We have to take things here. We need to see 500 really dig deep. That 6-2 scoreline is feeling like a distant memory at this point, as we've only seen 1 round since then from 500. He's been sent, but nothing quite hitting. Seemingly aware that Rainwaker's towards pit, certainly aware now. Got Volt nearby in mini pit. Guns have gone quiet. Gunfight just taken from Rainwake onto the Exrezo and does come out on top. Gives the man advantage over to the CTs as they look to re-aggress into brackets at near enough the perfect time. Kind of a lot of understanding that B will be the decision.
Yeah, Cirque posted up here. Again, we needed to see a lot more from Cirque. Nice rotation as well from 500. A great call here. Fortunate find from Cirque. Was the low HP Texi, but Hampus, great finds Red Star as well. And Magic-E just going to look to attempt to save.
I think 500 themselves want to probably keep their own money in a relatively decent spot, so probably will just respect their save. Gone up, so there's no need to really search actively for it. But a big kill from Rainwaker, and the decision making from 500 after that kill comes through is excellent. Just instantly find the kill. Let's push towards brackets. Let's push short. Me and Volt. Spot nothing out. The other 2 rotate off. And that B-bomb site that was previously just being defended by Cirque had a lot of bodies there by the time the execute actually comes through. So good decision making. I like what 500 have been doing.
Yeah, look, the amount of survivors as well is really key for them. If you want to make the comebacks possible, you've got to keep that money high, don't you? And Guns, though, still an opportunity to invest. No issues there. The thing is, of the remaining 5 rounds that would be needed for Gun 5 to take for 500 to take this in regulation, I imagine Guns will find at least one of them. So I'm thinking it's going to be OT or Gun 5, unless if we see some real change. Nice HE grenade from Red Star, though. The timing of that is perfect. Time getting chipped away as well. It's going to be kind of an A fake into a B play. Oh, but they know. Texi got hit by that smoke. Great fight from Celta, though. Red Star flashing himself in to find Celta. We're going to see some speedy rotations out of Vault. We've still got Cirque. We've still got Rainwaker being patient here towards the A-bomb side, but now we'll see Cirque rotating as well. We've got Stein towards Banana. We're going to have this late lurk out of VX Rezo. He's the only one with full HP here for Gun 5, so there is a lot being put on these other 3. Cirque with the AWP, freebie onto Magicy. Unnecessarily peeking there. Yix Rezo not going to be in the back lines, isn't going to be looking to flank. Molly landing towards Nubox. Texi tucked away in second oranges. Steim's going to have to be the one to take contact. We're going to see a rotation out of Yix Rezo. Steim has to be the one to take this first point of contact, but they've sent the HE grenade into ruins, but there's a smoke down. They would have loved to have this HE now to blow open the smoke, but they don't have that good fortune. Spamming through the smoke. It works perfectly for Cirque as he finds them both, and there's enough time for the defuse. That is now the 9th for 500.
Yeah, a lot of damage dealt. Vault and Cirque being tagged down low, but still, it's 500 finding 9. Understand Magicy looking towards CCT, wanting to find a kill, sort of give the advantage. It doesn't work out like that. Maybe just needed to be a little bit more reserved. I mean, good understanding from Cirque to be posted up specifically towards that angle. Tactical pause, second one being called from Guns, as they don't really want to allow 500 much closer in terms of scoreline.
I think this game's going to be a very exciting finish. Gun 5. They get themselves still opportunity, still the lead. They don't have to worry about that yet, but with finances drained, we could see this game get very intriguing.
I mean, this could be a massive round for 500 to see if they can win.
The thing is, Cirque's pulled the AWP out. And yes, okay, two of these 4 kills have come from the AK there, but I think Cirque's pulled out the AWP and he's already had a lot more impact, a lot more stability, a lot more comfort, which is always key. Progressing into CT, great find from Celta. Man advantage scenario here. Look at Red Star though. If Red Star can find Yix Rezo, oh, Yix Rezo holding for it, and now with the space taken from Texi towards B, it leaves the remaining 2A defenders with a real head-scratching moment. Gun 5 certain to find 12 here.
So many 50-50 gunfights. Vault, he finds the first kill onto Stein. Great nade of the smoke, catches him off there. Brings Celta down to 90, or deals 90 damage to him, bringing him down to 10 HP. Then Yix Rezo, like you said, I agree. If we see the kill found onto him, I mean, Celta's dead. That's it, it's done.
Yeah, of course. I think as well, look, Gun 5. They take many 50-50 gunfights. You know, they flip the coin and they all hit heads, which is exactly what's needed, what's required. Yes, there's risk to it, but I think they can understand that playing slow, playing smart, playing strategic hasn't worked in the last few rounds. So let's change it up.
I mean, that was a great kill. Yix Rezo. The 3 chances for Guns hit. I'm sure it'll give them so much confidence, considering last game was very close. I mean, this one is still close, but if Guns can win this one sort of 13-9 before it gets a little bit out of hand, moving on to map number 2, you've got to think this Gun side's just going to be able to bring that momentum into the second map.
Well, I think as well, Guns, they don't want to have to leave it to OT, do they?
No, not at all.
I think you just want to see you know, when you get 12 and you have 3 opportunities, all you want to see is close it out in regulation. All that needs to happen.
We'll see if they can do so. Freeze time ticking down. They've got all the weapons in play for 500. Not going to be limited in that regard, luckily. Dirk finds with the AWP. Finally breaches that 10 kill mark, taking down Texi. Rainmaker sort of slowed down since that initial 6-2 scoreline. He was a really big asset for 500 initially, but hasn't quite been able to find the same level of impact. A kill from EX-Rezo. Volt does get the trade though.
Yeah, important for Volt.
Heavy
Keeps that man up. Yeah.
Players there.
I like the idea of it. I think for 500, it gives them so much control, so much space. And if guns decide to hit towards 8, they have real struggle. Celta spots out 1, having to take the kill because Red Star's just peaked. Missed shot from Magic-E, though. Rainwaker could have been found, and now it's all on Cirque. The bomb under the control of 500, so this is going to be the 10th now. Sniping going on. Cirque will find Celta. Has been
in a
dealt with.
really awkward spot. 4 guns. 1.9k loss bonus. So even with the loss bonus that they'll get in the next, it won't be good enough for a full buy. So they sort of need to try to find a way to get this bomb plant. I don't even know if that's going to be possible. Doing Magic-E force, it's just going to be a force. I mean, I don't hate the idea. I think
I do.
if you go for the eco though, you're gambling really heavily in terms of getting that bomb plant. Otherwise, you are just gonna have a lot of Galils in play, and even then, you might not have Galils. And it feels guns are probably looking at it. At least we can get 2 force buys and 2 attempts to close it out, rather than just 1 okay attempt. The big risk though, we've got to see what they can do with the techs. I've got the Mac 9. Mac 10.
Mac
not
9?
Mac 9.
What's the Mac 9?
So a combination of the two.
Oh,
Rapid
okay.
fire, tech.
It's what, a pistol version of a Mac 10.
Exactly.
I'm all for it. Hampus playing tucked away. We'll be able to find one. Need the second, but EX-Rezo gets that trade. There is still a defender on this B bomb site. It's Volt. A quick rotation out of Cirque. There's a smoke grenade on Stime and one on Magic-E to drop. There's already a fast flank out of Rainwaker. Volt needs to be cautious. Nade landing. Timing of the nade. A little bit off cue. Molly to try and deny Cirque's impact. Volt still being a patient player, and he gets the double. And this surely is the round. EX-Rezo in a 1 versus 3. And can't find excellent moment there from Volt as he finds 3.
Yeah, trades were really good initially towards Banana. 2 kills found. There's 2 weapons that can be retrieved.
A little slow, though. They allow for Cirque to rotate in. I think after you get those 2 kills, you drop the instant smoke and you look to barrel onto the bomb site.
Or I even think you just look to slow things down and take out towards middle. And I think if you can get a trade onto Rainwaker there, you make that round really uncomfortable for 500.
Yeah, I think either way, it seemed like Gun 5, they didn't go for either approach.
Final round here of regulation though. Guns is very similar buy to what they had in the last. Flashbangs are good. Cirque will find one with the AWP. Rainwaker overwhelmed. Cirque gets taken down, and this was a 3-man B setup early.
Surely not. This cannot be the round the Gun 5 win. Magic-E's able to get himself the AWP though. There's a retrieve rifle as well. Posted up towards short. We're going to have a late flank from Hampus, but he's going to be held by Celta, and Celta's just going to play tucked. Celta cannot peek this. He doesn't need to peek this, but he is jiggling. And Celta finds the timing's excellent. It's a 4 versus 2. A re-smoke now thrown towards Moto. 500. It's a 2 versus 4. They've got flashbangs, but they need to start getting kills. And through the smoke, Texi and Yix Rezo. We're not heading to OT as Gun 5. They do it with the weaker weapons. What in the world have we just witnessed?
Yeah, I mean, it's the Technons that do it. And these are the dangers when you find yourselves on that point. And you know when your opponents are just one round off closing things out, you've got to play perfect Counter-Strike. Flashbangs are so good, though, there from Guns. You've seen Rainwaker saw the initial apartments play, but Cirque found them anyway. And then from there on out, barely got to see anything, just sort of spamming and hoping. And then we see the 2 kills found. Rough timing for 500 to go for a 3-man B stack. That's, of course, when the fast A hit comes through, and one of which being the AWPer, which is easy to be overwhelmed. Great win for Guns, though. It did feel like initially a little slow to get off on the map, but after sort of winning 4 rounds at the end of the first half in a row, then they start things off with the pistol victory 3 rounds in a row there, and a little bit more back and forth, which we know is going to be the nature of both of these teams, what we're going to see there. But Guns already put themselves in a really good spot where it did feel like eventually they could close it out. Didn't think we were going to go to OT, though, but a big victory for Guns, and obviously Fred moving on to their map pick of Dust 2. This is probably the only map where we have a pretty large sort of side in favor, but Guns do play, 500 do play a lot of this map, and their results aren't actually as bad as I think the eye test looks.
Yeah, well, you look at the most recent game between these two teams on Dust 2, it was a 16-14 victory for Guns, so it was very close there as well. Whether we'll see such a kind of a close affair on map number 2 is the question, but it's the pick of Gun 5, the opportunity for 2-0, something we'll find out after the break. Second map of the series underway. It is Dust 2. It is the pick of guns. And look, I think the issue that 500 had throughout map number 1 is the fact that we had Cirque so late to activate. He had a really tough game. Somehow ended not the bottom of his team, but he was, what, 3 and 14 at one point? I want to say it was really tough for Cirque to start off with. So if we can have a strong start out of Cirque, I think there's definitely the idea that 500 can do some damage here on Dust.
I suppose that's the positive, isn't it? It's the fact that he did have a difficult start, but he's able to bring himself back into things later on in that game. Hopefully some of that momentum can, like you said, be translated onto Dust. Saw some big starts to Inferno as well from Rainwaker. He slowed down pretty massively. That's a pivotal part of 500. But here in the pistol, Guns leaving Texi towards along while the rest of the squad look to go into tunnels where Volt does reside. He's starting to get aggressive, starting to peek into this angle. Spots out 2, can back away, but
oh, I love the setup.
Battling, and they find almost everyone. It's all on Rezo needs to connect some shots. Volt's pre-fire confirms his triple, and Texi, the player out towards long, is all that remains. Taking down 5 survivors. Really good showing there from 500 in that pistol.
Yeah, excellent pistol out of 500. Look, sometimes all it takes a good pistol round. It can kind of springboard your team and give you a real level of confidence. Obviously, what we mentioned for Guns on Dust on Inferno is what we've been mentioning for 500 on Dust 2. It's the fact that, yes, okay, the win rate's not incredible for 500 here on Dust, but their 2 most recent losses are 13-10 and a 16-14. The one beforehand is a 16-13 loss to Liquid. They've also proceeded to have 2 more OT losses and a 13-10 as well. So, yes, okay, they've got 11 losses on this map, but a vast majority of them are OT, super duper close. I think this is a map that I don't feel 500 are going to feel uncomfortable on, are they?
Yeah, without a doubt. Just the pistol rounds, just the eco for Guns. I'm going to see a crazy amount of success. Hamper's just on his USP of all weapons. Won't find Texi, and Simon can't take him down. Pretty inquisitive there is Hamper's considering just the USP in hand. But still manages to find one before being traded out. Just a single casualty for 500. And Cirque with that AWP. Ooh. Guns aren't actually fully invested in this. This is a half buy. They want to bring out the AWP on Magic Key themselves. Obviously, they did end up winning Inferno, thanks to a buy similar to this.
Yeah, I guess. We do have that AK on Rezo.
It does feel like just go for like a half buy in the second then.
Or just go for a force in the second.
When you might be able to like reset the actual economy of 500.
Yeah, seems a bit odd, but if it works, it works. I'm happy to be.
I mean, they're in the bomb site.
Yeah, and it's the B bomb site. There is a defuse kit on Cirque, though. There's an AWP as well. Cirque's just going to have to send these flashes in, but there's another molly on Stein. There's a recovered weaponry. Rezo's going to have to go huge. Smoke landing towards tunnels, but not going to matter. Diving into the bomb site is Red Star, but he's blinded. Volt finds one as well. Delta pushing through. Delta can get another. Delta will be able to get the reload off, and now it's all on Cirque. Julie's in hand. Will be able to find... Well, speaking about being able to reset the money, so much damage dealt to the finances of 500.
Yeah, obviously with 5 survivors in the pistol and 4 survivors in the round afterwards, money's certainly a decent spot for 500, even though they only have 1 survivor there. But it does make you think, if they wanted to go for sort of a weaker buy as well as an eco, it would make more sense to do that in the second round, because that's where, if you do end up winning that round, you do know the money of your opponent's broken, whereas, because they did it in the third round, even if they won that, 500 still have enough to buy. Either way, look, decisions have been made, weapons are in play now, it's the 3-0 start for 500, but it's the round that truly matters.
Yeah, exactly. Guns, they've got to find success here. Otherwise, not only what was the point of that previous kind of half buy, but the success of Inferno could be meant for nothing. I think when you take your opponent's map pick at the start of a series, you have to extrapolate that. You have to find success in your selection. Otherwise, all the good gain of that for nothing. But gun 5, really nice look to this first 4x versus 4x. So I'm getting the trade onto Hampus. That's key. 2 versus 4 now. Rainwaker and Cirque. No utility remaining for these two. Cirque, nice shot there onto Seltzer, but can't connect to Yix-Rezo. Bomb recovered. Rainwaker alone in middle. And on 5, it looks as though they're going to get their first here on Dust 2.
On the board now are guns, and I'm going to say my favorite thing about Dust, and something that isn't seen that often, but we're getting to see it here. A double AWP on the T side. Probably a mistake that they ended up saving another, but I'm going to look at it as deliberate, as we do have 2 AWPs in play. Yix-Rezo with 1. Magic-E, of course, the primary AWPer.
Yeah, we've got an AWP on
Work
500.
that out for him if he's going to be the one building it.
Yeah, you'd assume that's getting dropped to Cirque.
There you
And
go,
it does, yeah.
Let's see if he can best 2 AWPers in this round.
Yeah, 500. Haven't got the most perfect investments. They've got a Deagle on Hampus, 5-7 on Rainwaker, MP9 on Volt. A lot expected from Cirque here in this round. He's going to be peeking towards B. Oh, they both tag each other.
Ooh, both
Ace
sending
off.
nades as well, but not
So-
fully connected onto either.
Yeah, obviously Cirque comes out of the engagement a little bit lesser in the health department, which actually could be a factor. Yix-Rezo, 2 body shots needed to take him down. For Cirque, it's just the 1. Cirque's going to have to be very clinical here.
Volt looks like he wants to get aggressive here with this MP9. Flash sent in, but Volt waits for the second.
I
Really
love it.
well done.
Oh, Red Star there as well. Yix-Rezo just spending this entire round looking to dodge nades. It's Rainwaker now defending Steim. Steim needs to find this frag. Would open things up towards B. The bomb is making its way towards long, though. Steim just trying to be a nuisance, and Rainwaker will find. And we see this rotation. Hampus has to be dealt with. Magic-E will find. And now they can head towards A. I love it from Magic-E, switching to the rifle, realizing that this round's going to be difficult as is. Having the AWP, trying to clear the bomb site, not going to be easy. Yix-Rezo just going to drop the smoke towards short. Not doubling back through it. Magic-E fully clearing. They're going to head towards long, though. Volt with the AWP in hand.
Rainwaker is tagged down, and he's the player towards CT right now. We're having a flash through this smoke for Yix-Rezo. No one's actually on the other side, but it's good control taken now.
Magic-E has to realize that his AWP's been given, but there's the contact. Needing to peek towards CT. Another flashbang going to be thrown from Magic-E, fully blinding, and Magic-E can get 1. It's now Volt towards long. Volt's been dealt with, and a reload needs to come through. Rainwaker going to take this fight. The pre-fire, but Magic-E, what a round. He gets the quad kill. It's a 2 versus 4, of which Magic-E finds all 4. Absolutely exceptional.
Yeah, and it's really rough there for 500. It was Rainwaker, the final player to peek up into Magic-E, the only player who was tagged down out of those remaining 3. Maybe the only one who actually found a kill as well. The flashbang is great. It not only does it force the players to look away, and they don't actually have information that Magic-E's rotated towards the left, but it also just splits them slightly, and it allows 2 isolated 1v1s to be found. But the missed shot from Volt gives Magic-E the chance to do so. 2 on the bounce for guns, and money being broken from 500. Of course, this game was going to us being leveled up nice and quickly again.
Celta. Very patient here is Celta. Just going to be looking to tell his team to hold off. No need to push into this. We can just look to overrun with utility. I don't know if you saw there was a lot of jiggling going on, and then they had about a 15-second period of ensuring success. I think this is where the T's can overcomplicate a round like this. Just everyone keep your guns out. Don't allow players to get caught with utility in hand. That's where problems can really be seen. So just be patient. Have your guns out. Wait for the CTs to push into you. Oh, they blocked the smoke and great information, but a lot of damage. Delta Volt, flashbang coming through. This is what I'm on about with the overcomplication. You cannot just allow them to swing through with util in hand. Well, Yixreza gets the double magic key on the AWP. Just a one casualty of Stein. And as you pointed out, Charlie, it is this 3-3 now.
Yeah, guns are aware that there's likely a flashbang in play. And they just felt like they're desperately trying to bait that flashbang out for a long time. And eventually it does come. It's just one kill found from 500. So with 4 survivors, guns are much needed cash injection into their bank. Because obviously last round coming down to the 1v1. Didn't exactly have a huge amount to play with. 4 players towards a long hit early from 500. Very heavy leaning towards this side of the map.
Again, gun 5
taken, but there's just no contact really being made yet. It's a bit of a standard default. That is a great nade.
Perfect HE grenade. Are they going to send another? Delta, is he going to? No, he's not going to send another nade here. Rainwaker. Rainwaker will be able to find. That's a freebie. Zerg here towards ramp. Going to send the Fox to try and keep himself alive and then peek at any moment. Zerg still towards bottom ramp. Another bit of util landing. Great from Rainwaker. Again, that's a free second for Rainwaker. The kills that have been found from Zerg and Rainwaker, not only brilliant, but very easily found. Poor entry pathing, poor utility. Overlooking angles and getting caught on corners. Something that Gun 5 cannot allow for in such an important game.
500 will reclaim that lead that they had. So you spoke about how important it was that Guns kept a lot of players alive on that eco. You can see it allowed them to bring out this buy. Time with the only player to go down, just on this Desert Eagle. The rest of the team have weapons. There shouldn't be too big an impact that he's the only one with a weaker gun in play. Again, 500 making sure they've got control of long early. Haven't really seen too much weight put into this side of the map from Guns just yet. Been happy to slow things down towards this position. Smoke will fade here shortly. Red Star's able to drop out the molly, but he could get a double. In fact, just plenty of damage from the flames onto Yixreza. But nothing more. Really awkward engagement there from both teams. Red Star's able to back away. And spray comes through. Bit awkward. Stein found by Hampus's aggression into tunnels. As Cirques towards car, Celta won't fully clear and allows the kill to come through. Missed shots from Magicy and Yixreza being low. Rainwaker's able to get a double. Time, nothing found from him. 2-round lead now from 500, which should turn into a 3-round lead as money is not in play for Guns.
Look, this is a great bit of kind of push and pull between Rainwaker and Cirque on the A bottom side. It's one taking contact, the other swings off of it. I'm really liking this combination between the two. We see it in that long setup, Cirque taking the fight, and the second we're seeing eyes towards Cirque's position, that's when we see the swing from Rainwaker. I am really liking what we're seeing so far from these two, and Cirque early on the scoreboard in this round with the AWP in hand.
Yixreza will find one with his scout. Spread it out by Volt pretty quickly though. Obviously Magicy understanding that he can't buy out an AWP anyway. In the next, so may as well go for a scout in this one as well as the next. Ag on to Stein, but no kill confirmed just yet. This round will go the way of 500. It's just going to be, can we see any real damage dealt from Guns?
that is the question. Guns, can they find another kill? Can they maybe get a bomb down? It's got to be the idea. Delta. Oh, Zerg, well. He gets a kill. Sadly, not an opponent. It is his teammate.
Taking a while for this round, considering there was next to nothing invested. These have to make sure they will go down before time. And Rainwaker ensures that, taking down Texi. Couple of kills, but it was always going to be a 6th for 500. 3 rounds remaining of this half. We obviously saw Guns down 6-2 on Inferno, but they brought things back at the end of the first half, and that really spurred them on. They closed things out on Inferno, just gave them that extra lead that they needed.
Yeah, look, 500. They've been not only a lot better here, but individually, look what Cirque's brought to the table. 9-3. Definitely what's needed.
Get a util thrown out. Red Star forced back from long. Made a little bit of damage. Turns Magicy and Texi. Sort of one-hit headshot with the M4s, but it's Stein the first to fall towards tunnels. Again, I believe it's the aggression from tunnels that's caught him out a couple of times now.
Yeah, Celta's already taken space here towards short, but Cirque can find that pick quite comfortably.
Cirque takes down Texi, and yeah, it feels like 500 have really warmed up into this map. 2 versus 5 here, Magicy and the Expresso. We did see a 2 versus 4 from these two. This is a completely different ask. Expresso found, all on Magicy will find 1.
Pre-fire attempt there from Magicy. 20 seconds on the clock, and the nade will find. What a change here from 500. It's clear to see the impact that Cirque has for this roster. When Cirque's missing, you know about it. You feel that difference, and that's why we saw a 13-11 scoreline in favor of Gun 5 on map 1. It certainly helped that Texi was performing well. Yet here on map 2, Cirque really taking control of this game. That's now the half, at worst, 1 for 500.
Time opening kill on Devault. Red Star sort of in the open. Stein, it's just a 1v1, and the tech comes out on top. He's alone here towards the long. Trying a double. Peg 9. Baits out the AWP shot. Cirque as well. Stein's down 3. He is still the only player here towards A. Finally has been found. Hampers, he's got the AWP. Will find the first while blinded. Missed shot, and this is where the pressure is really on. Magicy takes him down. And a 1 versus 3 for Red Star, but brilliance from Stein in long. Delta dealing a little bit of damage to Rainwaker. Rainwaker ammo, the thing that cost him. But Guns, I mean, they break the streak of 500 and can find the 4th. I mean, don't get me wrong though, he comes all off the back of Stein finding that 3K. Final round of the half hit with Guns finding the last. Maybe that can give them the belief that this 5th can be theirs before the end of the first half. See, Gun 5's does too. They're pretty good at both sides of the map. They don't have a major favourite when they play things. Whereas 4-500, actually the T side that they find majority of their success on.
Well, I think it expands from the fact that both these teams, they're all right at dust. It's not as though that you know, this 500 team can't play the map. I know their win rate is sub 40%, but I've already mentioned as to why. Texi, nice find! How does Texi get 2? How does he take down Rainwaker? That's crazy. And now we got Celta close to the smoke. Another nade. A nade in that smoke. Celta patiently waiting. It's last round of the half, guys. You're going to have to give this one a go. Yix taking contact. Circle will get 1. Celta still behind the smoke, of which Red Star could find. Celta gets 2. And now all on Cirque. Celta finds a nice triple there. But the round only possible because of Texi's brilliance out of tunnels.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a couple of rounds that Guns won off of big individual moments, but it is something that has given them a good chance moving on to the second half. Because when we were looking at what was that 7-3, you start to get a little bit worried for Guns. Okay, maybe this won't quite work out. Maybe this could be a little bit one-sided. I don't know. I mean, the 7, yes, just but the final 2 rounds go the way of Guns. Makes the scoreline look significantly closer. A pistol round instantly levels this game up and gives both teams a great chance again. But 500 already being a map down in this series, this is a pistol that they're going to want to win. See if they can try to extend that lead once again to 4.
Yeah, obviously. 500. They are in the lead. If they can win the pistol, they can really kind of drive home this victory. And show similar signs of what we saw from Guns. You know, just take the lead, claim the lead, extend, look to really propel yourself to victory. And I think for 500, they can recognize that, yes, okay, it's round 1 Swiss. It's not the end of the world if you do lose this game, but you don't want to be allowing for it. You really want to kind of dig your teeth into these first round Swiss games, because I think we know it all too frequently, Charlie. A Swiss stage can turn away from you so quickly. All it takes, you lose the opening game. You come up against a tough opponent in that 0-1, you're 0-2. And that's where you've got to win 3 on the bounce. That can just be so difficult. Had the drop down, Yix alone. And there's not going to be a rotation. He's got to fight his way out. Can't even get the 1. The 500 with the opening kill. Surg with a 2nd. Util raining down. Surg finds a 3rd. Okay, well. Surg 16 and 5. 500, they take dust. Is that what we're seeing now? It seems like Cirque does not want to slow up at all.
Time will find 1. Needs a lot more physically chance of this round. Get on the way of Guns, but it is going to be impossible. Texi just trying to see if he can even save or find a couple of kills, but good pistol there from 500. I'm instantly invested in armor. We'll sell that actually, as it is just going to be another eco in this second round. We're going to potentially just don't want to give up double digits to 500. We've had quite a few back and forth rounds throughout this game, and I think maybe looking at things and saying if we give 510, even if we have a good CCT side, they're still so close to that 13 needed. Zeus for Texi finds 1. In here from the middle. Eagle of Stein gets taken down by the jumping Mac 10. Hampers. Not going to be found as Red Star's Molly just about spreads towards Celta beforehand.
Yeah, nice from 500 again, though, finding this victory. There's a couple Mac 10s in play here for Hampers and Volt, so maybe a bit of speed going to be seen in this round.
We'll find Hampus. It's actually Majiki that does it by his side. Opening kill 4 Guns. Massive round for them in this game. Aren't successful. We could see maybe an 11-5 scoreline. I like the play from 500. Just contact up towards short. Celta's not even considering this being a possibility yet. And he has to quickly, or else he's going to be taken down. I think he has 40 players on this bomb site. Celta will find one. And he's sent onto the bomb site, not quite connected. But Celta really needed to at least get one there, because otherwise he could have been taken down, as well as the A bomb site falls a little too quickly. But man advantage retake for Guns. Stein does have a defuse kit.
Yeah, 500. If they win this round still, though, it'd be excellent for them. As you mentioned, 11 looming. The X-Rezo caught off, blinded, great flash from Volt. Cirque now sending a Molotov, but Stein, a great double swing, Volt and Cirque. Wondering where the rest of the CTs are, but it's the lack of time. 500 will get themselves 10. 500, 3 rounds away now from pushing to that third and final in Mirage.
Yeah, I suppose at least with this save, we can see the reinvestment from Guns, but just really slow in the retake, and it just allows things to get a bit out of control.
So, it is a reinvestment for Gun 5. I think they can recognize 500. The money's too good. We can't really give them. We can't give them an 11th.
Team kill for 500 isn't ideal. Rainwaker will find Stein though. And bomb can be retrieved. Hammers finds the treasure as well. And Rainwaker might just consider to push out towards B. Well, let's just back away through the smoke, and this is where Magic E could find a double. Look at the speed that they're coming. Cirque finds.
Yeah,
Massive kill to get. The HP on these final 3 players is so low. Celta's out of ammo.
That's so tough. That could have been the round. That could have been the clutch to save Dust 2. And to still kind of breed the idea that Gun 5 can close it out in a 2-0 fashion, but no. Celta not fortunate enough to find that one.
And 500 from a very narrow defeat on Inferno. They could find themselves a relatively comfortable victory here on Dust. Yet to drop around on this T side yet. It's been 4 in a row from them. And obviously we spoke about how interesting it was that potentially Guns are looking to ban Ancient as that third and final and selecting Mirage instead. Was always a chance that wouldn't come up again. But the way that this one's looking, it does feel like we are going to be heading on to a third and final as Magic E gets found early. Man advantage for 500 again.
Cirque's had such a game though, 21 and 6 for Cirque. Look, this is the type of performance that we say AWPers are always hoping for when moving to a map like Dust 2. So, Cirque with another.
We hoped that Cirque could bring sort of that second half Inferno form onto Dust, and he's exactly done that. He had a very difficult first half there, but as soon as he got the AWP out in the second half, we start to see some much bigger moments. On a map like Dust, where there are a lot more opportunities, it feels like it's just been a perfect combination of Cirque warming up into this series, as well as it being played on a map that you really can deal a lot of damage with the AWP. 7 chances, though, for 500 to walk away with victory on Dust.
Yeah, I just don't feel like it's going to happen. I just can't see it happening.
Terrorists win.
Seven rounds needed. A big ask.
Yeah, and I think it's something that's just not going to happen. I just can't see Guns having a continual performance and having 7 in a row, because who's going to do it? Who's going to step up? Every single player on Gun 5 negative.
I mean, that's the thing as well. After sort of the initial probably 6 rounds of the T side, Guns didn't actually look great on that side of the map either, and that's where they found all 5 of their rounds so far. So it's not even like, oh, they had a great first half, just a bit slow to start the second. It wasn't a great first half. A lot of it won by individuals. Now on this CT side, needs to see even more. Good positioning from Texie, and they should bait him in. Will find one, but no trigger discipline, so just a 1-for-1.
Ooh,
And
Stein.
similar story for him.
Yeah, he kind of has to find 2 that. I know they've still got the man advantage, but you've got Cirque, you've got Rainwaker. These are the 2 top performers that are in the clutch. There's an HE grenade on YXRezo, but YXRezo's rotating through T-spawn, so we're not going to see the fruit of that. Another smoke thrown here. Cirque posted up towards window. Smoke thrown towards tunnels, but Celta can find it's now all on Rainwaker, and Rainwaker being super patient. Jump spotting now. Rainwaker gets 1. That's the HE grenade falling as well. They're going to have to dive to hunt him. Magic-y holding. And there's enough time for the defuse. If Rainwaker waits just a second longer... Oh, actually, no, there was a defuse kit in play. Either way, though, a nice attempt in that 2 versus 3. But Guns, they get their 6th now.
It's still so many needed, and I'm not really going to believe until we probably start to look at something like a 12-9 scoreline, and then maybe I can be convinced. But money's still good enough for a buy here for 500. Same can't be said of the next, so we could maybe see 8 rounds found from Guns. I want at least the next 2 full buys victorious for the CTs for me to start to believe, okay, this is possible. And just like that, 1 kill opens up the B-bomb site. Molotov will be thrown, only delay slightly. Texie can't find Red Star, and the B-bomb site's being taken. Volt finds the YXRezo, so just a 1 kill to buy a bit of extra time on Dust, as we do see 500 close things out here.
Yeah, Magic-y. 1v5 needed, but Magic-y can get the 2nd. Switching to a rifle here, just the USP in hand. Red Star finds 500. They will close this one out, and they do push to that 3rd and final of Mirage. What a great performance out of 500. But what an even better one out of Cirque. 23-7 for Cirque, single-handedly giving his team such an opportunity to find Dust 2, and obviously they do. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings after that one?
Yeah, Circle look great is what you need from Europa, particularly on a map like Dust. And when Magic-y wasn't exactly stepping up to go toe-to-toe with Cirque, that's where Cirque can really just deliver even more, finding so many early kills. Cirque was 4-0 in terms of openings that game. So many multi-kill rounds from him. Won a clutch as well. And it just felt like he couldn't slow down on that map whatsoever. And I think moving on to Mirage, I'm hoping we can see just even a fraction of what he showed us on Dust. And I think 500 have a very solid chance there. But look, we looked at stats, and 500 were better on the T side, and near flawless T side, just dropping out 1 round towards the end. But other than that, it was just a bit of a consolation round for Guns. Even great display from them. Guns did well to bring themselves slightly back into this game, but it always felt like as soon as we moved on to the second half and we saw the first few rounds go the way of 500, then winning the first full buy, I think we always knew where that one was going to go.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously now we're going to be moving to that 3rd and final Mirage. But beforehand, Charlie, we jump to a break. Final map of the series, it is Mirage. It was a dominant victory for 500 on Dust 2, all contingent on Cirque's kind of brilliance there with the big green in hand. Whether we're going to see something similar on this decider is the question. This time, he's going to be taking some space here towards apartments. Red Star could be the one to fall here. Very patient here, R500.
We'll fire off a pot shot. We'll back away. Exy here on the balcony of the dual Berettas. The flashbang's good enough just to force his vision. A little bit of skew, but Red Star's double keeps the favor in 500's way. Smoke blooms before any more kills can be found. And Celta plays behind this, but bullets are peppering this smoke. And he's been brought down to 15 points of health. Celta, a risky play here as he sits in this smoke. We'll find one by pushing through. Celta. Round's very chaotic. Rainwaker finds two of his own, but it's all on Hamfus, and the in-game leader will secure things 500 away. Chaotic pistol to start things off in Mirage.
Yeah, massively so. But look, it goes the way of 500 from an important clutch. Just to kind of put into context of how well Cirque played regarding his rating. He's got nearly 70. He's got over 1,700 maps played on HLTV. That encroaches into his top 10 performances, and you'd imagine a vast majority of those top 10 performances would be through the year where he was a top 20 HLTV player, being what, 2019, I want to say. So for Cirque, what a performance throughout Dust 2. If we just get a fragment of that, I think 500 will be happy.
Yeah, I mean, you think if he could just bring some of that, which people have been asking for a long, long time.
I'm sure, you know, we both have. In the games, honestly, in the games that I've seen from 500, very rarely is it Cirque to kind of light up the server.
But he showed, like last map, there is always a chance. This fourth fight of 500 hasn't netted him a kill yet, and Texie swings off, finds a double. Cirque's low HP, XRezo swings, 2 kills for each of the MP9s.
What a decision and what a setup. The top con kind of left and right side, initial contact being taken, I believe, by XRezo, then the swing from Texie. Just really, really nice. Excellent decision making from Guns. Absolutely brilliant.
Went for the force buy and give them that round back, but it's more so how cleanly they won it. Not many finds for 500. You can see instant with a stun to their cash. Cirque, okay, he has actually bought now. Was sitting on literally a Glock and no armor. You wouldn't be surprised if he does that. Look to save for the AWP, but has ended up buying into it. Essentially, it's just Deagles and armor across the board. You know that 500 individually can be very solid with these Desert Eagles. Whether it'll be enough for them to win a round, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I feel like Gun 5. They didn't really take full advantage and effect of finding victory on their opponent's map pick back on Inferno, as they've already made a very positive move on Mirage. And if they can win this round, we could be seeing a 3-1 scoreline, which would be perfect here. Obviously, for Gun 5, their form on Mirage hasn't been amazing this month. 2 wins, one of which being a 13-11 against Sparta, the other being a 13-6 against Leo. They played it, what, 6 times this month? 4 losses. Whereas for Guns, it's the other way around. They've played it 6 times, 4 wins. So I think recent form for Guns on this map has been a little bit better. Either way, it wouldn't be a decider between these 2 teams without a close fashion, and we've already mentioned how this feels like a playoff game. It's got the names, it's got the numbers, it's got the it factor about it. It's going to be this play through B. Great find from Celta. MP9 in hand, going to need to reload. He'll be able to do so. Rainwaker can still find him. Texie force back. Rotation's going to be seen here. They're a little struggling. XRezo rotating through, though, to find one. And it's now all on Cirque. 35 points of health. Bomb drops time finding. And Guns with another.
Just going to be the eco as Guns can look to find that 3-1 start on this map. Obviously, when it comes to sort of map picks between both teams, more often than not, Guns will lean on Ancient. Pick it most of the time. Pick a Mirage and a Dust occasionally, but it does tend to be Ancient that they go towards. So it's very strange in the vetoes when we saw it was Guns that opted to ban Ancient to stop it from being the third and final. But here at Mirage, they've had a decent start, and if they can have a decent finish, I don't think it'll matter that they've opted for Mirage instead of Ancient. Team kill comes through, which will be the only casualty, but money has been grown pretty substantially.
Yeah, this is where 500, this is going to be a true testament to their T side. It's not a perfect buy. There's a Mac 10 on Hampus. That could have been a Galil. He's decided for a Mac 10.
Couple of plays towards Palace, 3 towards Ramp. It could just be a basic A hit for 500, but Guns are pretty well set up and positioned for it. 3 players close towards this bomb site, styming CT. Difficult to have a huge amount of usage without the AWP, and Hampus makes great use of that Mac 10. Rezo will find one before being treaded out by Rainwaker. An advantage for 500 as they just go for a basic hit towards A, but they found the success. Still yet to get his bomb down.
Yeah, the issue is they don't have much utility actually to hold on to this bomb site. And there's 3 smokes, 2 flashes for Gun 5. I'd like to see a weaponry switch between Magicy and Stein. They're both in CT. I think it's the smart thing to do. And Magicy still going to hold on to this orb for now. Celta needs to deal with Red Star. He's close towards jungle. Celta will be able to find. No swing out of the Palace player. 2 towards Ramp, 1 in Palace. They've got 3 smokes, as I mentioned before. The first landing towards Ramp, the next towards Palace. We are finally seeing that weapon switch. A flashbang going to be coming through towards Ramp for this retake. Celta going to be clearing towards Con. Doesn't spot anyone. Just needs to get a smoke on the bomb, and Magicy defusing. 1 out through the Ramp smoke. Rainwaker out through Palace, and we'll be able to find 2. Far too fixated on the extremities and players in jungle and Con. It just didn't swarm the bomb site well enough. And I think that's sometimes the issue with dropping a smoke kind of everywhere. You've got a smoke in Palace, a smoke in Ramp, and 1 on the bomb. And the issue is for Guns is, yeah, you've dropped those smokes. You actually have no clue where they are. And they just swing out of them and find you because you're making so much noise on the bomb site. The round should have still gone the way of Guns, but for some reason, far too fixated on connector for Celta. Still, though, investment going to be seen from Guns. The money, as you already mentioned, is looking so good, so stable for them.
A bit of a look towards the middle in this one initially for 500 before completely backing away, and we could just have a rinse and repeat of last round, but throwing a little bit of control towards middle beforehand. Worked out for 500 in the last. Very similar setup to what we saw last time for the CTs. Whereas you had Dixie towards Firebox, this time we've got Delta under Palace. The same positions from Yeeks, Rezo, and Stein. Smoke well timed, just as the util starts to emerge over from 500. Delta's going to be playing in front of this. Play through the smoke, Celta gets taken out instantly. Steim's tagged down to 16 points of health and spam through the boxes. Yeeks, Rezo won't actually be able to find anything, but it is Red Star taking down his teammate with Magicy finding that. It is a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, this is where Texi and Magicy, they're going to drop this util now, but very patient is Magicy. I like this setup between Red Star and Cirque. It doesn't seem like the CTs are going to give this a true look. They're just holding for exit, seemingly. And this is where Magicy's going to be under pressure. He gets the first, spots out the second. Not going to be easy. Goes for the wide peak and will get taken down by Red Star. So, 500 level up the rounds and level up the game 3 apiece now. The A-side setup not working great, is it?
No, exactly. And considering they got players nearby, and that's why a lot of the time when you see players in CT in sort of Stim's position, if they don't have an AWP, they just tend to look to play things retake. Because it is difficult to get a lot of actual damage done there with the rifle. But 500, they certainly feel comfortable falling back on their A execute. Just because they have been very clinical so far. Cash for guns to get out another buy.
Obviously, guns. They started their success off the back of that 4-spy victory. Yeah. 4-buy versus 4-buy is very comfortably going the way of 500.
Ambus. Flash towards short. There's 2 players nearby and him being tagged away at the molly. It's an easy kill for Celta.
Yeah, really nice for Celta. Again, the A-bomb site limiting in the defenses, and Rainwaker can push on out. Questioning as to where they reside. Finally, they've got some intel. Nade softening, but great find from Yix Rezo. Cirque now, Red Star 2 versus 5, and Cirque gets the first. Swing from the player in stairs. Red Star patient here towards short. Look at Celta though, he can catch off Cirque, and this is the bomb. And even with Red Star's deep positioning, it won't matter. Gun 5 deny 500 from taking the lead. Unless if we can somehow see this Red Star 1v3. 17 seconds, bomb in T-spawn. It's never going to happen.
Guns finding 4 and denying 500 taking the lead here though. And 500 might look at this round and say, okay, maybe back towards our A excuse. In fact, money's actually pretty poor for 500. I don't think it'd be as bad as it is. We'll still go for the investment. Obviously, Red Star did say he's dropped over a Galil to Vault, so the buy's going to look a little better, thankfully. He's just got enough money to drop over that Galil. Nade of the smoke. Nothing spotted from Yix Rezo as Cirque is boosted up with this AWP.
Yeah, Cirque searching in middle here, hoping for someone to overextend. As you pointed out though, the money for 500 could be broken. Timing of this HE grenade looks great. Softening at Red Star. Volt takes a little bit of chip damage from it as well. Yix Rezo just playing tucked here. Contact taken, nice HE grenade. Timing on the smoke, they're all going to be pushing through. Great from Red Star to find it. Now Stein needs to keep himself alive. Stein goes for the swing. Texi gets another though. 3 versus 3, low HP Red Star. Magicy finding Rainwaker. Magicy searching for another, but they got the man advantage in this. A low HP Red Star, tap of the bomb. Hampus looks as though he wants to peek.
Chaotic here from Celta. Needs help from Magicy and he will be offered up. Low HP on Red Star. Magicy finds. Good timing from him. Celta spotted out and Red Star finds them both. Ace for Red Star. What a round from him. As 500 can look to bring themselves level on Mirage again. Very close between these two teams, but Red Star, what a performance from him.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant from Red Star. It's just one of those moments where it's very difficult to replicate, but he's had that huge moment. The entry onto Yix Rezo and Con, the double afterwards, and then obviously in the clutch. That is huge, and I think Gun 5, they're going to have some time to talk things through here because they really, really need to kind of iron out those mistakes.
Back pause from Guns. Don't we discuss exactly what it is they're going to do with finances, because 500 have been brought down low. I mean, look at 500's investment. They've got a Mac 10, a Tech 9, Hampers probably a Galil. Even their cash isn't great. It just shows how close this game's become, how tight these rounds have gone on multiple occasions. The Guns It is them going for the fourth blow. Whoever wins this breaks the money of their opponents. Look to already secure themselves a pretty solid score at the half. Delta drops a smoke grenade. Nade behind it. 5-7 in hand. He pushes through this smoke. Searching for these players. Delta's desperately trying to find something, but no one's actually pushing through. I think he just needed to wait slightly. Allows Red Star and Cirque to now find one apiece. Hampers got one before falling into guns. It is going to be their money that sadly is broken, as 500 can double up, and just a basic hit towards B-bomb sites what works out.
Yeah, obviously it was the basic hits. It was the executes who were working really nicely for 500. Obviously their fourth round was found by a huge clutch and a huge ace there. But I think what we do need to say is when they go back to basics, when they go back to the simplicity of just the executes, it works out really nicely.
Yeah, it's got to be the CCT of these two weapons. I think guns have to give up 6 to 500. Obviously, whoever won that round basically will secure 6 rounds before heading on to the final 2 of the half. And yeah, we'll just beat Nico around the 2 guns. Magic E's bought armor alongside his 5-7. Can obviously wield one of these M4s if they get taken down. We could see some aggression somewhere towards ramp. That's what Slime's looking for, found early by Cirque Sort. Really good understanding from Cirque that was a possibility. Magic flashed in, but Volt's still able to find.
Yeah, really nice from Volt. Volt's had a tough start to this game, 3-8, but the rest of the team are stepping up. They're doing what's needed, doing what's required. Obviously, heading into this game, Volt was the top performer in Inferno. Second highest ranked on Dust. And this is where, look, for players like Rainwaker, like Red Star, they need to step up because Volt isn't performing to those crazy high levels, neither is Cirque, and that's exactly what we have seen, though. We have seen a lot out of both Rainwaker and Red Star.
The final 2 rounds at the top are going to be so interesting. Because if 500 can look to not only win the half, but maybe see if they can even find 8. I mean, obviously they're going to find themselves in a great spot, but where both teams, like many teams, favour the CT side pretty significantly on Mirage. Certainly by a pretty fair margin on a map that pretty historically has been looked at as relatively balanced. I think 500 will find themselves in a really advantaged spot to take this series now. And when the past 2 head-to-heads haven't gone their way and have always been very close losses against them, this could be the turning point.
Oh, massively so. The fact that 500, they've already tied up the half, they're not going to be disappointed that in the slightest, especially when you take into account that they won the pistol, then lost the force, which always spells to a 3, or generally speaking, spells to a 3-1 scoreline. We've seen 5 out of the last 6 rounds go the way of 500. And that's the really impressive thing, is these 4x versus 4xs for 500 have been excellent. Oh, Rainwaker blocking Hampus' back away. He does get that trade. Missed shots here from Stein, and Volt can capitalize. So space can be taken now towards the A-bomb site. We're going to see a rotation from Magic-E here in CT. Surely just a save. Oh, Magic-E. How many missed shots are we going to see in this round? Stein, very poor. Same for Magic-E there. That is so tough.
It's going to be another for 500, though. It's going to be 7 on the board. And I said not only can we see them win the half, potentially could even find 8. I mean, already they'll take 7 every day. I mean, that's a really solid look onto their T side of this. But just being able to extend this lead. That's going to be... Obviously, this was a 3-1 scoreline for guns as well. Just shows how fickle Counter-Strike can be, and even though you're looking pretty good, doesn't mean you're remaining looking good.
That's 7. 500 in a really good spot already. And can be seen a very, very positive first half performance. I just don't really see, well, Hamper's great opener, but I don't really see how Gun 5 are going to come back into this, because Gun 5 has been their T side, of which they've struggled on in Mirage. They're lacking individuals currently. Stein is absolutely trapped. He will get swung on. Nade of the smoke, 4v2, an expected 8th. 500. They lose their map pick, they lose map 1. And somehow, they are very much in the lead here on the decider.
And that's the thing, look, they lost map number 1, very close fashion. But moving on to Dust 2, it's a very dominant show in there. And so far, how this first half's looking, it looks pretty comfortable for 500 again.
Yeah, well, massively so.
Texie 1 versus 4, pushing through this smoke. Steps have been heard. Hampus will be found, but it's now information on where Texie is. Nothing more can be done. Volt will take him out of the round as 500 secure 8. From 3-1 down as well, just dropping one final round. Afterwards, that's a really solid display from 500. I think the calling's been very solid. I like the early rounds that they had, so that they found the initial success after having the weapons out, where they just went for the basic execute, sort of feeling like they're warming their players up into the map. I mean, since then, been very good calling, individuals delivering. Not necessarily to the same extent that Cirque was on Dust, but it's felt like a real team performance. Everyone's had their moments, they've got their kills. That's all you can really ask for when you are 500.
Yeah, massively so. I think for 500, they have had a real team performance, which I think is really key. Okay, yeah, Hampus 5 and 9. Volt's not been put, but it's the fact that is Hampus expected to be this high octane fragger? Certainly not. You know, Volt, I understand Volt can have a lot of impact, and obviously throughout map 1 and map 2 did have a lot of impact, but it's the fact that Rainwaker, that Red Star, that Circa stepping up, it's kind of how it's meant to be. It's something you mentioned right at the start of this series, Charlie, that it's got to be those three to be the difference makers today, because again, they are still trying to kind of synergize as a team. It takes time, doesn't it? So to have a game where you can have those kind of that core stepping up is exactly what you need.
This round, Guns desperately need an avenue back into this map, back into this series. That since map number 1 has not exactly gone how they anticipated. And puts information towards B, but Guns aren't going to look to commit towards this side of the map.
Right now, Guns, this is somewhat of a required pistol. Stein, nice find onto the first time, gets a second, and this is going to draw rotations across. Stein will get found by Hampus. It is going to be this play towards A, though. It's all a fake. And the rotations aren't going to be quick enough. So, we will just see the bomb go down with real comfort.
Volt in some dual Cirque, found by Texie, and it means Volt is still just stuck behind the smoke.
Hampus
So what we needed to find that one. Well, it's all on Volt, 1 versus 4. We'll find one. The gun, we spoke about the importance of this pistol for them. And I've gone on to be able to find it. Second round force play. Both these teams liking these second round forces. Sort of in their DNA at times. Haven't always gone for it, but certainly haven't minded investing up slightly, and we do have the Scout, few upgraded pistols, and a UMP on Rainwaker. Big lean towards this A-bomb site.
Nice find from Celta here towards Con. The decision, of course, for 500 is a risky one. Nice 2 kills from guns. This is where if you're Cirque, Rainwaker, or Vault, you should just look to save. But Cirque's been dealt with. Gets the collat onto Yixrezo and Magicy. Final 2 players both towards 8. The guns will get themselves a 6th. And that 8-4 can go 8-7 very quickly.
Yeah, guns needed a bit of good fortune, needed to be able to win that pistol, able to do so. Certainly better for them. But the fact that we did see the investment for 500, it just allows guns to see if they can find a 1 round extra, and that's going to be the case. And like you said, thanks to that, should be able to see that 8-7. We still do have a couple of these weapons being saved. Guns aren't going to hunt them at all. The damage can be dealt in the neck, but it should be a relatively comfortable one for guns to keep this game as close as it can be in this third and final. Obviously, still very early on in the Swiss stage. We spoke about how this game, for us, feels like it could be a playoff match between these two teams. Tom got treated to it very early on in the Swiss stage, with it just being this 1-0 or this 0-0 first round Swiss game, but it is for obviously both these teams fighting for that 1-0 spot. A lot of solid teams already making it there.
So now we're going to ask a question of this first full buy versus full buy. Obviously, it's in the next round, but for 500, the key asset for them is dealing a little bit of damage, but great shot from Stein takes down Cirque. I think when we see Cirque on this AWP, I think we need to see some slight showings of what we saw on map number 2.
See, this was, in theory, the eco, but with some of the saved weapons, there's still a bit of damage that can be dealt, but with the lean towards A from guns, it's not their whole team. Still got Stein and Celta in the apartments, and just the presence being made has drawn all the rotations. It's an empty A-bomb site.
Yeah, Celta just taking all of this space, just trying to be as much of a nuisance as possible. Vault can kind of understand that it's probably going to be an A play with this contact taken from Celta, but
Bomb has been planted.
And Pascal looks to bring the AK into the next. Rainwake is just going to maybe see if he can do some damage. Isn't going to want to really play with this UMP in the next, but still, a bit of kill reward to be made. Wouldn't mind getting a free upgrade on an AK if you get the chance. 7, like expected.
so with this being another round victory for guns, we get to ask that question of what is going to happen in here in this first full buy versus full buy. Obviously, weaponry is going to be upgraded to. I don't really know why 500 have looked to keep these like UMPs and stuff. Look, I get it. You want to save Kevlar. Surely it's worthwhile looking to try and take a player down instead. But either way, 500, they are still in the lead here.
Might not be after this round. His gun's just going to be a contact play, but the looks of things out towards ramp. Rainwaker found instantly by Texi. I'd really like the call from guns. Flashbangs are catching off players like Texi though. Plant 4 CTs.
Well,
Devastated.
yeah, it's really tough.
Trying to get the shot off in quick switch, I suppose, but forgot about the shooting part. And there's Guns finding 8 instant save call after we see Rainwaker and Cirque both fall. Great call. Rainwaker really isolated from the rest of the team. It's just Guns going for a contact play. We see Texi take that gunfight onto him. As soon as the kill comes through, plenty of util gets dumped out by Guns. Probably overlooking CT slightly, but still didn't get punished from it.
Terrorists win.
And after 16 rounds of play, all square again.
So, Guns, I mentioned how this is their unfavored side. Clearly 500. I don't want to say they've kind of been a bit too overconfident, because I don't think it's been their decision-making that's cost them. It's clear that Gun 5 have just found their footing and warmed into this game.
It's 4 in a row since moving onto this T side from Guns. Celta fast out towards A, but Rainwaker will find one. Trade it out. Trading for 500's better, so they get the man advantage. And the T's look elsewhere as they back away from ramp, but only temporarily. Texi goes for a bit of a flash play to look for something before realizing nothing's being offered up.
Obviously, with the advantage here for 500. Oh, Hampus finds another to make it this 4-on-2. I think after the 8-4 half, I think expectations were that 500 are always to win this one, or at least always should win this map. Important for them to find victory here on this CT side, and with this being such a key round, I hope they're able to convert this 2-man advantage.
And we'll be in first round found from 500 on this CT side now. Got a tough economy to break for Guns. There's a lot of players sitting around 7 to 9k on the side of Guns. But after the investments come through, still a decent bit of money on players like Texi and Magic. Could have bought out the orb, but he's opting for the AK. So maybe something a little bit faster in this round from Guns. 3 towards Palace. Interesting decision from the team, but Zerk will find Celta through the smoke. But it's all on Texi to continue this mid-aggression. He will find one onto Red Star, but opts to back away, and the Palace push comes through now.
Yeah, it seemed like Rainwaker was in an excellent position to deal with that, but missed shots from Rainwaker, Volt under pressure from Con, the amount of sheer utility. They're going to be forced back. Stein very far away from this one. He will have heard these steps, and that's why we're seeing this repivot. Oh, it's Texi, in fact. Stein's now holding towards ramp. He's got Magic by his side. They know about Hampus. They've got perfect intel here, and Texi now maneuvering. This should be a round for Guns, just based off their knowledge of Hampus's flank. Oh, Volt is just shot. Texi knows this, but doesn't feel like 500 going to give this one a go. Guns, they will confirm it. And it's the space that Texi takes that gives them such an asset, because they can just hold for Hampus.
Terrorists win.
But I mean, it's a very interesting call from Guns. I don't mind it though. Obviously, we didn't get to see the strat fully executed perfectly as Cirque finds one through the smoke. Texi does get the trade, but he doesn't want to continue pushing through. Doesn't want to give up his life. But it was going to be a very fast A split there. But 3 players out, Palace just completely catching off. And Rainwaker, I want to say it was towards CT. And pause to be called now from 500 as sure they won their first CT side round a couple of rounds ago. But after winning the half 8-4, and it being a leveled up game, you know they want a lot more out of this favoured side.
Yeah, this is where gun 5. They can look to pounce. Obviously, the amount of saves that have come through here from 500 have been key for their continual investments.
Anyway, just jiggling on balcony again. 3 players in Palace. Exy sneaking through the smokes into connector. Stein first to fight. Magic, he gets taken down by Rainwaker as well. But
Nice
it's
double.
Texi from connector to blind Cirque.
Oh, Selter as well from short. And now the man advantage here for guns. This is where Red Star needs to make a move. He needs to make a bit of a risk. We'll find Yix Rezo. Red Star, you've got a smoke, you've got an HE grenade. Just throw it on the bomb and start defusing. And that will be the game plan. Nading can't. Red Star, you've dropped the smoke. At least tap the bomb. Give them a reason to peek. Finally will be tapping. Spam coming through. And now the full stick comes through. So much damage done. They will find him. Hampus struggling. Honestly, I get it. I understand why we're going to be seeing a disciplined approach there the second they get that kill. But look, I just don't know why you've dropped that smoke, taken about 5 seconds to tap the bomb, and then not stuck it initially. Look, just stick the bomb in the first place. I understand you want to wait for your teammate, but Hampus, he doesn't achieve anything while you're defusing anyway. Just go for the early defuse. Is really going to catch off Gun 5. That's an unnecessary decision, and it gives Gun 5 double digits first. Money still in a spot for investment for 500. The fact that we've had what? It feels like we've had full buys in the last like 5-6 rounds now.
Yeah, there's been some decent amounts of investments that have been seen. But it's unlucky because Rainwaker does really good work toward Palace, but he eventually does get traded out. And at the same time, Texi took the space through the smokes in connector, and Cirque just not ready for it. From a 5v3 to very quickly getting leveled up as a 3-on-3. But Guns take the lead here on this map. They were initially 3-1 up. They let things slip slightly and went 8-4 down at the half. But just dropping 1 round since then.
Right, so Gun 5. They win this one. The money in a difficult spot for 500. I wonder what 500 would do if they have no survivors. Obviously, it's the fact that they've had a few survivors in previous lost rounds that has allowed for continual investment.
Varty does really well to keep himself alive there.
Yeah.
At 1 point of health, really, or 1 bullet away from being taken down towards underpass, and just able to send out the util and slip into the safety of connector. So we'll stay as this 5-on-5.
Yeah, this is where you'd quite like to see a bit more of a gamble from 500. And I like this from Rainwake. He's taken some positive space. Cirque can just stay posted towards Con. We've got Red Star holding Palace. Set of mid smokes to kind of indicate a B play. Well, it's a miss smoke in window, but they won't have the knowledge of that unless if it's meant to be a smoke in short. I don't really know where that one's landed, but based off the trajectory, it seemed as though it was meant to be a smoke in towards window. Nice from Rainwaker. Another smoke thrown towards ramp from Cirque. Molly in the corner. Nice from Rainwaker though. He's able to get 2. Now the issue is ammunition. And the trades and kills going the way of Gun 5. The lack of health for Volt. Surely the CTs don't even give this one a look. Hampus. He's going to have a slight read. They should just look to save here. There's no need for Hampus just throwing away this weapon magic he can find. Volt was never going to give this one a go. And now, with just the 1 survivor, I don't know what you do. If there was 2 players surviving, I think the investment could still be seen. Look, it can. They can go for that risk and that decision, but I don't know why Hampus has just looked to throw his life away there.
Yeah, I mean, it feels a bit desperate, doesn't it? I think 500 probably looking at things, and we've only got 1 round on our CT side. I mean, this one kind of on paper is winnable.
Terrorists win.
But you'd ask for a lot out of Hampus to be able to ever win that one.
But imagine Hampus has a gun here. Look, it's going to be another investment, pretty comfortable. Both Volt and Hampus can drop, so it can buy, no issues whatsoever. But now it's the question for 500, is it actually the safer bet to go for the half buy? Hampus is going to struggle. I think Hampus is just going to get out an MP9 anyway, and it'll be the investment. But that's what 500 are utilizing this tactical pause for. They need to work out what the best decision is.
It'll be how exactly is it they make the most out of their finances? Does Cirque go for the glass cannon? Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision from Cirque. I know it's not been incredible here on Mirage, but that's how Cirque's going to do something.
I mean, he hasn't had a crazy amount of warps to play with, and even when he has, it doesn't really feel like it's been his fault in terms of how he got taken down. And the last time he had it, just Texi pushing through the smoke towards connector finds him in triple. But I think, sure, we've had 500 with a lot of buys, but it hasn't been perfect buys. It hasn't been with the AWP in play in all of those rounds. Has had a few of them. This is where you need these players to deliver. Red Star's having a good map, as is Rainwaker. Level 3, you want to see a little more. Decent lean towards B. Few players pushing towards underpass. For gun 5. Delta opening kill onto Volt. Guns don't rush anything, don't look to accelerate, but a bit of contact made from Stein in the B apartments. Turk spots with this AWP. Hampus is the one to find. Time gets the trade. B bomb site opened up, particularly with Red Star falling in market. And these two CTs, surely they have to save this, but it's difficult because you know that they've got intel on Texi towards middle. So it not being a quick kill, it will be this save. 500. They give up 12 to Guns after leading 8-4 after only finding one round. What a find from Texi.
Excellent shot there, yeah, Texi. Rainwaker going to try and save, but not going to be easy. We saw the steps. I love this from Rainwaker. Oh, okay. Well, playing directly under window. Texi seems aware for it. Rainwaker dodging the flash. Oh, okay. Stein will find.
Late tech pause before we do get into what could be the final round of this series. Guns one away from claiming themselves a 1-0 spot and record here in the Swiss stage. Both teams that I think we both already said that we believe they should both be able to make it to playoffs. But a win here really makes things a lot easier, doesn't it?
Oh, massively. Like, you go 1-0 in the Swiss stage, you know, potentially only needing to play 2 more series to get yourself to the playoffs. But yeah, look, there's a reason this final map's gone so close. There's a reason this game's got such kind of this up and down potential, is because both these teams are of such quality. This is what the highest ranking and the 3rd highest ranking teams in the Swiss stage, I believe. I'll just double check that, but it feels like both these teams are of, you know, really strong quality, and I'd be very surprised if we didn't see both of them qualify through the Swiss stage. I think when you look at some of the other Swiss stage teams, I think, yeah, Cybershock, they're pretty close to teams like 500, like Guns, but I feel like there's only a handful of teams that are top 100 in the VRS rankings and kind of top 60, top 70 in the world rankings, and obviously Gun 5 and 500 both feature as those rosters, as those teams. But
I mean, that's the thing. If you want to go purely off of VRS, these are the top 2 teams. Yeah, in the Swiss stage, VRS wise. Yeah, like you said, in terms of actual rankings or HOTD rankings,
A little bit
first
different.
and top 3. So it's interesting. It's interesting. Difficult opposition waiting in the playoffs as well for whichever teams do make it there, but still plenty of Swiss stage action before we even really set our minds forward to those playoffs. I think just off of the games that we've had in sort of round 1 with how close some of them have been, I think this is going to be a very competitive Swiss stage, and I'm so curious to see where things are going to pan out.
Yeah, we do have some slight technical issues at the moment, called by 500. Hopefully, they will get resolved soon. And, well, with that timer ticking, we are now back in the action.
Round number 22, boost up for Magicy. Not able to find though, and will instantly reposition, just leaving Yik Trezor to hold for any aggression towards ramp. Need 500 to show us why they deserve to win Mirage here. Nothing being given up from Guns just yet. They want 500 to be the ones to make the mistake. To overextend, to give up picks.
They're dotted around the map, 500. It's not as though they're looking to take space in this round, looking to be super static and hope that Gun 5 just lose out on these kills. Only 2 smoke grenades, 3 flashes, and 2 HEs here for 500. The util far greater though for Guns. They've still got 14 pieces remaining. So not only when it comes to taking a bomb site, but holding off on it is going to be such a key asset for Gun 5. And the lack of an opening kill for 500 could make things really tough. We're going to see Gun 5 make their way into the A-bomb site now. Smokes, mollies, flashes, an onslaught of utility, making things really costly here for Cirque on the bomb site. Celta will find Red Star in Connector, and now Celta just trying to keep himself alive. Cirque finally activating here towards Ninja. Texi takes him down. Rainwaker finally emerging out of the jungle smoke, but Texi again, that's his second of the round. We've got Volt rotating through CT. Excellent on the edge of the smoke, and it's on Celta and Magicy. 15 seconds remaining here. Volt continuing his aggression. Needs to see the shot connected. Missed bullets though, and Magicy found. And with 8 seconds remaining, Gun 5, it's going to be a lost round there. Celta is the one to find an early kill in that round, but it's excellent from Volt. The double kill there, so vital. And the question is now, what should be done? Whether it should be the investment out of Guns, you'd argue it makes the most sense. Weaponry can be dropped across. Even still though, 500, if they can find this overtime, should be where we're heading, just on the basis of the lack of loss bonus.
Yeah, it came close. Volt, like you said, came up with the goods when needed. Shot with the orb there. Magicy. But allow Volt just to find his second. Faster play towards mid from Guns. Lots of players here. It's going to be this attempt at an A split. Magicy and Stein towards ramp.
Yeah, if they send the flashes correctly, this could work so well. We've got a boost in window. I believe it's Texi who's going to go up. Texi finally pushing up now. Molly and Flashbang coming through. Timing the nade looks good, and Texi will find Red Star. And now Rainwaker under pressure, realizing there's one in jungle, 2 from Con, 2 from Ramp. Volt with a double though. It was Volt's double that allowed for success in round number 22. 3 versus 3 now though. Volt going to be rotating round. Bomb can be planted. Texi wanting to keep control here of jungle. Posted up towards CT here is Magicy. Texi and Stein both playing close towards jungle. And another smoke thrown towards Con. Magicy, he's got a lot of work to do as he's playing from ramp. And oh, Stein finds Hampus here from stairs. This could be it. 2 kills needed.
Dirk just hoping that Magicy overextends. Volt needs to find something. Smoke to be dropped towards the bomb. It's going to get tense. Cirque's got to be the one to get on it. He's could just be a ninja. A Cirque swaps over to the 5-7. We'll find one. Won't be able to find anything more. And Guns are victorious here. It comes right down to the wire, doesn't it, Fred? But they are able to overcome 500 in a 13-10 scoreline in this 2-1 victory in this series. Look, it's gone each way and back 15 times, it is felt. Looked really good initially on map number 1 for Guns, taking Inferno there. Then what a performance from 500 on map number 2. Great start from 500 on map number 3 as well. But moving on to the second half, that's just where somehow Guns delivered the best. And surprisingly, both teams who do lean on their CT side quite often and quite frequently on Mirage, it was the T side that really delivered today. And luckily for Guns, we're not going to need to question sort of the banning of Ancient, the decision to go on Mirage as the third rather than that, as they do still bring it over the line.
Yeah, obviously a great victory for Gun 5. I think after the loss on map number 2, they would have been a bit worried because that probably would have been their best chance with it being their map pick, with it being kind of the greatest difference in win rate. It seemed like things were meant to be 2-0 for Guns, but they still take it. So they go 1-0 in the Swiss stage for 500. They are now 0-1. Obviously, Charlie, though, we are a little bit, well, not behind schedule. I guess we're moving kind of perfectly in time for the next game being Cybershock versus All Inners. It's not going to be me and you on the mic, though. It's Get the Bag Mark and Vincent. So I'm sure they're going to be bringing some excitement to the broadcast, and I can't wait to hear what they have to say about the Swiss stage so far. So we're going to jump to a very short break, and that'll be those two to take over the mantle of the commentary.
Ladies and gentlemen, a pretty packed first half of the day. 6 maps of CS, Vinny. When do you get that many? You're kind of tiny down there, dude. I'm looking at you. But here we are into the next sequence of our day. We got 2 more BO3s on the calendar. And Vinny, yesterday for the last couple days, we were in Series 9, and now we're walked across the hall, like I said, in Series 10.
Yes, we have. And listen, I'm gonna be honest. The setup's a little nicer over here. The microphones are a little bit better, so I think we're winning.
Bathrooms are nicer, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a nicer place overall. Somehow, some way across the hall just changed. But regardless, yeah, we've got a whole lot of fun Counter-Strike to continue with. We can talk through the Cyber versus All-Inners, and then we're looking at Nexus and AMKAL. I've got thoughts and opinions. I know you do too. Actually, pretty consistently across both.
I've got many.
Both of these BO3s, especially considering only one, Cybershock's in Series 9, but otherwise, All-Inners, AMKAL, neither of them in Series 9, but they're here in Series 10. I think that's a great place to start. Pretty cool to see a couple of, not brand new faces, but, faces that had been missing out in the last series come back and make it through the plan.
Yeah, I grinded through it. It did take, kind of a strenuous time out there for it, a 3-mapper versus the Glex that you had to, win on that all-inner side to qualify. So, I mean, having to, go, unfortunately, and win. This was a team that won against Giuseppe, and then, unfortunately, that, hammer came down against those gamers. But, through a, Series 10 that then got a little bit more complicated versus Unity. They cleaned it up in the back end, like I said, qualified versus the Glex. Now they're here, but, like, in other tournaments in Challenger League, like, they have a win here recently versus Nexus. Other than that, it doesn't get, like, too terribly exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty fair way to approach this. Let's just jump into the details of this, because I think we've got a lot to talk about, especially on the Cybershock roster, where I say it every time, but I guess it bears repeating. This is a feast or famine type of roster for me. Sometimes they're capable of beating some of the best teams in Tier 2. Other times, I feel like they're capable of losing to some of the less great teams. I won't be rude about it, but yeah, this is a Cybershock roster that I think has some really exciting peaks that I'm really happy about, and I really like what Glowing does. I think both as a caller and also a capable fragger within this team. The question marks for me are kind of where they not always have been, but how often is Blixie showing up? How often are we going to see the form from Natsuneki that we know he's capable of? And then, more recently, it's is Alpha going to be that guy? Because a couple of times on a couple of teams, that's been the promise, and I'll be honest, it hasn't been the delivery on that promise that I was hoping to see.
Yeah, statistically, I agree. It really just hasn't lined up for a guy like Alpha, which I think earlier in this roster, I was, pretty promised for, I think, where that could go with the experience that he does have, which is interesting. But, for a Cybershock roster that, was coming off of, I feel like, a better end to September, they really had an ugly beginning to October, having a lot of trouble versus, like you were saying, maybe teams that they shouldn't have an issue with, these other Tier 2 projects. I mean, they've won now 4 out of their last 5 series versus Johnny Speeds. I mean, lost towards a Static in another tournament. So I'm not loving the form that Cybershock are in overall in the last 30 days. I think this is a team that could, of course, show their quality way, way more. But, I kind of go ahead and tap on the glass of Glowing and the boys and go, this ain't good enough.
Not yet. I mean, that's the thing, and that's the problem. It's like a day-to-day question mark, and, this could definitely be one of those days where it's the upswing. I think overall, the takeaway, though, for Cybershock, despite all of those worries, and I think that may paint a little bit more bleak of a picture than I intend to, but this is a capable team, especially in this matchup. Should be a, relatively easy win on paper for them. Now, if we go over to the all-inner side, we're probably going to talk about how maybe that's not necessarily the case, though. This is an interesting squad, to be honest with you, and I do have to say, I'm going to bring it up because you will if I don't. Weaver might have the coolest profile picture known to man.
It's on HLTV as well.
Yeah, HLTV might not have a cooler profile picture. That's actually crazy. I don't know how he got away with it, but I love it.
That was exactly what I was thinking as soon as I clicked on the team page a couple days ago and I found out we had this matchup. It's really great to see this squad come together and actually, bring in, more of experience of, hey, we got Buster with a ton of clout that comes in this roster and actually legitimizes, a ton of young guys that have been up in here. He's been rocking with them, for about the last month, where they have made, with him, in total 2 changes with Kumao as well. So this is going to be a fun roster, Vincent. I mean, particularly, I think obviously with Kumao coming in as well, replaces another struggling player. This should be a lot more promising for them.
Yeah, that's where the things that I'm not so sure about jump in, because Kumao, you and I both saw when he had that little stint at GG How.
Yep.
It wasn't great. It really wasn't. And I think that there's definitely been some moments where I've been seeing this team and I've been thinking, okay, well, this is a little bit better, but not better enough where I'm like really all that keen. I still need to see more. But I think that's the beauty of what you're talking about with Buster coming in. It's a huge amount of experience that he provides, and a situation where like now I see a way forward for this team where previously I didn't. It was like the blind leading the blind a little bit prior to this now. But I think that with this change, and it's been a couple of changes of returning pieces like Weaver and Kumao, there's a little bit more oomph behind this team. So I'm happy for that. And it kind of shows the way they made it through the play-in stage almost uncontested. That's the one thing that I will give them. They looked really good in that one. But jumping into this veto, Mark, looks like we're getting a train into the mix here by Cybershock. Mirage is picked by all inners. I've seen them pick this a couple of times. That's going to be a scary pick against Cybershock. But then Dust 2 as our decider. Does this have anything interesting you?
I mean, unfortunately for the kind of negative connotation on this train for all inners, this is just a map that they don't have a whole lot of official reps on, and the ones that they do, it's the kind of classic story of they're very ugly, and that's why you have pushed off this train. Maybe lucky enough to, see it come through here recently, I guess, in the, close qualifier and in another series, coincidentally, both against Hubba Bubba. So, I mean, they have been getting some reps in at least and get a CT side start, but that shouldn't be too great for him. I think that overall, this is, even commenting on the Mirage being scary, this should likely have to be, in, any sort of way you break it down, a 2-0 victory for Cybershock, considering kind of the underdog comparison of where you just kind of square these teams up legitimately. And now where you get the veto, I think that, you need to kind of respond to the criticism that we have put on you coming into the beginning of the Swiss stage, as it has been a rocky October. I'll repeat again for Cybershock.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about it, though. Even with all those rocks in the way, tripping hazards aplenty. I don't think this is where Cybershock are going to trip up. I think that all inners are a team that is certainly on the upward trajectory, but I believe that Cybershock are going to be a step too far. For me, I'm thinking Cybershock likely to take this into, that train. I like how you set that up. It is certainly been troublesome. And the fact that they're struggling against a team that is Hubba Bubba, it has some cool pieces, right? Like a lot of the ex-AMKAL players are over there right now, as they've pretty much, who we're going to get to see a little bit later, AMKAL, the organization, has essentially fully rebuilt their team around Nafany. But the reality is that I don't think this is where those tripping hazards are going to come to. Now, this is an interesting head-to-head, to be entirely honest with you, because is Glowing the highest rated player right now for this Cybershock roster? Because if so, that's crazy.
Yeah, in the last month he is.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this, I guess, makes sense given that. But to be honest with you, Demente has had some of these crazy games, some of them not so much. I think this rating's slightly inflated for him. And I also think that Glowing, whilst a consistent piece, isn't necessarily the best piece of this Cybershock team. And that, for me, is telling of the struggles that Cybershock have had, but it also means that I think that they're pretty primed for a bounce back.
Yeah, I agree, and I think they may show to let it loose. I mean, just quality, talking about the quality opponents that, all inners have had. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, Demente's rating is actually even slightly better to where I've checked it out, but I mean, like I've talked about, I mean, it's just the opponents that they've kind of just farmed up, especially him particularly in some of these matchups. As we finally get into it, Vincent, we got our first map on the line. Going to be getting this going forward. It's of course Cybershock's map pick. Know that there's some trouble on the way here for the all inners, but where you can ride this back, got to find a star for Cybershock. Can't just be Mr. In-game leader. Got to show up, Lixie. Got to show up not to Neki for real. I mean, up with Alpha, more of calling out these riflers since I don't really have a whole lot of doubt on Fenneman.
Yeah, I think he's been good. We'll get glowing straight out, but it is a bloodbath out there at E-Box. There's not much to be done as Fenneman, the only man to actually get a refrag into the mix. This has been a tough pistol already. Cybershock to recenter themselves, head straight over to B, it would seem.
Fenneman just leans back around. Would have to be a nice clutch, I'm afraid, for Cybershock and Fenneman in the pistol. Well, Nani getting pretty active there in the E-Box fight. Took out a couple of names. Pretty adamant about taking this hell battle. Obviously, we're just going to be holding that bomb in Brown Halls. All inners that pistol round.
Nice work. I mean, it's a shutdown from the start. I think that's the harsh reality for Cybershock. They never got out of T-Con, really. Basically, at the entryway, they get rocked. 3 players there to look to fight. All inners were in prime position. Win that just based on their control of the A bomb site. Cybershock will not be interested in looking to a force buy. In fact, it's mostly Glocks glowing the only upgrade into this thing. I think there's been, a lot of fair question marks as well about how all inners are going to measure up in this type of best of 3. I'm particularly looking, and this has gone under the radar a little bit, for how Nani actually plays, especially in this head-to-head against Fenneman. I really think that, that's an area where I don't think it was a big problem in games like the play-in for them to, not have like the most explosive opper. But I do think that as you get higher up, there's a lot less room for error there. Also, I don't know if I'm just seeing it everywhere now because we were talking about it yesterday, but this is another CIS player in Nani who, like, I'm pretty sure that's like a Japanese word. like it's a meme in the anime community.
The anime enjoyers.
I think we've got another one. I'm just throwing it out there.
You just love it. You just love it.
I think it's awesome.
Not bad.
While we're talking about cool names,
It's like a generational trend with these youngsters,
That's true. It's true. It's happening.
Gone past the like anime profile picture,
And graduated. That's funny. Speaking of ops, none here for all inners, but Fenneman will be able to get one, but with a lack of armor. All inners taking a lot of space into pop, trying to fight upper.
Oh yeah. Good opening fights, denying the default. Next leg of it is Ivy getting going pretty aggressively, and it should be caught by Weaver. Denied. Gonna smoke up on an icon to give him a little bit more room, but honestly, I think I'd prefer them to have this avenue. Just one more place that all inners can go and sneak in for the kill. As Demente does.
He's just hanging out in a smoke.
I mean, Blixie's just waiting, I think, on the other side for this to clear. Alpha just cut him aggressively. A player in CT. Nani hanging back towards Pop Dog, and a really good idea to start to get active now before Fenneman can take this angle. All up to you. Nani 1v3, and he's just going to get denied. Great round by Alpha and Blixie there. That's what we were waiting for.
I mean, I really think that it's just a Cybershock masterclass of how to wait for all inners to make the mistake. They have a really nice setup at the beginning of the round, but when they lose their IV control, it starts a snowball effect, or maybe more of a domino effect, where they go for one after another re-aggressions that are really isolated, that are totally alone. They aren't comfortable sitting and waiting. In Cybershock, they really called that bluff beautifully by saying, hey, we're just going to sit here and wait for 30, 40 seconds for you to make that mistake, and all inners were happy to oblige.
No aggressive all-inners pop dog maneuver. Nothing coming back that way. Aside from the loud Cybershock side, we're flashing in and taking it. Zoom out. Right on that other end. Just gonna hop in. Sees the back of this player. Glowing does get a double kill.
Could speed them up. Does exactly that. Nani stuck between a whole lot of T's. No time to isolate those fights. This A site under siege by Cybershock. Get the bomb down. Realistically, this is going to be a save. Weaver might try for an exit or two, but could be seeing a tied scoreline shortly.
Terrorists win.
Exactly that. Cybershock get into. As soon as the gun round started, Cybershock are, already on a very good tact at the moment. And even with those 2 saved weapons, all inners are fresh out of cash.
Even 2K per player up. All inners making their money work for them. Dipping in. There's Buster to get that frag. Really looking effective in these opening gambits so far. There's Blixie, walks forward. It's the kind of press you would imagine. Can recover the AWP. Wonder if Buster gets curious. Does better.
I think the pain point here is that all inners have just lost one of the 2 guns that they had at the beginning of this round. So as much as the opening move was good and Buster succeeded, there's still problems, and those problems don't get easier. Especially not when the bomb's down on B. But Blixie has just lost what was an op here. That is a massive weapon to pick up for Nani and just save. Honestly, all inners, they should probably be happy with the outcome of this round just by getting 2 kills and saving an op. The rest, anything more is just extra profit at the moment. Talk about getting some value out of their pistols plus the saves.
What are we doing sneaking on by? Causing a little bit more chaos. One more casualty. AK and an op will be taken out of this. Net loss, yeah, maybe in the scoreboard up for all inners, but financial recoveries.
It's a big opportunity for all inners to turn the tide after 3 losses in a row. Very strong purchase. Curious what that next opening move is going to be. We've seen a couple of different versions of it already. The CT side, I'll say, looks practiced. If not all that great, especially with some weaknesses and what to do in some of those late round 3v3 type scenarios. But got the right read of this thing. Don't know exactly what that is off of, but now 3 players on B.
Buster up top. He's going to be standing for it. Blixie also in coordination. Gets a double kill. You needed a single frag out of Fenneman. this round back on the wheels. One of them's falling off. Old Wixie's gonna have to back it up. Poor guy.
I really don't understand what All-Inners saw there that caused them to stack 3B. But it was the perfect read. They had it all figured out, and almost instantly, too. Cybershock were not doing anything significantly different. Upper, it was your normal expectation. What is wild? They must not have known they had the bomb.
Oh, hello. Obviously, you saw the shadow before that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just up to no good.
Lixie's gonna die here because he's got no idea that nobody's watching the bomb. That'll be a hands in air moment of why, what?
Ow. Couldn't wait. Believe that was in time for him. So at least we'll get a little bit of cash. Merciful all-inners, I guess they're showing. In terms of their lines, in terms of where their other games have gone, they've been in pretty bad blowout fashion. I'm going to make the pretty uneducated note of, well, they already have their 3 rounds.
Yeah, I think that those games certainly not a great look for where all-inners want to be. But I also think that as much as those blowouts not necessarily always going
We're
to...
playing 4v4, guys. Okay, not.
All right, we're swapping servers, mayhaps. So, okay.
We'll restart. It's like when
what
you
is-
bench a player in football, rather substitute. We're like, we're making our subs as well.
We're getting
Let me
everyone's
restart.
nickname changed to
Oh,
what they should
good.
be.
Yeah. You naughty players.
Making it hard
Looking
on
at
us.
Nani, and he's just got like 5 numbers in his name. Glowings is like something else.
I used to know a guy. Well, know a
Oh,
guy
yeah?
is strong. I used to cast a guy
Used to know him.
that
I like that one better.
that played for a collegiate team, and
College.
forever I thought every week they had a different player, because the problem is that you know
You're
how
like, the
some
turnover
people,
rate on this roster is crazy.
yeah, well, some people change their crosshair, some people change their sensitivity, some people get crazy and change their res when things aren't going well. This guy changes his
crosshair.
name
Kind of based.
when like things aren't going well. Like, I don't feel good, so instead of changing like my crosshair, I'm gonna
I
change my
changed
name.
my identity.
And
Who they
his
think I
strategy
am.
was like face planting the keyboard and whatever stuck.
Well, challenging for you as a caster, I would assume, but
No doubt.
they don't care about us. They don't care about guys like us. We just have to say the name. It's their job. Side smoke
flash.
out. Yeah, Blixie putting up a nice utility set, pushing Nani back a couple of yards.
The fact that the audio cue of that op goes through as well, it gives Cybershock a little bit more ease on other sides of the map. I think they're grouping to look to fight actually over here in Ivy. It's another one of these reactions that I think all inners have started to look good at. As I say that, they grouped up and didn't do it.
Runs through. Blixie finally can take this brawl. Nani bearing to check both timings. A great shot back by the Opper. Onto the B site now. We're going to lock out at least Z-Box for the moment. Nobody is going to detect Buster walking up at the oil train. All of a sudden, it's a 1 versus 4. Glowing. He's going to land the first shot on to Buster. Was able to track him for a good bit. Now just gone with it. The investigation over, Vincent. It's all inners that get their lead back on this CT side, which is continuing to track pretty well, one step of the way. And I came into this game with a lot of doubt, obviously. You know, talking about some of those results in the pregame, I was, you know, really giving them some big expectations of probably falling on their face. I don't know, man. This looks good so far.
Yeah, it does. I think what's concerning right now for me is that like Cybershock looks super uninspired. Like that execute as an example, and we've seen that B exec kind of have the same problems before. Doesn't feel like there's any explosiveness to it. There's, you know, just kind of the bare minimum being tossed out. And listen, last time they had a 3-man stacked at all inners there, and that's how they were able to beat it. This time it's just 2 there. You know, Weaver goes 1 for 1, and Buster with, you know, just some really intelligent maneuvering, which is exactly what you can come to expect from Buster. I've only gotten to see a couple of best of 3s out of him on this roster, but yeah, that's exactly what he's been capable
my.
of. A little anti-eco double kill
Yeah.
there for the op.
Eating him up. Goes Buster, peeking back in. Nantaneki around, and Buster will join the wave. 5 alive here for all inners. And Nani playing like that. That is a great line to set on a train already. Getting fear of that opper. And we're watching him on his side, clearly. Clearly feeling the flow right now, Vinny. He looks good.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think that's an encouraging sign from the test that I was highlighting right at the beginning as this map started to talk about. Where does this lead Cybershock? A little bit of a target, I feel like, on this Ivy area. It's been a very interesting CT side thus far for how much emphasis all inners are putting on Ivy. I feel like most of the time it's a fight for T-Con. Right now, that's been given entirely Nani. Another different opener in a different location.
Seeing a pack that's around that corner. Weaver is gonna get taken out. 4v3. Just Blixie in a row. Back red also. Came out, setting a lot of attention. So many firefights need to be taken. And the next one up to the site. Demente with the 3K. Getting some great shots out of that AK. And there it's Buster finishing the job from the back lines. All inners look better. 1 step each round in front of them on their CT side. I mean, they deserve the praise.
They do. I mean, it's nothing particularly crazy. I feel like all inners just have, you know, had some good practice on this map. They've got a lot of variation to their different opening decisions. You know, it's kind of based, especially with Nani playing well, on what Nani wants to do. In that round, he's aggressive in pop. We've seen him aggressive Ivy. We've seen a bunch of different ways in which they can play that. And in the meantime, they're getting a lot of respect at T-Con. Cybershock are barely fighting for it. I feel like this default is like not even real for Cybershock. It's like there's players in positions, but they're not doing anything with them.
Attempt at a B play with Tech 9s. But at long range, it's going to be extremely difficult. But look at Blixie. Just going to be changing that dime. They're just going to overwhelm. Not even with a double deagle. Zoom out, an attemptable clutch. Might be able to just split them through the smoke, but point blank on the glowing, and he's going to have that. Finally, Cybershock get themselves one of these B-site executes. And this time, I can't even really say that, honestly. It's just a pop on some pistols.
But listen, not to say I told you so, Mark, but I did tell you so. It's like the lack of explosiveness there for Cybershock was so apparent. This is a round where they have that back. And yeah, it's only on pistols, but look at how surprised all inners were. It's like a really difficult rotation to make. They're caught in that transition, especially when finally they find an opening kill on the exec itself. You know, that's the type of Cybershock I'm used to seeing.
Vente, great opening kill. There was Blixie right around 4v4. They gotta push this a little bit closer. Nantaneki in the 3v3. Alpha gonna get a little bit closer into the bomb site. Weaver just right in front of it, and Blixie slapped back of the head. onto Weaver. Just in the back line even. Fenneman hits a pretty difficult one. Buster now with an element of surprise, but initially Alpha whips back and is automatic to get that shot. Cybershock, the attempt here to even out the half, I think it's a little bit more than favorable. A rocky buy that all inners are going to get at the end of this thing.
Well, just so times two. I mean, think about the speed that round comes at. It's a whole lot that all inners have to deal with at the same time. They're first worried about trying to facilitate that upper hit. It's a little bit of a crunch in that location, but good utility, forcing one side of that back on the B approach. Really quick from Cybershock. It's a similar set of utility that all inners are seeing, but it's going to be a different execute. They don't have that pop control either that they did last round.
This B push. Fenneman, Alpha, double opener. Weaver in good time, but we'll get burned down. Kumau, Demente, 2v4. This is going to be a tough one on the 5-7. Sheesh. 6-6 half. Once Demente is going to be going crazy at this clutch. Does for the first, but everybody knows where he's gunning from now. Impossible.
Yeah, I don't see this going anywhere, especially without a kid. I mean, he's already out of time. Can't even get to the bomb. With enough time to defuse, Cybershock will take that 6th round and, you know, turn a T-side that wasn't necessarily looking that great into a T-side that is incredibly good. You know, a tie game at half on T-side Ancients, pretty solid. But it's all due to like one change, and it feels like a mental change as much as an in-game change of just saying, hey, like, we can get up in their faces, we can play aggressively, we don't have to like sit and wait. It was the most passive default I feel like I've seen on train in a long time that Cybershock were running for those first like 7 rounds. They made their way back, and that's really what matters. Still want to, you know, give a lot of positivity towards all inners. I think their opening moves especially were really strong. And see some of the skill Nani has put on display. We saw what Demente could do.
And I know you commented on the energy at one point in that first half, just looking pretty uninspired. You said Cybershock were... We got to see that kind of wheel start to spin. Aggressive play into upper tunnels. They'll find one frag, but honestly, the positions back in Pop Dog will likely be better to catch these players off guard.
Going primed for it. Now they're contained.
Keeps his contact away. There is a second and even a third player here fighting out with the dualies. Kumau keeping pace, and just like that, all inners, they're about to win this second half pistol round, and they do.
To be honest with you, they shouldn't have. You know, there's some nice shots from Nani that helps create an opportunity. But Cybershock, like, I mean, just sprinting at them, I don't understand why. You'd think that, you know, given the way the first half was, and you know, as much as a 6-round T-side's good, Cybershock would be showing a little bit more respect. It feels like they were just like thinking get it over with, but pay the price big time. Force buy includes a scout, but otherwise only pistols. Cybershock team that's significantly limited. They've already gathered a lot of information, peek into T-Con early into this, and they're about to make a little gamble call themselves. 3 towards B. But all inners looking very similar to what I was talking about for Cybershock, about how passive this default is. Well, they're just sitting and waiting. They don't want to hand over the keys. You want Cybershock to take it, but Cybershock really aren't obliging in initiating fights right now with pistols.
$25. This is where the force could actually come through. Really hard to swing. Buster with the entry. Long range. This is going to be so difficult. The scout, it's time. Honestly, just opportunity enough to push this bomb plant. 9 seconds, and they may just clean him up with the frags. But there's a player hiding behind smoke, and they'll just trade him. Had to go and take a gamble on that timing eventually. All inners take a couple casualties, but just run right over that force.
I'm pretty happy with how they handled that, especially, you know, willing to be patient. I think that's something about this all-inners team that I really liked when I saw them in the plan, is that I think, unlike a lot of young teams, they can play quick, and they often do, but I found that they are also capable of kind of being patient as well, especially on the T side. You know, the CT side, I think that's a little harder, can get antsy, but I think that that's been a big thing that Buster has potentially brought to this team.
The stack will get active in the brown halls. The quick go into the safe site. I feel like might just turn them around. Hold on. Not any close range, is in trouble. Manages to shut down the concern. It's just a easily pistol, he says. The Mente, a nice double. Honestly, it's a little bit too concerning for me how easy this is looking for the all-inners at the moment. They're about to find 9 rounds just like this, be 4 away from stealing Cybershock's map pick. Ain't no joke, Vinny. I mean, you're gonna get the bomb plant at the end. I mean,
ooh, nice shot. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. You know, if this is a map that goes easily in the second half towards all-inners, that's when I'm really going to be worried about Cybershock, because, you know, as I said in the pre-show, you know, and I stand by it, that I feel like this is a little bit of a downturn for them that is not permanent, that they can certainly recover from. And I think that as much as I've seen that, I don't expect that all-inners were going to be looking this good. Gun round that starts pretty standard. All-inners getting the requisite control that you would expect there at Brown Hall. Not a lot of information that Cybershock are currently working with, but they do have control of Ivy critically. That smoke's going to fade. They're going to have to go searching once again, but under the 1 minute mark, all-inners looking likely for this A hit. Another well-timed bit of utility out of Blixie. But I think likely going to slow this thing down. In fact, it might stop it for now, but that doesn't seem the case.
Venomen back and forth. Gonna blow open this smoke. The spray down for Blixie. Oh, back and forth. Even Finneman got to stick this second shot. He will. A really good finish here by Cybershock. They just got to find Buster in the corner. And they will.
That's good work from Cybershock. You know, a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, and also a very similar vibe to what we saw on that T side, where as soon as they do get guns out, it certainly looked very doable. You know, if this is a quick return to that form that we saw at the end of the first half as well, then Cybershock probably not all the worries gone, but certainly a lot of them. Particularly hard for all-inners to continue this momentum when they're going to be lacking significantly. This is a very weird buy to me. Talking about what they've got here. Buster's AK gonna have to do a lot, and that will maybe do it.
Antonaki with the triple spray down. Look out close. Vente should be able to net a bomb plant. This is a round they can totally steal away. I'm getting really excited about Weaver working on this flank. If he can even help him out and find this frag long before it gets done. Weaver and Demente, they collapse together. Right now, such a lucky Molotov to find. Smoke under the bomb. They're going to have to buy this. Let's see, it's a 10-second defuse, but Weaver will wick it back. It's 10 rounds just like that. They have stolen it. All inners. 3 rounds away now. They're back on track on this T side.
Dude, that opening kill was beautiful out of Buster. I think that, you know, thought things were okay then when Nataneki is able to post up a triple kill, but safety for all inners. Blixie not able to work things out. I am very impressed with them being able to win that round. Cybershock still buying the Blixie without a weapon. It's just got a 5-7. All-inner's gonna slow this pace down once again, looking similar to the first gun round setup. Trying to work this Nani op into A. Finneman about to get into position for a swing.
Nice shot set by all inners. It's 4v2, excuse me. Into the site. Ooh, Finneman trying to keep this round alive. They're just collapsing on him, though. I felt like he was going to come right through that smoke. They're patiently waiting for this bomb to get all the way back to B. Keeping them accountable is Kumau.
Hold on a moment. The fact that they get that kill into Kumau is going to open the door for Cybershock with Nataneki. Finneman coming back in. It's this forward position from Buster that's going to be so painful.
And give the audible cue as well. Almost halfway ticked on this bomb. I don't believe either of these players have a kit. Gotta get going. Now, slammed in the back of the head. Buster, I think we'll do it. And that should be 11 rounds here for all inners. They finish out in the 4 versus 2. They don't let Finneman get too active. They hold on to this round very tight.
Terrorists win.
This is a round that all inners should be really proud of. And even though I think, you know, from the big advantage that they had, it gets a little bit tighter. Buster making really good decisions late round once again, where he's able to essentially seal the deal with good positioning, doesn't overstep or anything of the sort. Cybershock are in serious hot water. Get a little bit aggro.
This is a clean default here. Let's take these fights right around the corner.
much as this is great positioning right now for Cybershock, all learners are well aware of what's just happened, so they can easily wait this utility out, then take the next steps on their own. In the meantime, the vast majority look back towards Ivy for the T side. And at the moment, Finneman has no idea. They've been quiet here, walking this up.
It's 3 players here. Right now, it's going to require a triple spray down. First on the FAMAS is good. Actually, 2 for 2. Setting the line fine. This is the last belt of it. And even quick scope. Nani has been hitting some great shots, but that one would have just been a highlight reel 1v4 for Buster now. I'm afraid these next 35 seconds aren't going to be involving much.
I think the actual intention there from all inners is really good. The reality, though, that Finneman is going to be able to get a triple kill is unfortunate for an all inners that actually had made the right decision, I think. Half the time they're going to be able to catch Finneman off, but he's been the best player here for Cybershock the whole time. So him picking up a triple kill, I guess not all that surprising, but impressive nonetheless. Uncomfortable amount of cash here, I think might be a force buy. But either way, all inners going to take a timeout to talk it over. I'm interested in what they do when there's a little bit more pressure on. That's this round. Still in control, but maybe starting to lose grip of it, because this is the moment where Cybershock, if there's a time to wake up, it's now.
Yeah, this is where this has to be confident next couple of moments. Will be lengthened through. Will definitely be a loaded feeling as well. That's why we were talking about Buster having to be a big voice for this team. This is where you got to stand up and kind of guide the pack.
This is the same scene, maybe from the same movie, as what all inners did in their eco win a little while ago. It's Buster with the gun.
Blixie, close. Alpha, right next door. Good, a couple of shots, and 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all just fretted. And now threatened all the way back into back 6. Scene Weaver. Now they're waltzing out with his body.
Beautiful round out of Cybershock, showing that is, it's not who they are, the way that they lost last time against that same buy, but in a different location. It helps them build a significant economy too, Mark, where, at least one loss isn't going to be the end of the world. Due to 4 survivors.
One check. Antonecki spikes this bomb down. This is where you were talking about that pressure really coming up. It's got to be the big play here. In terms of finding an opening frag. Or knowing exactly what's needed next. Not have that be a requirement.
They got the pieces upper right now for all inners. They take it towards the end where this is going to be a B exec. But look at how Cybershock have read into this. Not exactly a ton, just enough for this hit. With 3 strong here, this should be Cybershokes to win.
Antonecki playing anti-flash to perfection. Demente with a nice entry frag, but just in and out of the crosshair. It's going to be so challenging. Buster standing up in a 1v3 clutch, feels the pressure, but flicks to the head of Glowing. Knows exactly where Fenneman is, and basically his clutch, his win, his 12th round. Buster has it for the all-inners when they needed it the most.
A 1v3 to save that B hit going into a 3-man stack. This should have been over for all-inners at this point, but Buster, 10 bullets in the AK when he starts this clutch, and he leaves with 1 left because he goes for the Glock. Nails it onto Fenneman, and that is indeed 12. All-inners about to steal Cybershokes map pick away. At least that's the plan. Reality for Cybershock is that they still have a really strong economy to force back into this round with everything they could want. And finally, they take attack pause. Felt like a long time coming, in all honesty, but what the adjustment might be.
Which spot is it for the smoke?
There's like 3
Okay.
lineups,
I was
to be
gonna
honest
say.
with you, that are slightly different.
I'm sure he was lined up. I'm a critic, what can I say? All-inners, we gotta put a pin in this thing. The upper tunnel's not gonna be finding anything right off the bat. Nataneki gonna be playing far, and that has been the focus. Nataneki takes an insane amount of utility. They're just getting spammed away inside of T-Con, one at a time.
I think it was a Molly actually that hit Nani, and then Nade catches Koom out. He gets spammed a little bit on the exit. Yeah, that's Cybershock really bullying that area of the map with utility. Makes it tough to stay alive there. Nothing fast, A. 2 now stand at B.
Alpha with the double kill. This HP adding up. 33 seconds and it's sent right back. All-inners know clutch opportunity here. They're going to have to hold on to everything that they can. The empty feeling piggy bank right now. Look at how, like, grim this break room is, man.
Yeah.
It's like the Baltimore Ravens break room. Have you heard about this? They took away their Xboxes because they are struggling to win football games.
Now that's
What a crime.
That's just childish, all right? Come on now. No fun until you win. Okay, Dad.
1,000 kills on aimbots before you eat your dinner.
Yeah, apparently.
Whoa.
I don't know what that's about. Yeah, that was not a great execute from all-inners. I feel like the flashes were a little bit off, and also they had only 1 molly. You really need 2 minimum to be an effective exec. Money's also very complicated. Weaver's on $0, but there's 2 players on 1,500. Like, this is double loss. Double save territory. I don't know why they wouldn't just buy here, but they've gone for Glocks. Seems a little weird. Try again over here at B. Just can't quit it, it seems.
No, and it's going to be with everything that they've got. It's going to try and scramble out here. This is the one site that they think they can get a little bit deeper in without actually missing the mark. Fenomen gets the Mente. Picking on the line, that was one of the players with the pistols. Nani has to go beast mode right now. Kumau is going to be just killing the Opper with his Glock. Nani has gone down. And here come the nades raining into Kumau. He's done enough. Weaver got to stand up. And now the backstab. A 2 versus 1 for all inners to put it away. Glowing's problem is he has no idea where they're fighting from. And now up close. Buster needs another clutch. And now Glowing might have spotted him. He's just got to get the respect. He's just got to stay on the space. Glowing, he's not looking for him, but he adjusts. And Glowing is the 1v1, the 5-second defuse. We're going all 24 rounds on Train.
I could not have been watching it in like that for Cybershock. Glad to see Glowing clutch that out because this is ridiculous. Buster on 1 HP genuinely almost had this as well. Just misses the first shot. Good enough. Final purchase. The lack of utility. Everybody's going Brown Hall. There's enough just for this execute. And they really can't quit this B site.
Why would they? Mix it up. I think to throw Cybershock off because this is absolutely what they're expecting. Now that they've got all the guns, more utility, we'll see how they can basket. Earlier in the half, when that happened to be the case, it was hell to pay. Kumau with the opener, and a double at that. He might be taking it around himself in the map too. Blixie, Fenomen, and Glowing on the rotation. It's a 5 versus 3 with the post plant, and they've at least found Kumau.
It's given so much space here, all inners. Kumau got both of those kills, and now everyone gets out. Gonna be tough, but they do have the tools to do it.
Glowing fighting close. Almost connecting on a Weaver, who has to hop away. Fenomen with the smoke under the bomb. Blixie, you gotta do the dirty work here, he says. And Fenomen, he can juke them out. He can even connect this long-range 5-7, but it's not gonna happen. 13-11. Demente will cement the final kill, Vincent. And just like that, all inners will steal Train.
I really cannot believe it. I feel like Cybershock really getting punished for their slow starts to both halves. They didn't win either pistol round. They struggled to find the right answers. And, you know, in that second half especially, I don't think all inners played all that well. I think it's that Buster clutch, you know, that one is huge. They had a couple of rounds early into the half that were really impressive. And then things did start to fall off, but they still found a way to win. It's like 6 B-site hits in a row to end that game. Yeah. And, I mean, listen, I can't discredit all inners for making it work. There was still problems, though. The fact that it still worked out really says a lot about where Cybershock were at.
Yeah, I definitely agree to that testament. I think that Cybershock, you know, on some shaky ground here, and this is why we have kind of pointed some flack towards them, you know, pointed out maybe the shakier last month here that still seems to be right around. And on a Mirage, that is as good of ground for them to recover, you know, but probably maybe a little bit better for the all-inners to send this series away and, you know, move themselves up in the Swiss as we, you know, just get into Series 10, Vincent. We're already getting a little crazy. We had 2, you know, 3 mappers on broadcast to open up our day. Why not a little bit of an upset in the third?
Looking like it. The Mirage definitely a no guarantee, right? No. You know, I know that Cybershock haven't looked good there that much recently, but this is one of their go-to maps. So, you know, don't let that fool you. The thing about that is that all inners look pretty good on the way there. We'll see what Mirage has to offer. A quick break ahead of us, though. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. Could be a massive upset with all winners up ahead in this best of 3. Cybershock getting caught out and on their map pick of all things, but we go into Mirage. Now, all winners, they've got a couple of wins in a row here for their last 5. But Mark, Cybershock are certainly capable on this Mirage, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a Mirage that has been, pretty consistent from those all-earning units, but, pointing out that this is probably the best moment for Cybershock to get back into the series. I have heard that maybe we jumped in the bit, maybe a little bit too quick to get this series going, Vincent. So I think we're just going to hop back to the break screen for a couple of seconds before we get fully into this Mirage.
For real this time, I promise. We get into this Mirage action market. It's a chance for all winners to solidify an incredible upset. I think that's that takeaway.
You promise, huh? Okay.
We're here.
Okay.
How real?
Keep you to that. Here they go. Out into the B site now through a smoke. That's a little bit awkward. Actually, Blixie gonna find nothing back on the spam, but Alpha inside of the bottom site does have a great double kill. It seems like Cybershock are losing bodies by bullet. And right now, Weaver around this corner is gonna make this a clutch opportunity for Mountain to get back in. And a swing on the top of the van. Can't quite hit that headshot back. He got gushed on that first exchange. 6 HP.
Crazy to me that Blixie got nothing out of that pair of dualies up on the balcony. That is insanity. I feel like he was painting a picture around him with the bullets that were flying through that smoke. Somehow he's the one that goes down, and despite a double out of Alpha, there's a lack of anything further. Put that camera there. You see that?
Yeah. Bro is saving the full Kevlar. Might not be able to actually get eyes on Nani just around this corner, but all inners raking into Mirage exactly the way they designed. This is their map pick. Looking to connect the dots to a 2-0 over Cybershock. Started in a positive direction.
All 3 pistols thus far going all inners direction as well. I think that's a really key piece to why all inners won on train, because I mean, let's be real, it was still a very tight map. It wasn't as if all inners like dominated. There was some pockets of really impressive moments, but it wasn't all the way. Winning those pistol rounds and the follow-ups especially super helpful to enable you to find an upset like that. Big opening duel. All for this force buy. Starting off on yet another rocky road. Is, to be honest, not intentional, but a perfect way to extend the metaphor that we've been talking about for Cybershock, where there's a lot of tripping hazards on this rocky road, if you know what I'm saying.
I thought you were about to like make that an ice cream reference somehow. I'm like, I don't know how you're about to tie this in.
Man, I should have just to blow your mind. Dude, why is there
It's
a
still
camera,
there.
man? Why? What's going on?
I wonder if that's there for them in the game.
No, it can't be. I say it can't be really confidently, but I don't know why that's true, but it feels like it's true.
Feels like they're not noticing it. They're staying focused in this because the round can still get flanked and flooded. Nani in connector. Galil picked up. I think this is going to be the end. Venom in with that final tag, and Cybershock will whip away that pistol and the advantage that they got from it.
Yeah, that's a big difference. And I mean, just was talking about being able to build back up. They end up walking into, it's not the craziest ace stack or anything, but it's a good crossfire, crucially, that Cybershock had, playing hard to get in jungle, making sure not to overstep, whilst also being able to take a fight and winning the duel on the A extremity. That was on balcony there. Was the Palace player. That's what gives Cybershock such strength. Definitely going to need that type of form from Nataneki, to be honest with you. He was, I won't say a non-factor, but he really wasn't the same player that, he needs to be for Cybershock to win on map number 1.
Venom hops back over. Does see the contact coming back down from below. Allner's got to be frustrated losing that pistol back. They're just reaching desperately with the digs.
You have mid control. Able to take that. Glowing on a pivot right now. Isn't going to notice Khan until now. But he's taking a notice. Put that AK to good use. Nice shots out of Glowing. I'm going to grab a double before eventually getting traded, but by that time, it's only Demente left. How many people actually get that killed right there with, like, a pistol? I feel like everyone goes for that spam. And I never see it work.
Not many, I tell ya. Alpha around this corner, flying through the air. Take down these Deagles. Because of their little bits of investment, we're going to have to wait one more round to pass before we fully get going.
Not much of a setup for that round. All inners kind of investigate mid. Don't really meet any type of resistance. Cybershock currently, and I say that given there's only like 3 rounds that we've seen, currently seem to be mostly interested in giving mid. Any sort of resistance, and you're going to see a window smoke every round. So this time, don't see a lot of resistance. They're going to stick it out.
Nani sprinting out, just trying to get the bomb plant. Zoom out through the air onto Alpha. I guess that's revenge for what was served up in Palace. But other than that, Cybershock, keep it clean.
Really clean, actually. There's basically no losses over those last couple of rounds. Disappointed not to see Nani on an op already. Especially considering, how good that was looking on train, but regardless, it's back to business as usual for all inners. They're really focused on mid. They've got 2 top mid, and now they're getting 2 swinging through lower. Now is Blixie on catwalk that's just been caught.
Alpha will spray down to Demente, 4v4. All these smokes look clear. That's a bit of news on the extremities. Buster caught. Now Fenneman sneaking a bit closer. It's going to be a really hard fight, but the Deagle exchanges and Cyber Choke keep it close.
That's incredible work when you consider how that round started with Blixie going down. It's consistently more of that contain towards mid that's effective for Cybershock. You kind of have to do that after losing Blixie, but all inners, they meet a brick wall in Connector, and that's kind of been the biggest problem, actually, is that Connector is closed for business. Consistent problems out there. Look at this thing speeded up.
Taneki is looking pretty automatic right here from default. There's this triple in the round, and Cyber Choke without a casualty. That one was complete without a clue back from this all-inners team. Really put him together, and I mean, poof, there's 6 rounds gone in our game. Cyber Choke are running this one up pretty quick.
I guess this is a really prime example. If you hear me saying stuff on the desk, like, this is a hot and cold team. This is a team that is hard to nail down because they're gonna have some really incredible games, and they're gonna have some that really don't look great. Example A of that right here. It's Train, and then you turn the tide. I mean, Nataneki's 8-0. He was 12-17 at the end of Train. He is 3/4 of the way to where he ended Train, and you know, it's not unusual to see like a turnaround, but I feel like it's this that happens often for Cybershock. It's a map to map thing, not even a, you know, on a day off a day situation for them.
See from the top, we'll just get executed by Demente, glowing around the corner. Gonna be caught up. These are some nice shots being put up by these players in middle. Alpha still at A, making it happen. They're coming back. Now Fenneman around this corner, figuring it out at 1v3, and he's not scared of anything. This type of lead, Vincent, this type of time, why not? Gonna find Buster uncomfortable. And now a really good attempt at the 1v3 is canceled.
It's Buster who couldn't get on the board, but Nani, who does, picks up the clutch in the 1v1 for all inners to win their first round ever since that pistol victory. But it's really about Demente, who picks up a multi-kill. It's his defense of top mid boxes that gives them that chance to win the round. Cybershock have to try and go hunt him down, and it's all inners who are able to get onto the A bomb site because of that. Lovely work out of Demente, with all inners now able to bounce back slightly. Gonna need more where that came from, though. How do you do that? Well, likely to get into more mid fights. That's been the plan for all inners. But as I've been highlighting, Cybershock not really all that keen to give them that.
Not exactly. Proved up that little bit of an aggressive play in middle just in round 7, and I think kind of regretted it. Bomb gonna go back towards A here. Kumau having to do a lot to maintain his zone space to get this lurk actually lifted. It'll be a late force in the round. Nantaneki clean from sandwich, and he looks to be untradeable. Nantaneki has just been doing ridiculous things these last couple of rounds. Absolutely on fire this game. undeniable on this A site, and I think undeniable on this Mirage or Cybershock at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Nantaneki continuing his near unstoppable run right now. Mel and Buster wait this time out. If they go on the hunt, they will not be successful. Nantaneki served his second death, but there's no build up from that last round into the next. I think there's still money here for all inners at the very least. So they do have that going for them, but Nantaneki. Wonderful work.
Let's see, onto Nani. What a great line set by Kumau. Very active, waiting for a shot like that. Finally, he gets the opportunity and sends it. 4v4.
With the uppers bested by rifles at the beginning of this round. Going making a step in window. Gonna be clear that there's somebody home. Change for Cybershock at the beginning of this round too, with the way that they fight mid. Elixir up cat. Finneman looking down into underpass.
Blowing with a double kill, and now Nantaneki. Buster in a 1v4. Blowing right around the corner in a 7-2. They are just throwing fuel on the fire of this thing. Nantaneki flamed up. Cybershock are getting their revenge on map number 2.
It's a turnaround more from Nantaneki than anything, but, you know, glowing, not where he normally is, either in that last map. So everything starting to look up here for Cybershock, and that's exactly why when you and I were talking on the desk as well at the end of that map on Train, that, you know, it looks great right now for all inners. And it could be interesting to see if they're capable of stepping into this Mirage and showing the same type of finesse that we just watched. But, you know, Cybershock are a team that, as much as the lows can be pretty low, they can claw that back so quickly.
What happened to the game?
I don't know.
This isn't the right score.
I fear the game is broken a little bit more than we thought.
What happened?
Normally when this happens, like, the server is dead. But clearly that's not what happened.
A little bit of a server restart. That's what we're hearing. So this should not be appearing to be too big of a wait. Get demented, restart. Everybody gets a chance. What was that spray? Little ninja guy.
Little ninja guy. Should be able to get Demente back shortly. Maybe not.
Might take a sec.
Ooh.
Oh my. All right.
Well, apologies. Maybe we're back. I don't know exactly what happened. I think we got the server restarted, everything good to go. Cybershock winning that round. Not quite sure how. We didn't catch it till the very end there, so apologies for that. All inners on to another purchase. And at this point in the half, they're gonna need to wake up soon, if ever. These one-round iterations of victory aren't gonna suffice. Not in the long term. Good looks right now from all inners as they encroach upon mid, look to find a little bit more of an advantage. But I would say the entirety of this half has been all inners with approximately the same game plan. You know, their default will get the mid control. Cybershock are not really fighting for it, at least not aggressively. They're more containing it. And then things go wrong here in Connector, and that's where Glowing's at. Right, it's two stacked up here. Glowing getting his. And somehow the trade never coming through.
Yeah, that nade gonna get close though. Blixie not fully affected. Just fanning middle for another couple of moments. Cybershow coming up here and clearing out Kumau. 5 versus 3 advantage.
Strong going from bad to worse in this moment. On the extremity, that's Buster up in Palace. Bomb's heading his direction too. A matter of time. Weaver gonna play the smoke fade, but I think Blixie has the advantage, and he does, especially as Nataneki confirms there'll only be one loss in the form of Glowing for Cybershock in this round. Is it might even get to double digits here. They're about to have a chance to do that with all inners having a less than perfect buy.
Looks like they want to finish towards the B site the end of this half. I'm afraid their map pick kind of on blocks though. I mean, he went up and stole the tires from it in the middle of the night, Vinny.
Yoink.
Just like that. Take the
There hasn't
axle
been an
too.
op here in Connector once, and it's here now. It's a huge surprise for Kumau. B hit that's on the way. Blixie's pretty far from this, so Alpha's got a lot to do. Anytime B site has been approached, though, he's been very successful. Well, no longer his responsibility, just Finneman.
And that first shot, Alpha in a row. And Finneman will stand for 3, maybe even 4 kills, though. It is the 4th after all. Finneman on a rampage, same with Nataneki, excuse me, at the beginning of this half before we went into a little bit of a break. I mean, good gracious, Vinny. This is a pretty one-sided affair, and I would like to kind of, you know, point to that same sentiment. And it gets a little bit more ridiculous as your half goes along, right? 10-2, bouncing back from the train we just had. The absolute definition, like you mentioned earlier, of hot and cold.
There is one thing that all inners have had an entire grasp on the entire best of 3, and that is the pistol rounds. Maybe they can continue that. This one. What is this? Tech Pause Central, man. What are we doing?
What are we in, Tech Pause City?
Yeah, I think so. Another one. I think we're getting another server restart. This looks the same as that was, so I think we're going to hit a break. Apologies for the delays. We'll be right back. Does everything look okay? Mark?
Yes.
All right.
I'm looking at
Okay.
my clipboard, looking back at the game. I think we're good. Taking off my yellow helmet
Sure.
that you would have on a construction site. The server was falling apart, man.
Your visibility vest.
We had to be careful. Exactly that. Nantaneki, Blixie, easy entries, but the middle part of this defense is fighting back pretty hard. All inners. It looks like they're going to be all but in this second map because Cybershock is about to take away their second half pistol. But following that psychology before it ends, wouldn't that mean all inners win the force? Dude, I'm hearing too much typing. Please, please.
I'm so concerned. Buster though,
I hope
sending
it's
it in.
actual just shit talk. You know, like, and not a tech pause at this point. 2v2. Buster
winnable.
around this corner, caught in the head. 2 versus 1 now.
Never mind. I spoke too soon. Okay. Oh, he found a kit. Wait. It's all over. They'll change the tide of that. Cybershock take their first pistol round in their 4th opportunity. As all inners cannot continue what we have seen before. It was a quick round
3-1,
reset.
apparently.
Yeah, what's happening to the scoreboard? I've never seen this, like, ever.
That looks good.
Yeah. But I genuinely don't know. That's kind of crazy. That's cool.
That the scoreboard can do all of that
I didn't know the scoreboard was so capable.
is what he's saying.
I think you're putting words in my mouth.
Words. Uh-huh.
That is where they go.
Sure.
And I'm just trying to be neat and tidy. I do respect that. Pretty good nade.
Line it up. See if all inners are breaking this B side up. Well, Cybershock certainly are. They're bound not to do the brutalist. You can get the bomb down now. Blixie rotates in the back line. Rather, that's Fenomen that will see Demente and Kumau here shortly.
Not shortly enough. They're saving. Like, what's taking so long over there? The answer is the save is taking about as long as it's meant to. Try to get a couple of exits. Everybody's coming this way. Only gonna get one.
Terrorists win.
Turns around, no laughing matter, cleans up the dish. Cybershock about to submit their punishment for the last round in this game. 13-2.
There's been near perfection out of Cybershock in map number 2. I think really taking it personal that they struggled so much on train. Not getting much better. Buster doesn't connect a single bullet in that opening fight. The Kumau going to be much more successful in Palace. Steals a kill. Looks to find a way back. Now a 4-on-4 for Cybershock. May take some mid control. That's a crazy sticker.
Looking back at ya. Perfect on this Tuxedo Galil, too.
Yeah. It looks like it's meant to be there. It doesn't even look like a sticker.
Resmoking window late in the round. Not going to tell them much, even in connector. Well, maybe just getting ready for Cybershow coming up con. They couldn't be more incorrect. Checking back towards apartments. They got the 3-man setup. And this is also wrong.
It's only Kumau here who has claimed the AK. Mente walks away. Kumal finally been spotted. We'll get the numbers punched in. Deep into this round, but it's likely to be a 13th.
Spraying it right now. Cybershock about to put it away. Close the suitcase upon this game. Push us to Decider on Dust 2. See if Cybershock can keep this pace up. Mente, he's brought this down to a 1v1. Does have a kit. Highest rated player for all inners and pretty adamant about the A-ramp positioning. We'll see if Fenomen bites. Not soon enough, though. We're going to a third map.
It's all 3 maps for all 3 of our best of 3s thus far today. And to be honest with you, I don't know if there's a lot to say on this Mirage. You know, Cybershock just like woke up. They started playing the game and they were decisive. Not to Neki's individual performance. That's really where it like starts and ends. It's just like individual performance that is so much further ahead. You know, I think if you wanted to get into the weeds a little bit, you could talk about All Inners' lack of ability to adjust on their T side. You know, things weren't working, but they kept running into the same problem. And I think that it's actually, you know, part of the asset that is like having a good way of playing to contain mid instead of fighting for mid, because it really lulls the opposing team into a sense of like, okay, well, we're getting mid control. We just aren't finishing it well. Well, no, you're getting it because they're giving it away. And actually, it's the next step that is the hardest. So I think that there's that issue that we were seeing from All Inners. But overall, Mark, I don't think there's a lot of notes to take away from that.
Yeah, not really. Unfortunately, it is a very one-sided Mirage there with a bumpy road, like you mentioned. A lot of tech pauses in and out of there. Hopefully, we can get a clean third map just for the players' sake, kind of in that realm, so we can, you know, get as, you know, fun as a result as we can. You know, we got one more best 3 of the day, you know, happening about scheduled half an hour before this, or after this, excuse me. That one will be a little bit of delay, Vinny. But before then, obviously, we've been talking about this Dust 2, which we are going to be seeing in about 10 minutes time, so don't you worry. CCT will be right back. So far, all 3 of our best of 3s today, 3 for 3 in 3 mappers. I was saying a whole lot of 3s right there, Vinny, but we're on to a dust 2.
And what if it's then 13-3?
Dude,
That would be crazy.
mind explodes.
I don't know, man. Cybershock is... I don't want to pretend like it's all about them, but which version of them will we see?
That is true. For them to set the tone, I feel like all inners lost a lot of their moxie there on that second map. There's no doubt about it. A lot quiet. A lot more quieter on that front, excuse me, of the Buster, Kumau, Nodi Train. Kumau, well and alive. But not this A play. Not again. All inners are back towards B. Is not Taneki aware that there's a player that's here?
I don't think... look, they're concerned, but they don't know until now.
Oh, and what a find. This is going to be cleaning up so much concern in this pistol.
Yeah, that was the go-to. That was where all inners needed to be. They just took a little too much time getting there. That long road, that sprint through T-spawn can be a long one indeed. 54, still technically winnable. All roads leading back to A.
Flash up. And glowing on the bomb site. Ducking for a little bit more cover as they come along. Nani in the process with the P250 is making it work. This pistol round taking a little bit more time as we whip back towards A. Actually secured in this post plant for a second. Rushing him down. He's got to get the double up right here. Not Taneki. Successful. Or MVP of the second map. Nani right back to get it. And just lipping around the corner, but unfortunately will be lit up. Not Taneki with the triple frag and the defuse.
I mean, that pair of dualies is perfect for that position as you swing back up ramp. As long as you can close the distance, you're golden. And that's what Nataneki shows off. Alpha staying alive for so long. Started with about 20 health considering this kill. He just had to play hard to get. Nani making a go of this thing. But Sinners, all inners, had pretty similar. Had a perfect pistol round count up until the end of Mirage. But that changed. It's gonna stay that way. It's Finneman affording an op in round 2.
Because of the dually farm. That's just how it comes. That's just how it goes. Alpha gets that next headshot. No investment, really, for all inners. They're, of course, going to go for a bunch of these upgraded pistols, the deagles, usually. Penman has a nice shot. That's why he brought it up so early. Wanted to just fuel a little flame into the fire. Make sure it's burning. Cybershock definitely are not a casualty here against the anti-eco.
Free and clear. Got that one outright. And a pretty tough task up ahead of all inners right now. I think that, they probably get mentally a little bit reset after that Mirage. It's 13-2 after you just barely were able to win on Train. The vision of who you can be and then who you were just a minute ago is different.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking it out towards long. That flash right up in the bin. Kumau around. This thing will start to tick. Coming to tap is Alpha. Gets a little bit scary. Kumau around that corner, about to close. Alpha right next door with a spray, and he's got to connect. The double should do just fine, but Demente and Weaver already on their come up.
Cybershock had lots of resistance there when Alpha's getting a double. That's beautiful, but Nataneki puts a 2-seg. That position crazy from glowing. I can't believe he doesn't get away with that kill. All in spread wide. Oh. What a shot from Demente. Like the pistol round all over again.
Getting burned right quick. Buster wanting to rough it up. Fenneman walking this way. Blixie around the corner as well. We're on the B site. Got to come back. This is their only chance. And a failed run boost. The second, not as easy. Buster can put up this Molotov. They clear out below. Buster going to need a clutch like he had to secure 12 on train.
Might just be there. I mean, his HP is pretty low. Right now, Finneman's locking him into the site for Blixie to come back in.
Let's have a little bit closer, and Finneman will force him out. 3 in a row for Cybershock here. It gets a little bit rough for all-inners in time, but really liking this start for Finneman. I think this is super encouraging. Even stealing the bomb plant from Blixie says, give me the RWS.
That's
The SCA
awesome.
was still alive. Oh, I pray.
I think it's already dead. I think it's on the ground.
Nope, I'm feeling the pulse.
I'm poking it. It's not moving.
He's prodding it.
There's no movement there. Sorry.
I'll move on eventually.
I'll believe that when I see it. A sentimental guy you are, Mark. So
Yes. You could
Gotta-
blame me, really.
no, not at all. Got another one of these like weird type of buys, and I say weird. It's sort of normal to see a hero weapon, but it being a Galil feels weird. Ooh, little information. Alpha almost punished for that. It's a little bit too ambitious on the second swing there. Reason that you go for that on the jiggle on the jump spot.
Fade through. Nantaneki shutting it all down. Now looking for the middle part to the mid to B. Well, they've broken it. Shattered, in fact.
Yeah, we found it. Unfortunately, it's just not so successful. Cybershock 4-0. Not giving all-inners much to play around with right now. Gonna get Nani onto an AWP. Finneman's had one since round 2. Finally, gonna be playing on the same footing. Nade would have been right on target had it not hit the telephone pole. Meantime, all-inners with a pretty good set of mid utility for this protocol. They get themselves up catwalk without meeting any resistance, though, for the record. It's going to seem a little bit too easy up to this point. All-inners haven't seen anyone, haven't had anyone shoot at them. Might be the slowest Dust 2 round of all time.
A record they're shooting for. Now we're going to speed things up. Want to flip on that dime. Wouldn't it be exactly the label they want? Speeding up in the process at least is glowing. A spray transfer. Buster always at the tail end of this thing. Wondering where his youngsters went. Now we can find them.
I want to know where the mid to B smoke went. Oh, I bet Blixie killed the mid to B smoke on that long
Shot
flank.
the smoke.
Yeah. Well, the player wielding the smoke. Same difference, really. The smoke dead and gone, just like the player. And that lack of a mid to B smoke going to be a painful point. That crossfire so incredible. And there's no smoke in the way.
Been really making the beginning of these rounds decisive. Another opening kill that will stick. Doesn't really seem to be too inspired, of a T side either, Vincent. Such a vicious bite that they've gotten back. Maybe the bullet on catwalk now. Kumal just right under the cubby. He could have the clue. Chase him down on this corner. Alpha with the swing. He'll be so close to it and survives. Buster with his rifle still up.
A little something. The problem is there's not exactly an open avenue here at B. Natsuneki is still here. And they're about to retake mid control. Should have eyes on. Now Natsuneki can worry just about upper.
Natsuneki been so impressive on these last two maps. 8-2, putting up a great line right now. Maybe it just took one map for CyberShock to get warmed up. Use all 24 of those rounds to get warmed up and almost win the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of what it's looking like at the moment.
Because they're flying through this.
Yeah, and all inners, I mean, it's just constant slow defaults where, truthfully, they're getting a lot of map control, but into these rounds aren't exactly pretty. Nani caught vision, hit a pre-fire, but still didn't connect.
I mean, let's go ahead and be real. Unless, all inners don't show up with 3 really crucial clutch rounds at the end, I felt like that was going to be CyberShock ripping it back. Into that train originally. Their map pick and took CyberShock's out.
And
in that jump spot.
Definitely a big factor, I would agree.
So close to it. Mente gonna get deleted. Alpha right around. At a 4-player mark, they put this smoke in tune. Buster gave an idea of a player at long. It's Blitzy that just got off of the blue angle. Alpha so close. So sure of the procedure, and now it's coming. He can set the next sequence with his spray, almost with a double kill. That was demanded practically. And Weaver onto Alpha. Buster finds his frag onto Glowing. This round is losing its legs from a CyberShock side.
Yeah, it is. Blake sees it long, though. This is maybe a wave back in for the CT side. But it's now all up to Blake. See, HP's low for the T's. No all-inner is particularly healthy.
I'm not sure he spotted him.
No, he doesn't know.
Yeah, and Blixie was just right there. It was like a hair away. No kid for Blixie, I'm afraid.
No,
it's going to get really complicated. No, you are correct. I am telling some lies, but even if Blixie does show up in disguise, it will not work. All inners. A fan of flame on their cheese side, and they got it first.
I mean,
It's
really
important. Too much drip. I'm sorry. Need to remind everybody. Looking at Weaver.
Really important moments on extremities of the map there, like Glowing losing his fight. The big moment there as well is the mid victory. That's going to pull everyone but Alpha off of the A-bomb side. Blixie isolated it long. Finally, something going well for all inners. 6 victories in a row, though. CyberShock are unaffected in their purchase. Still got Phenomenon on an op. We're going to see basically a repeat of this default. All inners are quite funny enough, all in on this default. That's was a big problem that I talked about on Mirage too, that I really respect. All inners are trying to play good Counter-Strike because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get all the good details, especially in the the default correct. It does feel like when that breaks down, they are lacking a little bit of decision-making power in mid-rounds, understanding when things are going wrong.
Cyberstroke welcome this A hit because they know they're about to just pull the rug. There it is. Alpha with the double kill at 12-2. Next page turned is by Blixie. Hardly any lines to read. Fetterman tracking this player. Oh, Demonte, nice shot at the top of the smoke. This man can demand respect for a bomb plant that I would be impressed.
The bomb plant, no nothing. Op recovered, even though that shot from Demente was really nicely placed onto Fenneman. That is part of the problem. I mean, Demente is the only guy who's been able to do almost anything. You know, outside of that previous round that All Inners just won, it's Demente who's getting a kill or two here and there, and everyone else is just basically gone.
Gotta show back up soon.
Getting the feeling that it's going to be hard for All Inners to even try and show up, though. Or Kumau. Often the aggressive increase high player on this T side, well, he doesn't even get a chance to shoot because he's spammed through a smoke.
What a catch. Looking demonic right now. This is the position that I need Demente to take advantage of every time. That shot onto the long corner. Showing us his talent again. Talking about that long corner. Back towards the doors, actually. Fenneman makes this personal. How close is too close, and what a timing. Just sees Nani right on that itch, and they're going to exit.
Don't even want to go for that refrag. Put Demente first up front. And he's got another one. A little bit unconcerned there, Alpha, on the amount of space that they had already lost. 3v3. Chance to win this, but Demente's gone down. Definiman's off it long. Glowing's got the perfect timing.
Buster, a nice line that he sets with that op. First time we've seen him take that sniper and go. Fenneman flashed himself up on the line, but not to Neki. Automatic. Sees anything above your neck, it's written off. And that AK walking it up, waiting it up, because they're doubling up into the site. And Buster looks to get forced to either flame into the fire or be free out of this round. Gonna smoke onto it. Collect the bomb, get an HE. This could be it. Buster, he's gonna just try and get ahead of things, line them up. A good attempt, but Fenneman playing bodyguard is not gonna let anybody touch. Bomb diffuser, not Taneki. Cybershock, elite for an 8th.
Best looking round, though, from All Inners from a general perspective. They got away with one last time. They won the round, but this from Demente, I feel like he does everything that is required to get them onto the site. And unfortunately, Weaver gets nothing. Plants the bomb for Buster, but there isn't a clutch like he had on Train to bail them out. Attack pause out of All Inners. And an adjustment that they need to make. I mean, the problem is right now that they're getting so much done on their default that it feels silly to get away from it. It's the same idea that I was talking about for why I think they struggled to stop walking into the mid trap that was on Mirage. I think they need to do something a little bit more quick. Not looking likely that that's going to be true. A little quicker scale towards mid, though, at the very minimum. I can be hopeful about that. blocking utility will mean that any further cat inquiries are probably going to have to wait.
Picks up this long setup in tow with Blixie. Make sure that they got this on lockdown. The cat hit is inbound. Glowing and Nantaneki are going to have to actually get on the way. Same with Alpha. Up to Fenneman here. Defend them off. Doesn't have a Molotov in the pocket. So he's just going to see this first take on the feed and send the HE. Won't get the brief avenue for the window. So many good flashes that all inners are setting, throwing 30 seconds. And Alpha has managed to creep up onto the ramp. They're waiting for this distraction to come through. But when does the bomb plant be attempted? Alpha not moving off of it. Not fooled yet. He knows he's having to actually wait for Glowing and Nantaneki. We're just arriving.
Lexi joins it long. Glowing still waiting. Over towards mid. It's a slow crawl. And when they maintain so much space here via Alpha on ramp, it is still going to be difficult for all inners to hold this.
Fenneman, great shot on the Q mount. Alpha getting boxed out by Blixie and a double kill. Nantaneki automatic. Buster gonna have to sprint back, and another cat cancel of a defuse that he'll have to attempt, and he can't even get past the line of scrimmage. It is Cybershock to set him there.
It's a beautiful double spray down there from Blixie. He finally gets to swing back up and find success. I think that Cybershock are just a little bit too good right now on Dust 2. They're giving all inners, a chance to open. But speaking of openings, like when your entry fragger in Kumau is like 0-10, it's really hard to do anything.
Yeah. It definitely was one that caught my eye at about 07, 06.
Yeah. I mean,
No reason for those numbers specifically or anything.
Can't believe you.
Yeah. That's what's happening. But an unfortunate scoreline. 0-10, not much better. Run it out. Things like, unfortunately, the bait here. But lining up for Nantaneki, one of the fastest aces, probably the quickest of his career. Shutting down the B site. The anchor will clear. He's 15-3. Ripping the heads off of them. Watching this on the replay again. All of these frags coming so simply to Nantaneki.
It's so late. I mean, this is what I was talking about, that I wanted to see them maybe try something more quick or aggressive. Well, got to have the details locked in. So like a molly for that position or a nade, or honestly just a check. There's a lot to deal with on that B rush. There's a reason it's hard to win, but Nantaneki gives them the pain. Opening pick for Nani. Out at long. This is a huge asset. Been rare for all inners to get these.
Neki, just absolutely a terror. It's his 16th on the day. Rather in this third map, excuse me. Fenneman, right around the top. Why show mercy now? Cybershock just want to skip on out of this third map and in dominating style. 13-2 on that last map, and it's 11-1. You're in the first half of play on the third map, Vincent. I mean, this is a little ridiculous right now when you consider all of the circumstances in this series. Cybershock, because they have to go ahead and make up for a little bit of a falter at the end of train, they're going to show off a bit in this series.
The end of train is a falter all over train, really, but I will say absolutely making up for it right now. Swift on Mirage, and I mean, really, it's looking like it's going to be the same situation on Dust 2. I'm, not even hopeful for a pissed around it, because I think if all inners can pick it up, they'll just be extending the inevitable. That being Nantaneki, he feels
not
like
a great
it's inevitable.
attitude. Come on.
Oh, you
All winners
disagree.
they can pull
Please
it back. They can pull it
explain how
back.
you disagree. No,
They
no.
are they need to go out with as much dignity as they can here. 11-1 is terrible. 13-2 to follow it up is bad. You know that, Vinny.
I do know that.
This first 12, only a single round pulled out. You can get 12 here through the pistol, then you're forced. Imagine scouts, the deagles, the armor that you're going to have to be so desperate on.
Yes.
At least Weaver still is the coolest guy in the server, though.
That's true.
By
That's
far.
facts.
Him and Fallen, you know, like they're the only guys that got this much drip in the community. I was writing about Fallen in a paper the other day.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Well, it was more of a discussion, and the prompt was like, who is somebody that has a very solid brand? And I was thinking in Counter-Strike terms, and I thought Fallen.
That's true. He
Professor.
does.
I think there were a lot of good names on that list. Come through, you can mark him off. Showing his biceps. Looking right back down. Blowing right around that angle. And it be right back down to where they can just duck and take these shots protected. And Nani, got to make the difference here. Oh, God. What a world. It's a destructive one, but Weaver right on the cross can get pedaled back. Buster in coordination and just going to be sneaking the way. It's on his tippy toes. Alpha with the headshot. But Demente, Buster back-to-back. And Fenneman and Nataneki figure this one out.
The Dooley's getting involved, though. Nataneki claiming those from the grave of Nani. The bomb has been dropped very far away at this point. It's basically a Gandalf right now. That's where I think it was Blixie who was wielding that. Got caught by Buster. Uh-oh.
Fenneman too close for comfort. Demente. This would just be a little poetic if you ask me. But right on the top of it, Demente will just shatter the skull and shatter the odds of the pistol round. All inners will at least have a little bit of a start here because there was no bomb Plantington.
No, not at all. That's because they lost the bomb so quickly there. And it's no surprise to see it's Demente who's been, you know, I'd say the most consistent piece of all inners throughout this best of 3 to find that triple kill. Clutch up in the 1v1. A little bit surprised, despite the lack of a bomb plant, not to see Cybershock just force in. I think that would have been an understandable decision, but did they just hang out with this?
So Vincent, in 2017, at the 2018 CIS Minor, this is exactly when, for the E-League Major, a Vanguard qualified and actually won the event. That's where Buster was in 2017.
Was this day?
It was this day, according to
Oh my gosh.
Wikipedia. If you're wrong, ooh, I'm going to be upset.
I mean, I'm not fact checking.
You're always right. You're always right.
I'll take it. That is very cool.
It was to the E-League Boston 2018 Major. One that's very relevant in our hearts for some reason. I don't know why.
I wish I could have gone to that one.
Me too. But I was a child with no money. Here goes the Deagle.
Me
Right up
too.
top. Nataneki. Brown. Looking for it. Oh, it's going close and it's personal. I say let Kumau get in here. With his MP9. Sick him. Get the highlight reel. Lixie finds a M4 in the corner. Glowing just posts a headshot from the site. There's Kumau's first frag of the game. We're celebrating. Lixie gets that shot. And they do send Kumau in to do exactly that. The destruction.
You know, good teammate work on that one, but listen, triple kill on the eco, that doesn't exactly build the confidence back up for me. Got to in the server though. That's got to be the change. Trade into everything. Finneman on a glass cannon. CyberShock wasting no time whatsoever. Couple of assembled out long or outside of long for CyberShock. Interestingly enough, I feel like All Inners had an early setup towards that area. Now Buster's just left alone. Very standard stuff out of the CyberShock camp. We're getting mid control and now into catwalk.
CyberShock postured for a middle to B play. Spamming and standing. Blowing right around. Flashed out to middle. At least this setup, so they feel it. Checking around, and there it is. The opening kill on the Q-Mount. Gonna be locking out these A players. Can only get so lucky as to if they can land a spam. There, not to Neki. Oh, just tapping over the top, and Weaver right around, ducked with the nades. They're making sure that they are absolutely going to do everything that they can using the HEs, making this thing easy. All Inners will save the guns and fight at 12.
Yeah, 40 seconds to get these held over into the next round. That's 12 guaranteed. It to be that looked pretty easy. The amount of nades that came hunting down a player at car is terrifying, honestly. Is that a Titan Hollow that's on this? Oh, it's
Not a hollow.
Yeah,
not a hollow. Looks like a paper.
Yeah, it is.
More expensive. That means it's cooler.
Apparently. Allegedly. To be seeing the end right here of All Inners, and kind of feels like that's where we're about to be at. Those couple of guns saved over is going to help them out massively. And they will survive getting across mid.
Blowing with that shot on the Buster. 34, Nani. Weaver right away. Gonna be answering back. Fenneman, Blixie, and Glowing left alive. Bomb gonna be toted back towards long. They gotta take this on A.
A little bit of a weak spot here. Demente's just tossed a ton of bullets down range, but it's allowed for a little bit of space to work with up in that area. But Glowing, unfortunately, he's fallen back. Meanwhile, they walk it out long. There's an op holding the corner currently.
And there's that swing, bringing those bodies back. Big rotation. All Inners got to stand up in the process now. And they get clipped in the back. There's Glowing with the headshot. And this is it. 3 versus 1. And Weaver, not knowing where he is. He can work it back. Maybe the most stylish in the server. It'll give you points from us. Not a difference in the game. Weaver gotta walk this way now. It's not impossible. Blixie, 15 HP. Does have a kit happening to be on his back, Vinny. But I don't see this turning out well.
Oh, maybe so. He's got the first, and Blixie is that low health.
Has
But
to
he
flick
does.
it back.
Oh, he doesn't make it. He turns for the swap as well, and that's what punishes him. CyberShock, it's going to be almost as dominant as Mirage. Honestly, basically in the same exact ballpark, Mark. That was the hot and cold of CyberShock kind of showing off.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, that Cybershock squad, in that series goes 13-1, really struggles to put out their own train, probably to a team that, is really like leaning on those CT circumstances to like get the ball rolling there. I expected a lot more of what they were pitching at the beginning of this, but I don't know. It's really impossible to like look at the end of this series and how just diabolical Dantaneki was in those last two maps. It was a little ridiculous watching that up Vincent. So I don't know. By those odds, I'm loving that. But why can't we do that on the first map? Play a scrim, do something. I don't know, whatever it is to like come into these things and not cough it up right away. But I don't know. I don't think I have too much concern. Kind of a classic look at, Cybershock that we've had today and here at the beginning of the Swiss stage. I think that's kind of concerning.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I think it's just up to them to try and make it so that is no longer
Biggest
a
enemy is
concern.
yourself.
Yeah, those types of vibes that we got out of Cybershock. But all inners, down to the 0-1. It is a victory here for Cybershock in the first round of Swiss. We've got one more best of 3 to come forward. We're going to head to a break. Nexus and AMKAL when we get things going.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our fourth and final best of three of the day is our, well, second day of kicking off the 0-0 part of this Swiss stage. We see into Series 10 that AMKAL worked so hard to get to.
Yeah, listen, it's been a story for them trying to get into this position. And honestly, one that extends past just this play-in stage. It also extends to previous play-in stages as well, where listen, they've had some struggles. Let's just be completely honest. Call a spade a spade. You know, they actually made it deep into a CCT previously, like back in Series 7. That was with Stinix and Itis Balance, but like since then, been pretty tough. Loss in Series 8 and Series 9 play-ins means that they've had to, you know, work for it at this point.
No, most definitely. And I mean, in working in the like play-in stage to this tournament, I mean, it got a little bit hairy. So hairy, in fact, that they had to go ahead and hit up the, and I'm gonna throw them under the bus just like this. The Series 8 reigning champs. Unfortunately, Ruby could not find themselves through another one of these play-in stages. You want to know what's good about that, Vincent?
What?
Is that they have Series 11 play-in stage to look forward to. Or even Series 11, man. I don't know if they're going to be catching like a Swiss invite at any point, like through, you know, an opportunity of somebody not playing or whatever. But Ruby, man, that one's going to hurt. Had to beat AMKAL for it. It's an exciting squad that you see in AMKAL. But honestly, I'm pretty excited to watch this NEXUS team again. We just got to see them literally yesterday in Series 9, and I'm really excited to run this back. I really loved what I saw out of FNL, and you know, when we got to see that type of anchor game 2 maps in a row from Nantaneki, I'm loving it. I'm ready to see some big holds, some spray downs, Vincent, from FNL. I'm really a fan of this kid.
Yeah, listen, I think I'm a little bit less of a fan. I'm tentatively excited. Definitely though, seeing what he's capable of, and in general, right? This is a NEXUS team that's quite capable of stepping forward. Granted, listen, Series 9 Swiss stage wasn't all that great and isn't necessarily over for them either. But yeah, this hasn't necessarily been a NEXUS roster that I'm like super happy with their current form. That being said, you know, they've been very much able to find some victories here and there, and I think that up against this AMKAL team, that's certainly going to be an opportunity. Speaking of AMKAL, let's talk about them for a second, because Mark, yet more changes. I like a couple of months ago was looking at this team and I was like, wow, Stinix is like the only guy that didn't, you know, that is still here from the previous iteration. Now he's gone, as well as Itis Balance. This is an entirely new AMKAL roster from just like 3 months ago, basically at the player break. They started making changes, then they haven't stopped. But building around Nafani and Chiron from the Betboom bench, and I think that, you know, Moon, I honestly don't know about. I feel like there's still like question marks here. I think Kinsey's a reasonable pickup though, at the very minimum, for a Stinix that was struggling. But we'll have to see what Moon can provide. I think there's still a weakness there. Even if Itis Balance was hot and cold to himself, he did have some really impressive games, even if like overall his rating wasn't all that great.
Yeah, I mean, Itis Balance is a guy that has like a boatload of experience as well, right? Like I think this more just says gamble than anything. With a guy like Moon, who, you know, is, I mean, comes over from Ruby. I mean, doesn't have a ton of experience in his belt. In the 14 maps that it looks like he's played for, you know, AMKAL, he hasn't like popped off the page too heavily. And I mean, that's where we have to see him kind of like be a nice like complement to, I think, what you're gonna get consistently out of this team through Kenzie and Chiron. And you look at the statistics from the last month, I mean, Nafni has been their most effective player, which isn't really a surprise. I mean, Nafni's a beast, man. Spent so much time playing in the tier 1, is of course going to farm down here in the tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, well, you say that. That really wasn't true on Betboom, but you know, either way, we'll like leave that where it lies. I think that, you know, that being a reality, like putting up those statistics and AMKAL still not having good results is what's worrying to me. So as we jump into this veto, we've got an Ancient here for AMKAL. They've been good on Ancient. It's also like just like generally Nafani's one of his best maps, and I feel like Chiron's really comfortable here as well. NEXUS, we saw this train, didn't we, in the best of 3 that we got to cast in Series 9, if I'm not mistaken. There was some really positive signs, and then there was also some struggles. They go back to the same well, hope to correct it. It's a well where AMKAL have had very limited results because they've only played it 3 times in the last couple of months. And I mean, that's even more questionable with all these roster changes coming in just about a month ago. So as that leads into a Dust 2 decider, I want to have faith in AMKAL. I really do, Mark, but I don't feel like I can just yet.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. This is a team that I'm not entirely too kind of, convinced about either, though I do like a nice win over Ruby, but I've got to see a little bit more in a new opportunity that you have here in Series 10 that they worked so hard for, right? Like, I do think that that's a nice win that they can put under their belts. And one of the main things I'm concerned about, Vincent, is like, I like in preparation for this game, like I was looking, just again after yesterday's games and then into today, they had 2 more games on the calendar, they being Nexus, before their official today. They've already played an official in Series 9, 2-0 versus Johnny Speeds, and that's then lost 0-2 in win line, it looks like, versus Metasport. So, I mean, they have been active all day, Vincent. It's a little crazy.
Yeah, I think that's something that this roster is actually pretty comfortable with.
BO3. It's like a caster's work day, dude.
Yeah, like I do think though that this is a squad that's comfortable with that. They've done that for a long time. I think the real worrying sign for AMKAL here is that Nexus actually played them like 4 or 5 days ago in ECL. And it was 2-0. These exact maps. Ancient Train Dust 2 is 13-10, 13-7 on Ancient first, and then Dust or Train, excuse me, second. It's the same veto that they've just run back. Looking at this head-to-head, things are a little bit crazy to me. Like, especially those results. Like, when you look at the stat lines that AMKAL are putting up, when you have 2 players with like a 1.15 rating, it's mind-boggling to me that they can be losing games. That they're losing so many games when that's true. Like, I think that this is like partially a difference in how rating 3.0 works as opposed to like the previous iterations of HLTV rating. But also, when you have individuals that are playing really well, but as a team you're not succeeding, that sets off like alarm bells in my head.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with you. You're not gonna like get past the B word statistics, or are we baiting around here for stats? Like, we might throw around. Like, I don't know how else we can kind of chop that up. Like, are we getting frags saving, at the end of these things? Or are we not really having impact more so? It's just, where we come to do that. It's like, I really wonder where we can kind of clean that up. I need to see, a good press from AMKAL here, because I think that, running back an opportunity versus Nexus here could be exactly, what they need to grab a hold of here at the Series 10 to really get off on a better note here.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at. We're going to look towards doing that. But first, it looks like things aren't quite ready to go on the server side. So we're going to take a break. And when we return, we've got Ancient to get us started. All right, we got things figured out. All the stuff set up on the back end, and now we're good to go. Like I said, last time it was 2-0 for Nexus. We'll see if AMKAL can correct that.
Going quick. I mean, Sound had quite a game yesterday. Looking forward to him following that up, holding it down, Blitz, and the bomb fight, and they're returning these frags, 3v3.
Sound gets the full reload off. They gonna send this away, actually. Moon hoping that he can catch Sound on the retreat. Didn't catch the right timing. Excuse me. Bomb about to be collected. FNL is the only one with eyes on other sides of the map than B. Goes to investigate even further into CT spawn. AMKAL not sure where they want to be just yet. Nafani is investigating mid. The fact that there's still two here at B does encourage you. Cello and Sound.
Up to bat again. Loves to swing. Another headshot there. One for each of these pistols. Sharing another sight in between. Zello, unfortunately, fall down for it. A really manageable clutch separating in these terms, and he gushes him. 3 HP for FNL now. Moon can go off to a clutch and steal his pistol round away. Nexus in the corner. Just backing it off, and Moon will finish the job. He had this clutch in orbit the entire time, Vincent. We just realized.
Trio kills in that 1v3. So impressive for Moon, who, I think there's a lot of eyes on him. We're talking about, a young player that they're taking a risk on. How about that? To show off your stuff and what you can do. Nexus had the reins of that pistol seemingly the whole time, right until Moon took it away. But it's my horse now. Move over.
Chasing down some ecos. Oh, hello. Zello right around that corner. It's 5-7 will at least. They won out. Still sniffing around. Oh, Zello, your target right here, right underneath. Looking to take this Mac 10 away. Let's chase him down. Zello just a menace.
With a 5-7. Always a deadly combo. Oh, wait a second. How many kills is FNL about to get? That's one. Only gonna be the one. But $600 ain't bad. A nice addition. The eco round there. A couple of extra kills too. AMKAL. They'll win it. But they do lose a little bit more than they would have liked. I think it's interesting that AMKAL the one to call into this tac pause. What they're trying to do, in my mind, is Nafani trying to capture a little bit of this momentum and move on it. A clean set of AKs to do so.
Kenzie in front. Good headshot. And FNL can focus. BTN also in coordination. Still will back it up.
1 for 1 isn't necessarily the end of the world for Nexus. But with the trio still here on B, as the execute's coming, they're perfectly placed to handle this. BTN gonna at least be isolated.
Tyron complete with nothing. And there is Blitz with the double kill. This will have to be Nexus's first defensive round. Talked about Navni being the highest rated player. Now he's racking him up. Gets his 5th frag in the round. And Moon with a clear path back out towards the middle. Nexus will now get eyes onto the B side. We'll realize it's empty.
That was an incredible counter flash from Blitz. That's what stalls that out. But the fact that Nafani is ready to get a double kill in return, fights his way back through. They're going to get the bomb down just as Moon arrives onto CT. Moon's going to have to do the heavy lifting, you would think. With Nafani at 9 HP. 1 bit of utility. Neither guy has a kit right now. Hold on for Nexus. They've got to hurry.
Up onto it. Moon got to pull back up. FNL, he's avoiding all the bullets. But now just got to pull up out of time on this AK. But now we'll go and absolutely wind it. You need a clutch you call on Moon in this Ancient.
2 times already in the first 3 rounds for Moon to find a 1vx. 1v3 in the pistol and a 1v2 in the first gun round. And that is clawed back from a 2v4 disadvantage thanks to Nafani and Moon. What in the world? That is AMKAL getting every single must-win moment going their way right in this moment. There's critical times in this game that can be the difference between success and failure. Seeing that right now.
Finds Zello on the back line. Just showing up. Better of AMKAL right now. Really rolling this T side pretty well. FNL and Sound still around. See if it's more than one out of the Steagle. Oh, goodness. It is, too. Oh, might be able to catch one in this corner. Just rolling on 20 HP, though. Not sure it goes further than this. A lot of good casualties here at the end. Cost them some money at a bare minimum.
Kind of the vibe for Nexus, like a lot of good stuff in these rounds. That...
Sorry.
You vibing?
I am.
That's what Nexus are doing. Seems like a lot of positivity for the beginning of rounds, even at the end of those where they're on an eco, getting a lot done. Still, the outcome in question, Kinsey takes a ton of damage to start, and it's 3 strong in mid. A great set of flashbangs, too, to enable him. First time that we're not looking at a 1-for-1 trade or just an AMKAL straight-up advantage at the beginning of a round.
FNL was such a standout in the last Ancient we got to watch this Nexus squad. Waiting and wondering when this step out towards A is going to happen.
And he's here waiting. They missed
Even
it.
spotted just right above the box. Pixel angle held. Not sure they have clear of an idea on FNL either. They're going to flash right past him, hearing the spams. And right now, FNL will at least have the trade. BTN gone, FNL erased, and AMKAL with another really effective hit.
Had so much utility, and they got so deep into the site that when they do finally explode into the execute, It's a huge surprise. And FNL, it's only that one trade. Those flashes were perfect. Catch both FNL and the player in Donut in succession. Powerful stuff out of AMKAL after they lose the opening duel. FNL doing a lot of the heavy lifting in this round where he's set up to succeed in middle, delivers on that promise, and then follows that up with, a trade frag on A. But it just isn't enough.
Terrorists win.
Quite incredible that AMKAL were able to recover this round. They stay perfect on Ancient thus far.
Good of time as any for Nexus to call their first time out. We got to straighten the ship now, BTN says. Kind of got to stitch it up kind of everywhere. AMKAL have really been running their own rules here. Registering this 5-round lead. Type of pace in the game. A really clean first map. They're looking to at least change the narrative on this Ancient from the last time they played it. 13-7 loss.
Chiron, big move out mid, and it's FNL's trade that's on point. They do make the escape, and BTN presses on the other side of this by pushing through cave. AMKAL, he'll get out of this even. Quite what I would say Nexus doing a generally better job of in the opening stages of this round. Round 6 not over yet by a long shot. The fact that AMKAL's control only extends to the areas around B means that likely just going to go for this hit.
Steady at a 4v4. Walking up the ramp. Zella flicks on that and blitz with the cross. BTN spray down. 4 versus 1. And finally, this AMKAL machine has just coughed up one round.
Yeah, it's something to work towards. Feel like that mid-control fight actually pretty good considering how caught off they were by Chiron. FNL gets the trade immediately. And it's Zello's op that's just posted on the angle. Perfectly timed incendiary that stalls AMKAL out. It makes it easy for Nexus to prepare. Moon. Near perfect. Misses an easy one. But they're not going to hunt him too deep, I say. Blitz really does keep going. Now he's stopped.
Counter-terrorists win.
Been a bunch of close rounds. Finally, AMKAL are bested. Ready for at least one more purchase are this T-side squad. To be honest with you, as good as this scoreline looks, Mark, this could have definitely been a 5-1 in the other direction. That's how close these rounds have been. That's how tight this game is.
Certainly feels that way. Nexus seemingly taking an aggressive step out of B. BTN wanting to line himself up to do that. Sound. Great opening kill. Good return for this. BTN finally takes that on the fray. Travis had that deagle kill just a couple of seconds earlier. AMKAL stretches out to middle. Kenzie sees that smoke fade. It's this lip of house in mind now and can honestly forecast a pretty clean middle transfer to A. Throws up with FNL right here, and what a great fight taken by Kenzie. This should secure the round.
It will. Lock Nexus out. Lock Zello back into the B site. It's a dungeon now for him. There's no keeper keeping him there other than the threat of the rest of AMKAL that are about to plant the bomb on A. The spear straight through the heart of mid. And AMKAL right in for a return of a round immediately after losing their first. To be honest with you, this AMKAL roster right now looks really quite solid, even if a lot of these rounds are close. It's the mid-rounding that I'm actually most impressed with, though. And I know that, like, historically, that's actually where Nafani has been at his best, but I also think that his time in Betboom, that was some of the worst out of him. So it's cool to see a little bit of a resurgence in that area. Good news for Nexus is that they, saving that up, can continue on this purchase train. They've had a couple of these now where they've been able to continue buying despite losing these CT rounds.
Even if they are a little bit thinner, let's not with that nade left. This belt had so few. Can't really keep their angle in middle either. I mean, the furthest up in this is BTN. B bomb site. Heaviest as well. About to serve up Kenzie to investigate into A main a little bit and finds his frag onto FNL. 2 rounds in a row. He's taken that.
Yeah, Zelo's still here at A, so this B stack can continue pretty comfortably for Nexus. But the longer that AMKAL wait to pull the trigger, the more Nexus are going to have to worry about mid. Right now, it's Zelo who picks up that responsibility. And AMKAL have the positioning to actually pivot, even though they're throwing B exec utility.
FNL at the top of that box. Running it further into the bomb site. Travis to blitz. Zelo around that corner. Takes down Nafni.
Bomb's already headed A.
Travis. This is a nice position for him. Audible on that hop step. AMKAL are about to find themselves up 7-1. Moon yet to die.
And I don't think he's starting here this round. He will not. Absurd how good this is looking for AMKAL. And before you look back at things and wonder, what's up with this? Where's the AMKAL that you and Mark were talking about, Vincent? I mean, this is a team that lost to Washington yesterday. That's where they've been. It's been struggles. Talked about the game against Nexus just, 4 or 5 days ago. It's just the T side, and I know we're very early into this series, Mark, but this is an absurd showing right now for me.
No, I really agree with you. This is definitely not the norm for how we see these Nexus ancient attempts go. Even where it feels like AMKAL really have a clue here. The results aren't lining up for what's what, but not exactly a requirement now, is it? Reminding you that this is also like Nexus's third series of the day.
Great point. I'm really glad you brought that up.
Wonder if they could be out of gas, and that's a for real thing to say.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's unreasonable. Even though, like I said on the desk, this is something that Nexus is pretty used to doing. That doesn't change that, like, it's still
doesn't change the fact that it's still challenging.
Yes, that's precisely right.
Right. versus a pretty veteran in-game leader like Nafnate. This is how the calls will normally sweat out. Be going a little bit easier. Sneaking through the smoke. Their Sound getting one frag. Moon posting another. Keeping this 3v3 alive. It's going to get really connective in Cave. FNL whipping back and forth and can't quite complete on the kill. There it is. 2v1. And they find Kenzie.
Moon finally down.
Yep.
Took him out. But that's honestly the takeaway. Just a little bit of good damage for the Nexus team that were really on a save. Consistently been getting Zello this op, which when he's been able to get opportunities, I feel like he's been nailing them, actually.
Nade's running it down and absolutely killing Kenzie. Kyron in that next kick. Nexus. That's a way to open a round. It's a way to get your second.
There's been a couple of rounds already that AMKAL have done an honestly miraculous job of returning disadvantages into victories. I think that Moon and Nafani 2v4 as the key example of that, but this seems too far gone. As I say that, Nexus are getting aggressive. This is a mistake.
Around that corner, has the bomb, and they'll pay the price for it. Round's over. Nafni been spotted. Blitz will take the frag. Nexus get a really clean result later in the CT half.
Yeah, I mean, I called him a mistake, and I think it definitely could have been, but Nexus don't pay for it. AMKAL, they've already done such a phenomenal job. This 8 rounds it's past the line that you typically would anticipate to be a really good T-half. That could be indicative of a little bit more. Got a couple more rounds to play with, but it is just the last vestiges of money for AMKAL. They are going to be out of cash if they lose the next one.
Panel just being pretty modest about the boost right now. With Sound. Get off of it. It'll cause a bit of a queue. These middle players up by house should be aware. And they should win the fights. Get their fair share. 9-2 you're looking at. Zello walking it back up. I don't think he spotted Travis. May have. Gets a shot off. Things are getting ugly.
These refrags were perfect. Chiron with both of them. Trying to sprint in there. How did that blind Chiron? It was so far past him, but they're both here. Zello
What?
just hit the craziest flick. He could be in for this 1v3.
Taps on the bomb once. Travis. He's been haunting him the entire round. Missed him in middle. Now gonna have to refresh the clip. Going for the 5-second stick. He is just gonna bet on it. The odds favor Zello. He takes it away.
Stuffing that scope down his throat. Walking in, and it's the moxie that he shows that gets him the win. Travis just never swinging, thinking no way he's on the stick. It's that thought. The reason that Nexus proof pros don't fake. Lots to work with for AMKAL in round 12. And it's all thanks to Zello.
Flash right into that. FNL been caught many times out by Kenzie, and this time no different. Except just not with the AK. Deals it on the Deagle.
he's been a terror over in that direction entirely. As usual, when that's happened, Zello, the only one left towards the A bomb site. But he and Donut. AMKAL loud about this reposition. Going to collect the bomb. But he won't turn it back around. It is going to head A. Got to be careful about this stomping. Put it down at the right time so that Zello doesn't hear this.
It's onto Travis. Nafty right next door. Zello just hanging around in Donut. Walks into the way down. The Molotov out. BTN onto Nafny. They're going to be so close for this. Here comes the flash. Moon will attempt to put this bomb down. Will get denied. Zello, the demon that we know him to be, will stand up. And here's BTN to deny it one more time. Just waiting. And now they go. It's Nexus to at least stand up and have some dignity at the end of the first half.
Yeah, this is a T side now that Nexus are going to be a little bit less comfortable on. But I do also want to highlight that, you know, AMKAL got the maximum out of this half where there was so many of these close rounds, so these clutches. And you saw what Zello just winning one clutch did for them at the end of the half. You know, to me, this is an 8-4 half that could have definitely been a tied game. It could have been any direction based on those clutch rounds. I'm not really out on Nexus just yet, but I honestly think that Ancient might be too far gone.
I think I'm right there with you. See how the beginning of this second half goes, but yeah, I would have really liked to see them show up with a little bit more energy. I think also, like, going back to the fact that I feel like time working against them in this series, the further it goes along, the more fatigue they will feel. Let me try and find out how soon ago that last series was. See how long of a break they had. How long ago? English, please.
We don't need that. Getting a little break right now here at halftime. At the very least. Something as well to be said about how, you know, some of those rounds were heartbreakers.
I think they had about a 2-hour break here.
Okay. Honestly, that's not too bad. Very long day, though. The second half moving or not, Travis? Gone.
Or yeah, Travie. Need to find you back. We can't find him. Can we get the caster, Trav, to play?
Oh, I was gonna say, you want to join?
I could do it. I could do it. What, you want to get me off the desk that bad? You get Trav on the cast, put me in the server.
You suggested it, not me. There he is. Not wasting any time getting these buys in, though. Got a couple of dualies. Iron and Kinsey. Vast majority of Nexus assembled outside of B. In fact, everybody's here. It's not just the majority. 3 split, mid open, wide. Nexus is going to walk this thing up on the T side.
Into Travis. He takes out a good line. Back into cave this time. Back and forth. Travis will stay on this corner. Nafty gotten so closer. And there is Travis taking a nice shot. Down just remaining in this bomb site. Was expecting this first half to be the window in for Nexus, but there's no negotiation here. There's only AMKAL.
Yeah, I mean, looking at comparison as well, I know, you know, AMKAL picking into this map, but Nexus definitely play it, but it's their CT side that they really work most well on. So as they head over to a T side, or the CT side has gone awfully, that's why I said things like, hey, I'm a little bit worried that this Ancient might be a little too far gone. They will just take Eco on the chin. Respect for that. Especially because at this point, I think force buying, I know it's sort of in the meta right now, but force buying kind of gets you off and allows AMKAL to build even bigger lead if it doesn't go right.
The reemergence, the meta set seems to be, Vinny, UMP era.
Yeah, okay.
The decades repeat. In 2015, we were shooting these. In 2025, we're back.
Was that 2015?
Yeah, bro, you remember?
I mean, yeah, I was there, but I thought it was like
Were
2016.
Were you really?
All right. I was playing CS before you were playing CS, pal.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go? You want to
That's
go
what he
on back
Yeah,
in my
when did
day?
you buy the game? When did you buy the game?
2015.
I don't even know how to check that. I bought it in 2013.
You did?
I did. It was like a Counter-Strike bundle. Did I really start playing until 2015? No, but I purchased the game back then. That's why I got my freaking 10-year coin, baby.
You did get that ahead of me.
Yes, I did. Means I'm older and more wise.
Fact check false.
In video game years.
Also fact check false. AMKAL. They might be back in time, but to be honest, those UMPs working just fine. I need, listen, there's been a bunch of people like going for these UMPs lately.
Not rocking with the MP7, man. That's not it.
Hey, man.
Plugging through. Sound will have that frag onto Chiron if it's a little bit better.
What a delivery! Sounds like, oh yeah, sure, I'll take a checks ground import.
Now he sprays down FNL. There is the bomb and being placed to play. Flashing them in, keeping them in their cage.
Look who's going out onto B. That's Blitz, who's made his way. A keen eye. Catch him across the map now. Ooh, Travis. And he wins the fight. Bombs joining. So Blitz here on the site. Zello will be getting there a little late.
Pops through. Napney in range. Zello can put this one down. You can at least stand for a nice post plant on this B site. Get something out of the guns here in the second half, or we're going to be so flushed to train. It's Moon with a nice shot. Got a really great first map. Blitz stands with 6 HP, sees the head of Moon hopping around, and he just heals it. Why would I ever doubt Moon in a clutch? I have no idea, especially when it's still early in the half. 11 rounds to 4.
I mean, and 13-4 for Moon. I mean, he spent so much of the first half without a death. That's been basically where Moon's at. His third 1vx clutch in this map as well. He's off the charts for a guy that, you know, up until this point, I think has been really underwhelming on this team. Not had a lot of great maps. You know, sitting just under a 1.0 rating as an opper.
Sprinting out, and Chiron, what a spray transfer. What they needed. Staying depleted of players is Nexus. Gone off of the ramp. They will still try and send it. into that next end. It's Kenzie that will get this onto the in-game leader. That's been here for so damn long. 12 rounds for AMKAL, and they can't be stopped. Their map pick, I talked about that narrative. They've done a little bit more than reset it. I mean, that last result was a 13-7, so this is going to be a very good flip back.
Yeah, incredibly good considering what we have been seeing. Sorry, that 13-7 I think was on the second map of that series. It was 13-10 here.
Ooh, no.
Yeah, but either way,
Dang
I
it.
mean, competitive but not able
caught
to
me.
stabilize.
Sprinting it up, maybe even sprinting it out. Kenzie with the dirty double kill. And there is Moon in coordination. Setting this line, setting this barrier quite far, but not getting riddled by it. Picking up this bomb. Nell gonna quickly punch the digits in.
Two coming on the flank. Question is, if that goes through cave, that's what it looks like. They'll keep it together. Chiron and Nathany. So much time as a duo. Moon smoked for now. That's going to start fading here in a second.
The small top out. Dello right in range. Behind that smoke is Moon. It seems like Chiron is gone. This Ancient will live for a little bit longer.
Where were they pulling all that utility out of? It feels like they were finding everything they needed on the ground. It was like it was a survival game right there. They were like chopping trees to make mollies.
Chopping trees.
Yeah, we're in a forest.
You mean getting the sand to put in the furnace to make the bottle, and then putting the flammable alcohol in there?
No, sorry.
There's
they
quite a
had to
couple of steps.
No.
You
You
do
missed
all
the
that to
step.
make one piece of utility? How tedious is this?
You missed the step where they had to brew the alcohol.
That's true. That's
And
true.
like, I don't know actually how that works, to be honest with you. I was gonna try and set it up.
Like your morning coffee.
Oh. Jokes aside, seriously though, they found like 3 reed smokes for game ender and like 3 mollies as well on the ground. I really thought Kenzie was about to go to the same place and spam the same spot and get another kill. Jiggle, see something, go back, jiggle a different location. That's what Chiron's doing right now.
Daphne, right around it. FNL surrounds it, even with a potential double kill. Molotov right where you need it the least. You can clip from both sides. Kenzie wants to end things. They think it should have a long time ago. Maybe just 1 round earlier. But hey.
Sound goes back to like look for this space that Kenzie was just in, but Kenzie's like all the way back to B ramp. He's sprinted away.
1v4 now, Vincent. AMKAL knocked their map pick out of the park. Simply. I mean, this was a really great performance. Flowers to Nathany, flowers to Moon specifically, showing up in the clutch. Pretty consistent the entire way through. A really well-rounded team win here on map number 1 for AMKAL. They go up 1-0 in the series over NEXUS.
Incredibly strong. And, you know, that first half, I highlighted a couple of times how I really think that actually could have gone various different directions. I think there was a serious world where NEXUS was in that, or in fact even dominate if the initial clutches don't go AMKAL's way. But as we got deeper into the game, and especially into the second half, we got to see a version of AMKAL that I haven't actually seen yet in this iteration. I feel like this is kind of where I expect him to be, capable of this very, you know, relatively frequently. That's not been the case, but the fact that we just got a view of it, I'm incredibly excited about.
Yeah, I really would agree. I really would agree. I was pretty impressed the entire way through. I can't be out of that NEXUS camp, I think, completely. But, man, really not a whole lot to get excited about there on that camp now, is there, Vincent? definitely kind of pointing them in the, worst direction when, look, I could understand if, maybe this last series of the day doesn't go the way that they want it, but that's not exactly how they're thinking about that in their heads now, is it? They want to finish strong here, and that might require them having to, muster up the energy to play, 3 maps of Counter-Strike here. So that's what it's going to require for Nexus. If you're cheering for that side, then you're going to have to hope for the lengthier series.
Yeah, and I think that could be where we're headed. We got Train up next, but we're going to have to take a break. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Their second map of the series. Time for Nexus to knock it off. Get their series straightened out. This is their map pick and train. Perfect place to do it.
Yeah, likely an opportunity to show things off. I think that this is definitely going to be something to watch if AMKAL can close this out in 2 maps. A different AMKAL than I had seen.
Yeah, already playing up to a different caliber, and in this pistol round, it looks to be consistent. Cutting back with these USPs ain't the hardest thing in the world, but we'll give them their credit where it's due. FNL 1v4.
Easy job. Kinsey already low. Can't get any further past that. AMKAL will basically continue right where they left off. Yeah, I'm really interested to see if this is something that AMKAL can do a little bit more consistently. Obviously, I don't think that performance from Moon will be recreated. Not necessarily like the numbers, but just the amount of clutches that he was picking up. Yeah, that's what.
It should look to be like a sunnier day on train than it was before.
Are you?
Am I tripping?
What are you smoking? And can I have some? Because I don't think it's changed. It's as rainy as it's ever
A
been.
little less rainy, guys.
Maybe it's because it's rainy where you're at.
It actually is, man. It's been perma rainy. Somebody
Same.
can disable rain in the server. From my side of it, I would really appreciate it. Sure, the plants love it though. Might be drowning at this point. TBH. Kenzie gonna farm up some frags, get a couple ecos.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of a lot of rain, entirely unrelated, but makes me think of apparently there was a lot of flooding in like Central Florida. I saw a video of like
That's not good.
an entire road with like 1.5 meters of water.
1.5 meters, he
I'm
says.
trying to help our new audience that we are casting to, okay? It's 3 to 4 feet, Mark. More like 4 to 5, but anyway.
Like how tall I am.
Yeah, exactly that.
It's a joke, guys. I'm actually 6'5".
So we're lying. All's good. Next is going to take their time to get some control over here towards B. It was a B exec that I really liked from them last time. They're not going to throw that exec, though.
Knocking his head. Travis. Back. BTN. Next step forward. He was going to go that nade being denied. Let's getting a nice kill and controlling the B site.
So many opportunities right there for Travis to nail that down. There's also a lurk here for Sound. Very careful of that, or AMKAL right now, but they've missed it entirely. Crazy timing. But like I was saying, opportunities I think for Travis, but not able to deliver on that. Same true with the rotator, who gets about nowhere. Down further investigating, Cameron doesn't see anything but bullets flying at his face.
A scary view. Wouldn't want
That's
that to be
true.
me.
Probably a pretty common view for a Counter-Strike player.
Yes. That just irked me a minute. Whipping in and out of the tech pause for just a minute. I had a lot of those in our last series for whatever reason.
Dude, it's felt like we're playing.
Was there a good reason, Vincent?
Oh,
I
I'm sure
asked.
there was. There probably was. We just
Yeah, I
don't know
bet.
it.
Yeah,
I was
bet.
gonna say it feels like we're in South America.
Does it now?
Kind of does. At least with the tech pauses, that is. Nexus are on the board though. They're really swift to get into Pop Dog at the beginning of this round. Deep incendiary that's going to stall them out temporarily. Bomb still Hanging out deep. Chiron, what a find. FNL now the one who's got to collect the bomb and get that over to the rest of the team because everybody else is looking towards B on the Nexus squad.
About to get set. Challenge Travis. Pretty far ahead. They're going to have a flash right in his face. Won't be able to dodge that. Surprise that Moon can't quite land the frag into upper. 35 seconds, and BTN gets really close. But, I mean, this is the mob, simply. They have all of their players here. Ready to just cancel these rotations. Ready to just get the kills.
I think they're going to do that. This, like, has to be the save. AMKAL don't have a choice. And Mark, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. What a bad B setup. Like straight up. I don't know why Travis is just like permanently sitting in sidewalk. It's meant to sure set Moon up, but he doesn't deliver upper. And I don't know, I'm just not a big fan of Travis's position in general, where if there's one good flash, he loses. And it's not just like he goes 1-for-1. It would take a miracle for him to go 1-for-1 there if that flash lands, and it does, and he gets nothing. So when Moon lets down, Travis' positioning is questionable. Yeah, B site falls apart. Nexus are going to tie this game right up. And that's after Chiron got the opening fight victory.
No, absolutely. They roll by right back in. Gonna have to shuffle that B setup back. Give a better end to this. Our expectations certainly higher for Nexus on this train.
Yeah, I know they, we didn't watch them win it yet the other day, but I think we did see a lot of really positive signs. Already profited big time from their B exec that we were highlighting to start. Chiron just can't stop. He gets back into the same spot in Olaf. Two rifles towards B this round, opposed to the op that was there, Moon watching for T-Con.
Smoke out right here. Trying to transfer through. Chiron. Great spray transfer. Almost for a third there. Excuse me. FNL in the back line. So he looks to level it up at Ivy. Next level is that op. And he hits it pretty great. A 20-second challenge to get the bomb down and level Nafni. Before that smoke fades and back bomb angle becomes pretty prominent. Be relevant. Runs right in front of him. And AMKAL cut the 2-0 streak off in a row.
A couple of, I would call them worrying misses for Moon thus far, but Chiron's rifling is on point. Kinsey, that double kill. Arriving just in time for AMKAL to best Nexus. Right at the line of that A exec. Doesn't get anywhere close to where it needed to be.
A little bit tricky on this next buy. Want to see that Zello show up from a flashy clutch that we saw on map number 1. Roll it into Next game. Getting hands on the AWP here. Nexus pitched this out towards B. They just cut off an ugly one. All the top misses. Nathany looks right past it. Has to.
Seems like the obvious next move. All this just a ruse towards B. Walk out on A and Sound? Are you kidding me? 2 out of nowhere. BTN's already in Z, and this round falls apart instantly. Mind
They
blowing.
punched their ticket on A. Travis gonna be bullied back and blitz with a very good clue. Nexus refreshed in there, running it back on their T side. Time for a good 30 seconds to talk about it, because it's gonna take a nice sequence on the way back up. They're gonna have to be patient in this round. It's not gonna be anything really that AMKAL are gonna be able to gamble with here. Honestly, their next buy is gonna be with Nexus at 5 rounds. Next real buy, that is.
Yeah, it's kind of been a a really funny first 5 or 6 rounds out of the AMKAL, because it's been, you know, a lot of good, and then, you know, some question marks that we've continued to talk about. You know, this one seems mind-blowing that Nexus have got, you know, we're able to get so much work done, and then it's Sound on a Deeg. The BTN so deep.
Hopping right around for it. Sound should be caught. They really are kind of sought after this T-Con positioning. Smoke will keep him off of it. BTM in the back lines. Walk through Ivy. Have a frag. Travis has at it as well. Into T-Con. And a missed shot. Into hell. Gunning for it really in the 2v2. This was an eco. ETN keeping it close. Keeping it pretty clear for a bomb plan here on A. Travis. Last known position was killing a man in Brown Halls. Can only come from 2 places, essentially.
Yeah, that a long time ago. Kind of seems like Nexus are thinking that. Not really worried about this. They go to check, and it's too late. BTN in a clutch. Already saved their skin one time this round, and Travis does not look his way.
Didn't even consider it until now. Maybe one brief check. And BTN cashes it through all the way. Really impressive there from the in-game leader. Love seeing him stand up in mechanical moments. Nexus have a lead on the C side.
Yeah, and as this T side gets heated on up, you're feeling better and better about where Nexus are at. AMKAL shove it. Try and buy what they can. In reality, a close round that honestly could have been a lot easier. Full 5 and Ivy, and it's a shooting gallery.
Pretty easily posted. Dell in the next vein takes 3 out of it. What you want to see on the warm-up.
Here's where you really would hope for a little bit of a different look out of AMKAL, but Nexus pretty heavy towards B. With 4 here, usually, you know, default's going to be 2 or 3. And they're already setting up to look for this execute. The question is it going to be, you know, the exec that they've been had, or just going to walk out heaven? Here it is.
The better claim. Clicks up for it. FNL Sound. They do find the frag. Sound. Even It's another on that. Sound is going absolutely crazy. Caught glimpses of this yesterday. Let's get caught. Nafny, though, we'll see their lead cut up to 6 here. Nexus doing a lot here to be a nuisance, where AMKAL are probably going to have their best opportunity on the CT side of train.
Yeah, I really think that call out of BTN was really solid. I'm a big fan of just trying to walk out, give him a different look. Nafany's going to try for this ninja. There's still one man in the same ballpark, and it's Zello.
So damn close.
Oh, it is really close. And he will make Zello go down, but that is the point of Zello being there. You know, in case something like that were to happen, he's the extra manpower required to stop that. But yeah, as I was saying, I really like the Nexus call. We've seen, you know, a couple of executes, and it's always been around the same timing too, where you get the early round where you're looking towards a default. There's going to be a lot of audio cues in Brown Hall, and then it's like 20 or 30 seconds of silence. They just go walk it up together.
Travis, Kyron, all the way together. Kenzie, full clip. AMKAL look to collect. But BTN and Zello, I think these are just the right players to have alive in a 3v2. But Travis gonna put it down, and all into the Opera coming out of the smoke. Takes another minute here as Kyron puts him to the pavement.
Just when you start to lose hope for AMKAL that they pull out something along those lines, just get really aggressive, push up into upper, catch the defaulting player off guard. Nexus trying for something a little bit quicker. They've not at all really tested A site through T-Con, and it was a good call because it's a round that AMKAL are on eco, so they're not going to have the early utility required to stop a fast T-Con play. You do that on a gun round, and you're going to probably not get out just because of the nades and the mollies. But AMKAL, they're finding ways to win.
For this execute, just on a pop notice, essentially. Nexus try and go. Just narked on by both of these side players. Told to the rest of AMKAL to come up here and help them clean it up. Ain't no shame in that.
Finally, a successful B-hold, too. Loving it. Everybody gets a piece. All 5 involved from AMKAL. Could be seeing a tied scoreline at half. Seems even more likely when Nexus are out of cash. We'll take attack pause. Just enough money to be dangerous, though. This is where, like, pistol armor could be quite potent. It's actually going to be a few SMGs. They're going to probably be on the front foot for this attack, wherever it ends up. Nexus happy to play it slow at the beginning of this half. They've consistently started speeding things up as we've gotten deeper. Now into round 12. I'd imagine they're going to continue on that exact pace.
Pressured out in this setting. This type of buy. Gone this far. Hold on, it may work. Kenzie, Kyron cutting him up. That's a really good crossfire. Or rather, just collection in the same instance. Blitz, 3 frags, a 4th! And it could be the ace here who's sneaking around. FNL and Nexus. They neck the last round in this half. Excuse me.
Blitz out of nowhere. Becomes an opper for half a round. Goodbye, FNL.
See you later.
For the time being.
They'll be back.
We keep losing people at halftime. What's going on?
Halftime curse. I don't quite know.
Yeah, but I mean, I've been saying it the whole time here on Train, but as Nexus we're getting started to this map, they continue to look better. And despite what was some really impressive rounds stolen by AMKAL and a good start, as a whole, I think Nexus has shown that Ancient is a little bit of a incorrect inkling of what this best of 3 really did hold.
Hope you guys like Dust 2 third maps.
That's true.
Kind of what I'm thinking here.
Maybe counting AMKAL out a little bit early, you could say, but yeah, both of us on the same page with regard to where Nexus seem, and that's on the T side. Now they swap to the CT side.
Close with these dualies. Ready to just double it. One tap. Knocks it back. I think they have enough here to just line up this Z Molotov, get Moon, desired smoke, and try and clear this thing out.
Simple enough, at least on the initial look. But Nexus are recovering well, but FNL has too many places to look. 3v3, bombs down.
I run back and forth. Jumps on the boundary. Trying to whip it back. It's BTN underneath. Sound with a great shot. 2v2. Still clear onto the bomb train. And it's really wrapping him around and all the way to this T side. You'll start it off with a little bit of territory.
Yeah, it's Chiron who has been so consistent. I mean, he's been the go-to guy. Does it again here with a trio of frags in the pistol round. This retake looked good, but I mean, Chiron just playing hard to get oil, and he puts his trust into Kinsey to finalize the pistol victory. Add more to that. And AMKAL, like I was saying, I think maybe we talking about counting them out slightly early into this. This pistol round is going to add some additional numbers to the equation.
Long range on this 5.7, it just won't work out. Upgraded pistols for Nexus. Pretty easily wiped away for a tie game. AMKAL ready to make something of the second half. I gotta see if the calling for Nafni is gonna be there.
I do think that was a strength on Ancient. Certainly helped it. He seemed to have a squad capable of winning any rounds that they were at a deficit on, but can't fault him for that. Just be happy about how it went down. I did go back. That Nexus versus Batera game that Nexus ended up losing, they did look good on their T side, and they did struggle on their CT side. I won't say that's the norm, really not even close to it. That did happen just yesterday.
Ian might take a fight here into Brown Halls. Kenzie can be timed out for another 10 seconds. AMKAL got this control, if not a whole lot of a problem. Trying to spam down to E-Box, hit something. Where this smoke fading and the possibility of its patrol. Flashed a little bit deeper for it. Notion of that real estate being reestablished.
That's certainly interesting. Is that where that meant to go? It feels like it didn't, but maybe so. Just to clear out T-Con. The T's employ a smoke at the front of it. Zello plays that fade. Travis down, they gotta go, AMKAL.
Do hopping in front. It's Zello. 1-2. Anthony also inbound. There it is. Spoken up a little bit too soon. The 4K doesn't complete until it is clear. And there is NEXUS on their CT side. All they needed was one challenge, and they don't have to cheat at all. They just get those easily. See through the smokes, get it done.
That, I feel like a questionable decision to set that smoke up the way that they did. They were hoping to wait it out, but then when Zello gets the kill in Pop Dog, it's really a problem, and they have to go through it. So they end up setting a smoke up where they have to pop through, and that is obviously not great. They'll still buy in round 16. A lot of limitations to this, with only 3 premium rifles, one of those a Galil. End of the hour right there. Zello last round. So impactful. He's now on the B site. It's precisely where AMKAL are looking to go for it.
Burns at the feet of BTN. The CT side, sending out the B execute, but Blitz destroying everything. And now a second spray. Travis with a really good saving frag and gets a second for it. You're going to start having to help him out from down below. It can't just be all done up top.
NEXUS's positioning on the bomb site is really hard to beat when you're not really going to have the full execute ready. I think AMKAL's flashes were good. Just didn't have any way to try and clear out 2 players so close to the bomb, or rather to the exit there on lower. NEXUS starting to walk away with things. That's a couple of rounds in a row. Gonna force AMKAL into an eco where we're gonna see a lackluster purchase. And incendiary not at all effective to stop Travis, but really won't matter too much, or at least it shouldn't. Widespread AMKAL just hoping that one of these 2 Deagles can do a miracle working.
Let's hear about to just eat these ecos up. I don't think that's too big of a prediction made by me, though. They're sending it out. Is Zello gonna wait for his sequence? Only 20 bullets in that A1S, so waiting for it to stand the test. Moon gone, melted. Travis working hard for it. Blitz gonna get his hands on a third here.
Seems right to me. Blitz has been continuing to step up his game into the second half. Into 7. The scoreline now with a whole lot left to play. They're an opt down. No, I was gonna say it's might be an opt down here. They can't afford it. What a perfect
Finishing
nade.
the
Zello.
job that at HE started, yeah. Gone for like 50 health there. AMKAL and the Brown Halls further onto the blitz, and time they block it pretty well.
Gonna have to be some perfect holding here from BTN. Stop this at this point. The smoke down.
Iron will coexist, and now FNL fades away in a 1v4.
Nex is just trying to play a little bit more aggressive this time. Push through pop. Zello eats the nade, and like you said, it's a easy cleanup for Travis because of that. Why you don't see that push all that often? It's because the default utility is so effective there. AMKAL is going to get an easier job on that round, just given NEXUS's decision and how they wanted to play it. That said, each round a whole different situation, and this one not going to change that Blitz wants to get up in their face, but he just takes a peek and decides, not for me.
Like this play from Blitz. Just gonna try and just split in the corner here. When the execute comes, thankfully he's right on time. Gonna let him pass. I think they're just hiding on the corner. They found him before he was able to foil their plans. AMKAL here in control for a 9. That was a statement round.
Yeah, it colored me surprised on that one. I think come out to, show NEXUS they're not necessarily done. An execute that actually has some teeth to it. I was talking about, maybe some lacking moments, especially like defensively on some of those B holds. Well, offensively, Travis seems on it. They're going to climb to new heights or AMKAL, and they might just equalize this up against the eco. Ooh, don't get caught, Chiron.
Turns it around. And that will also get caught. Easily getting these pushing pistols. Sound sticking around. Close and clear. Maybe can pick up this AK and reappear for a couple of more. That's in my imagination. And that's a couple of seconds after he's already gone. So I don't know what I'm seeing, Vinny. It's not reality. Maybe it's Blitz, actually. I'm seeing the future. I'm wrong again.
Listen, not everyone can be perfect. Not all the calls could be right.
Yes, true. True that.
I'll tell you this. An equalized scoreline. And AMKAL, I think there's a lot of things that they haven't really done yet on this T side. There's lots of ways that they could find I'm not going to call it easy, but an adjustment that could give them an easier avenue towards the round. I'm saying that, but it seems like they're going back to their usual default right now.
Flash close. Can't quite connect. Nafny with the double kill, finally.
Take it and walk away. It's very important just to maintain that blitz. Again, looks to go searching. He's just trying to recover a round that's relatively lost already. Follow are here. Not just Zello.
Whoa. Liking his attitude. Liking what he can put out when there's a problem. Fellow arrives. But also the lead provides for AMKAL. They had to work hard for it, and now they have 11 rounds here. This looks like an eco to me. Or a half by it. The best it can be.
Yeah, it's got to be. I think NEXUS, a team that kind of know the limits of what they typically are going to want to do. BTN gets a little bit extra. But it's AMKAL who've won. Is this 4 straight rounds?
Would be correct.
Yeah, and aggressive into pop. Nafany punished him twice over last round, though he's not here in this indication. Just Travis, who's really passive. Keep moving. Travis saw BTN, but BTN did not do the same to Travis. He doesn't know that AMKAL are aware of this. They're going to take plenty of time just to clear this out.
Oh my gosh. So thorough. This is how you need to guarantee these train T rounds. But gosh, what sense for that? Found now. In the details. Cut out and they're onto the B site. Iron's so far. And so far, no sign of anybody.
Can't be. They'd made the rotation
Goodness.
based on BTN's information. Too little, too late. They go back towards B. Stalled before they can even start moving. For NEXUS is AMKAL. They're about to have this 12th round. They're about to have a chance to solidify this 2-0 at the start of the Swiss stage. A couple of opportunities with money in the bank. It'll be 2 full swings at this. I was really counting AMKAL out, and I think for, good reasons. We've seen a little bit of capitulation here from NEXUS. And honestly, some really strong defaulting out of AMKAL. They've been really effective. And when NEXUS start losing players, they begin to honestly struggle to find the right solution.
Getting that smoke up. BTN on the Chiron. Way to avoid just the easy AMKAL slide of the card. Bites the top. Zello focused on this smoke. An easy micro flick.
NEXUS using a little bit of a different idea in order to manufacture an opening fight with their T-Con move that we saw before nading to the smoke. Not even all that surprising for AMKAL. They were ready, but they still got bested. $50 seconds accounting for AMKAL to figure out where they want to go. Bomb brought by Moon. Ian Kinsey, now Ivy. It's Travis and Pop.
Might get the shadow advantage on to Kenzie. They get smashed as that smoke comes out. Travis away. We're going all 24.
But this next round not going to be at all buffered by the fact that AMKAL just lost one. Like I said, they've got cash for days. This is second real chance. There's some nice to haves on the CT side, claiming a couple of T-Mollies. Feels like every round AMKAL get a little bit more respect from Nexus, upper B, and towards Pop. In the same way,
Ooh,
taken-
FNL, great opener.
take elsewhere. And somehow, I don't know how FNL got that because I don't think he broke the smoke.
On a feeling. Back to square one. I don't love the way that this execute walks. Sound here is so suspect. You get caught swinging in and out of this smoke, but now it's the time to stick in it as it's faded. Aware of the positioning, not ready for Nafny. 3v3, 44 seconds, and a Molotov that gets bluffed. Should have landed in Z. FNL in a long-range fight, still having impact in this round. Zello away. FNL is doing it all. Searching for him, still around this smoke. Nafny could have just caught him on the timing. Down to the bomb train and it's telling FNL that the time is now. Onto the top of red. He has seen his head. 18 seconds here, and there is not enough time to get back to B. Nafny going to circle back to the site and try to find FNL, who is just figuring this out, but a 1v1 that Nafny smashes. Here goes that HE closer, and Blitz tap on it. Nafny has figured this one out. 2-0. AMKAL send it off through a Nafny clutch over Nexus here on their map pick.
That is ridiculous, man. 13-11. And the fact that he's faked that bomb, he doesn't have time. There's no question if there is any question of that clutch. He's got to get the kill. And if Blitz isn't walking forward, then it's just over. We go to overtime. That's Nafny feeling exactly what is needed in the moment and delivering on it. And AMKAL that we've yet to see, that we just got a peek at to win their first round of Swiss. That is incredible work.
That was excellent. I mean, coming off the big win of Ruby, they follow it up, and yeah, I don't know if you guys are disappointed, but we're not going to get the 4-3 mappers today. AMKAL sent it off into where I think they needed to take it, right, for their own sakes. I think that Dust 2 would have been another big challenge for them, Vincent, going up and just putting the stakes a little bit further in the series. Seen Nexus on there a bunch of times, so really good stuff there, and I'm sure Nafny and the crew are very hyped up after the way that they finished that series.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by that. And to be honest with you, I think there's also some question marks here for Nexus's CT side on their train. You know, their T side, I really liked. I've talked about it a lot, but on that CT side, it's not even anything in particular that's been bad. I think there's a lot of good things to it as well. But now consistently seeing them struggling to find ways to close on the CT side is not encouraging, to say the least. But I'm really happy to see this iteration of AMKAL, and I think that there's definitely a lot to still prove, but this is one step to proving that they've got it.
No, it really, really did. And I think that specifically in the beginning of this Swiss stage, like we were talking about, they wanted to set the tone right, and they did. I mean, just simply over in Nexus that, you know, we talked about the narrative flip of that Ancient onto that train as well. I know that's 13-11, probably was headed towards overtime in a more likely state out of, 8 out of 10 times, whatever that is. The clutch would have been, a really, really hard bet there. But that's it. In a complete flip of the series that they had just about 2 weeks ago in ECL. So I think that one is going to help them out a lot.
No doubt. As we jump into that one, finish out this day strong, and a victory for AMKAL that sends us to our close. It's been a whole lot of fun to cover the opening round of Swiss. We got even more action coming at you tomorrow, so make sure that you're tuned in, locked in on CCT. But thank you so much for watching today. See you here tomorrow. And we'll peace out and have a good night.